today.
All I can hear is the soundbite we have. No.
All the while he was speaking, the police were combing through his home for evidence. News crews were actually allowed into the home, even coming into an area of the home with a blue wall at which Nassim filmed a good number of her videos. Very quickly after the attack, some radical feminists took to Twitter to claim that women don't commit violence like this. One activist in the UK named Jennifer James, who worked with the Labour Party, said, "The YouTube shooter was a man. This was male violence.
Bro.
Name the problem.
Bro.
Shoot, rape,
No.
kill, but we have to respect
No
pronouns?
way.
No. So many people are still insisting the shooter was female, despite videos, photos, descriptions from YouTube HQ, witnesses. Why are women forbidden?"
She said we have to respect pronouns, so she was accusing her of being trans.
Unfucking believable. Is this one of the shootings that the dickheads claim is a trans shooter?
No.
Nobody
knows about this.
Okay.
To name
It was
male
so
violence. Why are we expected to lie about
forgotten.
killer sex? Another user, GenderCritXX, agreed, saying that women are incapable of such violence. She wrote, "They say the shooter is female. Women would never do such a thing.
This is
You can
such
guarantee they are not actually
cope.
female and just another TIM, trans-identified male."
Oh, they're
Neither of them
TERFs.
actually had
Okay,
any
that makes
evidence to
sense.
support their claims.
Okay, they're fucking
They
TERFs. They're
based their
Nazis.
entire argument
Okay.
on the fact that Nassim had been a bit muscular at the time due to her bodybuilding. They said that just because of this, she must have been transgender. They
Dude,
both
it's
faced
so...
quite a bit
Pause
of
it.
backlash from basically everybody.
I'm just gonna
claims,
rant for 90
from
seconds.
People who are outraged
Like,
that they're
the fitness industry, like, women have been so fucked over by the fitness industry for, like, the last multiple decades because any muscularity on women is considered manly, even though muscularity on women literally exaggerates female features. Like, do people not understand that the male and female body is different, and when you focus on bodybuilding for the body that you're looking for, whether you're taking testosterone or you're trans taking estrogen, right? The body is still going to react the way the hormones send shit out. So, like, it's just crazy to me that we still have to go through this shit where women get shamed and get called men for lifting weights. When lifting weights is one of the best things that you can do for your cardiovascular health next to running and cardio. Like... light weights, high reps, is probably not as effective, but it's still cardio. But you also build muscle while doing it. So it's like, it's insane that we still have to go through this shit today, where even though women have finally shaken off this fitness industry bullshit that was stopping them from being healthy, rather feeding them eating disorders and telling them that being super skinny is the goal, right? Crazy. Like, people love to talk about a woman's body, but as soon as she starts lifting, it's unattractive. Are you gay? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand. Lift weights. Tell these
that's
little...
my favorite thing is they'll be like, do men even like women? When these guys are constantly whining about how women look.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just like looking here, sitting at all these women who lift weights, and I'm like, they look fucking incredible. What are you talking about? It's like, oh, you see the pump pics, and they're like, oh, muscles, I'm scared. But then you see them normally, and you wouldn't even know, unless you knew what you were looking for. It's crazy. Like, these people are so stupid. And it's like the people who transvestigate women because they're fit and wear the skin-tight shorts, and they're like, oh my god, they've got a dick. Have you never seen a woman naked? What is wrong with you? You fucking idiot.
Yeah, women have dicks.
Okay, rant over. Go. I'll post on the Discord.
comments about trans people, from people who were flabbergasted that they thought women couldn't be violent, and from people who didn't appreciate that they were using the shooting to push politics. Nassim's
Wow.
YouTube
When does
channel,
that
along with
happen?
her various social media accounts exploded in views almost immediately after her identity was made public. However, this didn't last too long at all, as most, if not all, of her pages were taken down within days after the attack took place.
I fucking hate YouTube,
However,
honestly.
by this time, many archivists out there doing the
Like
Lord's
what?
work
What
were
a
able to
piece of
save
shit
a good
website! Like
majority
the
of her
person
content across all of her
does
pages.
something and you take their content down.
These
Why?
days,
Why are
the
you
scene isn't
taking
really
down
remembered as a
archives?
martyr
You
for the
fucking
cause,
scum
if people
sucking
remember
pieces
her
of
at all,
shit.
that is. A lot of people aren't actually even aware that her attack on YouTube headquarters happened in the first place. To those who do remember her, she's mainly seen as a mentally ill YouTuber with a bizarre online presence who was sent over the edge by demonetization. While I'm sure many people can sympathize when it comes to losing
Have you
money
put
on their
the
hard
MBS
work,
stuff on
it's
there
safe
as well?
to say that most people can't understand
We'll look at
going to
Mamdani and
those
MBS.
lengths to combat demonetization.
There might be some stuff in there.
Once again, thank you for watching my video. If you found it interesting, please give it a like, as it really helps me out in the algorithm.
Okay.
Alright, let's watch this one for now.
Yeah, I gotta do the tweets now.
Yeah. I'll put something on while I'm getting videos, and we'll do this one because it's fun, and it's interesting because it says 95% empty. I don't know where people are getting this 95% of Australia is empty when it's 70%. Well, 70% is non-arid land. 70% of the country is arid land and not really farmable. They were planning on building like an aqueduct system into the center of the country. But that's a lot of money.
What kind of duck?
Aqueduct.
All ducks are
95%
aqueducts.
of Australia is completely empty. This is Australia, the world's 6th largest country. It's so massive that you could fit 2 Indias inside it. Dots. That's
So there's about 1 million Indians in Australia. What do you mean?
where almost every single Australian
Indians
lives.
aren't that fat.
90% of Australia's population is packed into just 0.22% of the land. Mostly in 5 coastal cities: Sydney, Brisbane, Perth, Adelaide, and Melbourne. Go any deeper, north, south, east, or west, and your chances of survival drop dramatically. But why? Why is nearly an entire continent left untouched? The answer isn't just geography. It's something darker.
Is this AI? Is this an AI voice? It does.
Sounds like it.
Nobody has this cadence of speech. No, he has 2 videos. Maybe it is an AI. This is a fucking brand new channel. 4 subscribers. They fucking push this on our algorithm, but our shit gets nowhere. Fuck you.
Something history tried to bury.
Well,
Because the
YouTube
truth is,
specifically wants
the
to push
emptiness
AI
of
videos
Australia
because they
hides a
hate
painful
creators.
Story. A story that was never told
YouTube's
in
goal
Indian
is to
classrooms or
make everything
anywhere else.
AI on the platform
We
so
all
they don't
know
have to
what the
fucking
British
pay
Empire
anyone.
did
Yeah.
in India. The
Yeah.
massacres, the
I-
exploitation, the suffering. But what if I told you the same empire committed an even darker chapter in the Aboriginal people?
No, this is not AI. That was an editing mistake.
The true native empire committed an
Listen.
even darker chapter in the Aboriginal people.
That was an editing mistake. I'm happy to say that this isn't AI. I gotta leave a comment. Hello, brother. Are you AI? Are you a clanker?
The true
If he
natives of
responds,
this continent.
we'll see.
What happened to them wasn't colonization.
Dude, I didn't realize this was gonna be a fucking Australian genocide video. I'm stoked.
It was extermination. And that's the hidden side of Australia's empty heart. A side history chose to silence. To uncover it, we have to go back, all the way to 1606, when Europeans first set foot on this strange and isolated land. When Australia was discovered. Or stolen. Before colonizers ever set foot here, Australia already had its people, the Aboriginals and the
think this is a
Torres
real
Strait
person.
Islanders.
You reckon?
No, it's too weird.
It is a very weird speech pattern. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. But it is, like, what's it? AI. AI. Because the one thing that's giving it away for me that makes me lean on that it's not is that it isn't flooded with fucking content. In 2 weeks, there's 2 videos. You feel me?
For tens of thousands of years, they lived deep within the forests, hunting, gathering, healing, and crafting tools directly from nature. Their
Minecraft?
culture was unlike
I'm not 100. I'm like 60%.
anything the Western world had ever seen. They didn't measure land in dollars or gold. They didn't believe anyone could own the earth. To them, the land owned them. There were no fences, no boundaries, just balance. But then came the 17th century, the age of European expansion, when powerful nations were racing to claim new territories in the name of trade and civilization. India, Africa, the Americas, one by one, each
This
was
is
mapped,
just so weird.
taken,
It is strange.
exploited. And on January 26th, 1788...
I can't even focus on what he's saying because of how weird the video is.
This video has been created for educational and documentary purposes on the Copyright Act, fair use, short clips, visuals, and images. Music is credited. AI does not do that.
That doesn't mean that the narration is a real guy. You can still have a narrator.
Altered or synthetic. How this was made: altered or synthetic content, sound or visuals, edited or digitally generated. Learn more. Okay, so it's a manually selected thing. Okay, it might be. It's just, look,
Get it off.
I will, but it's just very interesting, because, like, if you're gonna do it, this might be the way to do it. Like, it's not, it doesn't seem like it's slop. It seems like he's put it together
Look at
and
the
fed
description.
it looks like he's fed it into a script, and that's all.
Combining using AI This is all AI shit.
Production
Even the
setting.
thumbnails are AI.
Video experience fine-tuned to match professional documentary standards. Forgotten to billion-dollar innovations. Production setup. All videos created using DaVinci Resolve and CapCut. Every script and voiceover is every script, voiceover, and visual is crafted from scratch to deliver a true storytelling experience. Thumbnail and visual design. Each thumbnail is created manually using smartphone tools, combining AI-generated art with realistic details. Interesting. Intriguing.
Robert, it's pissing me off.
Intriguing.
Time the world's leaders are coming together for a G20 summit in Africa. But the U.S. will not be attending the summit this weekend. It has warned South Africa, the host country, not to issue any declaration in its absence. The Trump administration is boycotting the meeting over unsubstantiated claims of persecution of white South Africans. So how effective can the G20 really be? DW's Diane Hawker reports tonight.
A proud moment for South Africa as the host of the first G20 World Leaders Summit held on African soil. Presidents and representatives from many of the world's largest economies, along with the European and African unions, will gather in Johannesburg. However, there will be one notable absence. US President Donald Trump and members of his administration are boycotting the event.
We have a G20 meeting in South Africa. South Africa shouldn't even be in the Gs anymore because what's happened there is bad. I'm not going. I told him I'm not going. I'm not going to represent our country there. It shouldn't be there.
The bad things Trump is referring to are allegations of a genocide against Afrikaners, a white minority group in South Africa.
Welcome to the United States of America.
He has extended special refugee status to any Afrikaners who want to relocate to the United States. South Africa's government has repeatedly rejected these allegations, saying there is no evidence to support the claims of genocide. South Africa's Foreign Minister, Ronald Lamola, warns that the US's boycott could have an impact on the G20 in future.
If I am absent and the institution cannot function, it means the next G20, someone will have a reason not to go to the US and cite whatever. Does it mean that, therefore, there can't be a declaration in the US? It moves to UK, someone has another, and it's 20 countries. You can always have a reason in any country. I mean, out of 20, one will have an issue or a reason of some sort. So this can completely paralyze the G20's work and its function.
South Africa has put the issues of global debt and inequality on this year's agenda, issues that are of particular importance to African states. When it hands over to the next G20 president at the end of this conference, it'll be handing over to the United States. And with diplomatic ties frayed, it's unclear how many of these topics will make it onto the US agenda. International relations researcher Kisaobaka Mopipi says work can go ahead despite the absence of the US.
There will definitely be an impact, especially given that there isn't really precedence around this kind of situation and how it's been.
A little bit. It's a good name.
Mo PP.
How do you say her first name?
That the absence of the
I need no
US.
PP in my life.
Work can go ahead. Nations researcher Kisaobaka Mopipi says
Kisau Baka. And call her Baka. That's rough. That's a hard name to pronounce, damn.
Just call her Mo PP.
work can go ahead despite the absence of the US.
There will definitely be an impact.
Honestly, the more that I learn about Africa, the more the names are fucking great. Like, I fucking love them. They're great. Especially considering how boring white names are. Chris. Chad.
Jack.
Jack. John. Brad.
Impact, especially given that there isn't really precedence around this kind of situation and how it's been handled before. However, I think also it's important to acknowledge that the Leaders Summit is not just a one-day or two-day event. It's the culmination of work that has already been done throughout the course of the year across the different working groups, many of which have been able to achieve consensus on some of the issues that South Africa has placed on the agenda.
Prime Minister.
South Africa is adamant that its G20 presidency will end with some sort of declaration, even if it is the less significant chairperson's statement. But if President Cyril Ramaphosa can convince those present to sign on the dotted line...
MTG fucking resigned? What?
It's in there.
Poggers!
On the list.
That's fucking great.
Technically she's not running again, really, is what it is.
Ah, okay.
She's still going to serve her term.
Her term out, yeah.
Or maybe she might leave her post early. I'm not. But yeah.
Uh-oh.
She's been getting bomb threats and shit.
Oh, shit. Well, that's what happens when you go against the fascist cult. Maybe you'll learn next time.
It could send a strong message to Washington.
Well, for more, I'm joined now by Stephen Chan. He's a professor of world politics at the School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London. Professor, it's good to have you with us. The U.S. president
you can't say that word
he's
anymore.
boycotting this year's G20 because of a genocide against white Afrikaners in South Africa.
Oh.
This dude
Oh.
looks cool as fuck.
My God, there's no way that's why. That's fucking awesome. Like,
What?
the people denying Israeli genocide, claiming, my deaths aren't genocide, right? Being like, oh, well, there needs to be more dead to be genocide. Literally crying over, like, I'm pretty sure it's under 100 people a year. Let me have a look. How many white South African farmers die every year to gang violence? 400. Okay, I was a little off. The number of murders in white South Africans is relatively low compared to the overall murder rate of the country. For example, between 2015 and 2017, there are about 74 murders on farms annually, which is a small fraction of total annual murder counts of amount around 20,000 in South Africa. Here's the ABC doing a fact check. Last year, were 400 white South African farmers murdered. They claim baseless. The plight of the South African farmers caught the attention of local politicians recently when Home Affairs Minister Peter Dutton suggested white farmers were being persecuted and deserve special attention under Australia's humanitarian immigration program. Mr. Dutton's comments, former Prime Minister Tony Abbott told 2GB's Ray Hadley, there is a very serious situation developing in South Africa. Something like 400 white farmers have been murdered brutally over the last 12 months. Mr. Abbott, who is the guy who said there will be no mining or carbon tax under the coalition and is the reason that there is no taxing on companies raping the country and extracting the resources, by the way. Mr. Abbott had made the claim in March 2018, 4 days after Senator David Leyonhjelm, a libertarian, urged Australia's Immigration and Foreign Affairs Minister to help South Africa's farmers. How about we don't let Nazis into the country? We already just deported one. How about we don't? That'd be cool. The verdict. Mr. Abbott's claim is baseless. There are no official statistics available for the past 12 months. The most recent police statistics show that 74 people were murdered on farms in the year to March 2017. That figure is well below the 400 claims, so this is from April 2018. So I'll find a newer one afterwards. The context, farm violence has long plagued South Africa. In 1998, then President Nelson Mandela told a summit on rural safety and security, the government deplores the cold-blooded killings that have been taking place on the farms in the past few years. White killings on farms, like crime in general, have been a feature of South African life for many decades. The incident of murders and assaults in farming areas have increased dramatically in recent years. In 2001 and 2014, the country's Human Rights Commission conducted 3 inquiries into human rights violations in farming communities. In 2001, the police minister appointed a committee for an inquiry into the farm attacks. As the inquiry in 2003's final report explains, farm attacks may have forms and can be executed, may take many forms and can be executed in many various ways. It can happen on any day of the week, at any time of the day or night. It can take place inside the house or outside. Many different crimes can be committed during the course of a farm attack. All kinds of weapons can be used in the attack and anything of value can be stolen. Some attacks leave victims unharmed. In other cases, they are killed or seriously injured. Some attackers have a clear motive, others don't. That is from a report from South Africa. 2023. Okay. Let's look at this one. Bark. New crime numbers show only one white South African farmer died in 12 farm killings. Wait. Oh. Crime numbers show only one white farmer died in 12 farm killings between October and December 2024. That's the other thing. I forgot about this. A lot of the farmers that are being attacked are not white. Police minister took a swipe at the US president claims about attacks on farmers while sharing the latest crime statistics on Friday. We don't know where the farmers he may be referring to are, where is that based? On 12 of the 12 farm murders, 5 were farm dwellers, 4 were workers, 1 was a security guard, 1 wasn't specified. That stat shows serious crimes dropped across all provinces. Murder fell by 9.8% and rape by 3.3%. Despite the drop, 73 people still dying from crime each day in South Africa, of 6,593 murders in the quarter. Gauteng had the most at 25%, followed by KwaZulu-Natal at 21.4%. Livestock theft dropped by 4.5%, bringing relief to farmers. But said the communities in the Eastern Free State, northwestern KwaZulu-Natal, and northern Eastern Cape still faces problems. Though the percentage appears to be relatively small, we note the outcry of communities that farm livestock. Hence, our plan is to combine these 3 provinces into a meeting to discuss this challenge. It seems like South Africa's on top of this. I don't think we need to worry about this.
What?
No way. Wow, it's crazy that when you actually, like, look up what's happening, that you quickly figure out that it's just crime. And
did you see anything
crime
about the Elon Musk Rome expert?
Oh my god, no.
Just Google Elon Musk Rome expert and see if anything comes up. There's also someone tweaked Grok and made it constantly gush about Elon Musk, saying he could beat LeBron James, and then people figured it out and started asking it, who do you think could eat more shit and stuff like that?
Okay, this is going to be a crazier one than I expected.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Flint Dibble! That's right! I think I put this on the list already, too.
Alright, he speaks pretty slowly, so I'm going to speed him up.
Earlier this week, a feud erupted on Twitter.
Hey, look, he's speaking at normal pace.
Between Elon Musk and this guy named Roman Helmet Guy about the fall of Rome.
And
yes, this was
Roman Helmet Guy.
trending on Twitter, and it led me down a rabbit hole. I want to explain to you today the actual historical evidence for the fall of Rome and why nothing these guys say makes any sense. The second thing that it led me down a rabbit hole is about Elon Musk's views on history itself, the big picture of history.
Okay, I don't know how Rome fell, but my guess is they overextended, they overspent, and the people got mad.
Well, the main thing that I like to argue, because I, of course, also use the fall of Rome for a political advantage,
yes,
is I make this argument about walls and how building walls leads to the end of empires.
Yep. Unless you're China. Then the Mongolians just keep attacking your shitty wall.
There was a great video I saw back in the day on this as well. But my whole argument in framing it around the walls is that
very excited today.
They believe that they can position less soldiers and that the walls make up for the soldiers. This is what happened in Israel as well. Right, with Hamas attacking them.
Yeah.
This is this philosophy you have around defensive fortifications that allows you to post less soldiers. And because there was less soldiers and Rome was already overextended, like it's something that it's not necessarily the wall that creates this, but civilizations get to this point where they know they're overextended and they don't have the troops, and their solution is to build a wall.
Okay.
Type stuff.
Do you think what I was saying with the false security is also an aspect that people are like, oh, well, I'm secure. We don't have to worry about it anymore. We're safe. There's a wall.
Did this not happen in Israel?
Yeah. But it was also just the kibbutz. I don't know if they would have been as successful had they gone into, like, Tel Aviv.
Yeah, but the fucking Gauls didn't fucking invade the fucking Italian boot.
That's true. That is true.
You know, like, these people didn't fucking... They attacked the wall of Rome, the outskirts of Rome.
Yeah, because like
but like the Italian helmet guy, basically his entire philosophy and argument comes down to that people had lost like a nationalist sentiment with Rome.
Ah, so you mean
like Rome
fascism.
fell because nobody wanted to defend it.
So this is fascist rhetoric.
Yeah. Well, no. So Elon Musk says that multiculturalism is why it fell.
Unfucking real. He's fucking stupid. He's so fucking dumb. Unfucking real. Did I tell you about Grok pushing assimilation?
Well, speaking of which, the fucking internet comment etiquette video that just came out.
Okay.
You should put that on after this.
Okay.
It's about Grok.
Ooh, interesting.
BB.
Cool. Coming today.
BB, why you try to fight Zapata?
And it's absolutely wild. It's another one of these doomsday apocalyptic sort of views, and he uses it to justify his entire worldview. So this is Archaeology with Flint Dibble. I'm Flint Dibble. Let's dig into
Flint.
Elon Musk and the fall of Rome. So this is absolutely wild. This is the Twitter thread that everybody's been laughing about. In a sense, Elon Musk says no foreign policy actions can save a civilization if its population keeps dropping. Population collapse of Romans over time is what caused Rome to fall. Roman helmet guy says, no, it's actually the barbarians that came in, the Goths and the Vandals. And Elon Musk replies, read more. And Roman helmet guy says, Elon, I'm underemployed reading primary sources from Roman history all day while you are running 5 companies. I'm sorry, but I know more about Rome than you. To which
Brother,
Elon Musk...
he's not running shit. Bro,
no, but
is
his argument is, I'm underemployed, as in I have plenty of free time while you're running 5 companies. And suddenly, like, Elon wants to invent all this stuff that he does, like he's a pro gamer and all this stuff.
The LARP, yes.
Dude, he's so bizarre.
He's a very strange character, especially considering that he's literally the world's richest man by a long way.
And he's still fragile.
Literally grow the fuck up. You could literally leave everyone alone, do nothing, and nobody would give a fuck. Like, you could literally exist, be the biggest piece of shit billionaire that you could ever possibly be. Worse than Bezos. And you would get away with it. People would fucking love you. But you just had to speak on Twitter and act like people give a fuck about what you say. And as a result, now everybody fucking hates you. Tesla is done. They just made him a trillionaire. Tesla's done.
I love that. For the longest time, it was anti-Elon Musk.
Yeah.
By all these people.
Yeah, and now they're all sucking his dick. It's really cool. I really enjoy it. I really enjoy how people are this fucking
called
stupid.
fragility.
Yeah. Unfucking real.
Musk replies, no, you don't. In the end, I think that neither of these guys have the picture right. Let's get a sense of what we should be thinking about and why Elon should not be trusted when it comes to Roman history. And that's a well-known fact among Roman historians, by the way. Here's Mary Beard expressing that very point.
I have to say that if I was to give anybody a warning tonight, I would say that if ever they see a tweet from Musk saying anything about the Roman Empire, go and do a bit of research.
Check it with you first.
9 times out of 10, it is sheer rubbish.
Exactly. Elon Musk has tweeted a whole lot about the Roman Empire, and it is not even 9 times out of 10. It is 10 times out of 10 sheer rubbish.
Hysterical.
Absolutely correct. So when we talk about the fall of Rome, this is actually a fairly complex phenomenon. If we go back, for example, to the summary of this debate by Grok, you can even see that Grok gets this right at the end.
Anytime I hear Grok, all I can think of is the internet comment etiquette character.
Not a single cause. Notably, what's missing is Elon Musk's big bugbear, which is fertility and the birth rate. And we're going to get into that in some depth. So when we talk about the fall of Rome, we are predominantly talking about the fall of the Western Roman Empire. So here is Dr. Paul Friedman summarizing the collapse of the political union of the Western Roman Empire, because that's what we mean. It's a political collapse in many ways. So here's Dr. Paul Friedman from Yale giving a lecture to some of his students there.
Today we're going to talk about the transformation of the Roman Empire, and I use the somewhat neutral
an undramatic word, transformation. It can be fall of the Roman Empire, collapse of the Roman Empire. Be clear that we're talking about the fall of the Western Empire. Next week, we'll talk about the survival of the Eastern Empire. From 410 to 480, the Western Roman Empire disintegrated. It was dismembered by barbarian groups who were, except for the Huns, not really very barbarian. That is, they were not intent on mayhem and destruction. All they really wanted to do was to be part of the empire, to share in its wealth and accomplishments, rather than to destroy it. Nevertheless, 476 is the conventional date for the end of the Western Empire, because in that year, a barbarian chieftain deposed a Roman emperor. Nothing very new about this for the 5th century.
So what we're thinking about here is a political collapse. And this is actually something that historians have documented is a long-term process that takes several centuries. It's not a sudden event, though the traditional view, as Paul just sort of explained, shows some of these sudden events of the 5th century. But that has a long lead up. So we can see, for example, the division of the Roman Empire, for example, into 4 parts in the 4th century, and this really sticks into 2 parts, the Western versus the Eastern Empire after Constantine. And so this is the initial sort of political disintegration, one could say, of the Roman Empire. And this accelerates, of course, into the 5th century, with the 5th century, what we could think of as the Roman Empire. This is 457, so before that 476 date. In red is what is still controlled by the Roman Empire, and then there's these other kingdoms that are sort of growing around it. Now, to make sure that we don't overemphasize this collapse, because what's going on is the Roman Empire is more than just the Western Roman Empire, and the Eastern Roman Empire actually stays stable for another millennium. And we call that the Byzantine Empire, though, of course, they did not call that the Byzantine Empire. They called that the Roman Empire. So in many ways, we really need to repicture our understanding of this collapse. It's not simple, because we see that half of it actually continues as a successful political entity into the future, while the other half splinters into these kind of kingdoms. So what is Elon Musk claiming is the cause for this? He repeats the cause multiple times. Here he is last year on Lex Fridman talking about the fall of Rome.
As soon as any given civilization reaches a level of prosperity, the birth rate drops. And now you can go look at the same thing happening in ancient.
Hey, Elon. Even in nature, when the environment is not suitable, animals stop giving birth.
In ancient Rome. So,
you are making it unsuitable. You are one of the main factors making the world unsuitable to have children.
Like, it's so much easier if you want to do this fascist grift, right?
Yeah.
It's so much easier to do. I thought I was incorrect, because I thought it was about multiculturalism on why they were making this argument. It's so much easier to make the argument about multiculturalism and immigrants being the reason why Rome fell, because as Flint was just describing, or the professor in his video was just describing, that these people weren't actually barbarians. They just wanted a share in the wealth.
Okay.
Right. And you would think someone like Elon Musk would be more plugged into that. People who are on the outskirts of the society that's been built up, who want in on the built up society.
Even though
they don't want to destroy it, they want part of it.
The epitome of it.
It's about fairness.
Yeah.
And that type of stuff, right?
Yeah, they're obsessed with being victims, so they need fairness
applied
like, to them.
Why are we arguing about birth rates here?
Oh, that's just a
when you could easily do a whole fascist grift about multiculturalism ending Rome.
Don't give them ideas.
Well, the fascists already do this.
50.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, that's why I'm like so confused about it.
As well, he is a supremely stupid person.
That is true.
BC, and tried to pass, I don't know if you're successful, tried to pass a law to give an incentive for any Roman citizen that would have a third child. And I think Augustus was able to, well, he was, the dictator, so this Senate was just for show. I think he did pass a tax incentive for Roman citizens to have a third child. But those efforts were unsuccessful. Rome fell because the Romans stopped making Romans. That's actually the fundamental issue. And there were other things. There was they had quite a series of malaria epidemics and plagues and whatnot. But they had those before. It's just that the birth rate was far lower than the death rate.
Now, this is wrong on so many levels. I almost don't even know where to begin. First of all, We have absolutely no understanding of the birth rate in ancient Rome. There is no fertility records. There's literally nothing that we can use to estimate fertility in the ancient world. We don't have records of live births. And what we do have an understanding of is actually that the birth rate in pre-modern civilizations was quite high. And we estimate that it's similar in Rome compared to other ones, which is that women actually have 5 to 6 children, and about a third to half of them are passing away due to infant mortality. I have a whole video on infant mortality, the Agora bone well, if you want to check out the results of it in ancient Athens that you could see after this. The other big problem with what Musk is talking about here is the evidence that he cites.
I mean, high mortality in the New World was a big thing too. That's why all the Protestants were like, pop kids out. You know, women's job is to shit kids out.
And then they would die.
Chain them to the hut. Chain them to the hut. Shit out kids in the hut. If she dies, get a new one. Need more kids. You know, that's why... Weren't they polyamorous? Or
well,
what?
Hang on.
That was the Protestants?
Well... What year does the Protestant Reformation happen? It was like I was watching The Passion of Joan of Arc and I made a joke, like she was based because she killed Protestants, but she was like 100 or so years before the Protestants existed, so she was actually fighting like the Church of England, who were, it was more political with French and English, but I was joking, you know?
Yeah. Protestant Reformation was with Martin Luther in 1517.
Yep.
1517. Martin Luther. Lutheran.
Okay, so
Lutheran?
It was
is that a Lutheran thing? Is that who that guy is? Interesting. Wait, so the Germans are Prots as well? Fucking another German
Germany,
L.
the Catholics are worse. Right? So, like, in Germany specifically, the Catholics are worse than the Protestants, from what I've been told and heard.
So the Protestant Reformation was a religious reform movement that swept through Europe in 1500, resulting in the creation in a branch of Christianity called Protestantism, a name used collectively to refer to many religious groups that separate from the Roman Catholic Church due to differences in doctrine. The Protestant Reformation began in Wittenberg, Germany. A teacher and monk published a document called Disputation and Power of Indulgences of 95 Theses.
He likes... Martin Luther fucking basically put his manifesto and, like, nailed it to the church door.
Oh. Interesting. His document was a series of 95 ideas about Christianity that he invited people to debate with him. Debate me, bro.
Yep. The original debate, bro.
Invited people to debate with him. These ideas were controversial because they directly contradicted the Catholic Church. Luther's statements challenged the Catholic Church's role as intermediary between people and God, specifically when it came to the indulgence system, which is in part allowed people to purchase a certificate of pardon for the punishment of their sins. Luther argued against the practice of buying or earning forgiveness, believing instead that salvation is a gift God gives to those who have faith. Cringe. Wow. Should have killed this guy. This is bad.
I mean, calling out the Catholic Church at the time was...
Sure, like, it makes sense.
The Catholic Church was a terrible institution. I mean, it still is a terrible institution. But especially at the time.
What was going on in the 1500s?
Well, I mean, like he was saying, fucking allowing the rich to buy their ways into heaven.
Is that the Dark Ages? When was the Dark Ages?
The 1500s? Bro, Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. The Dark Ages is like, you know, 30.
Way before, okay. From the fall of the Western Roman Empire to approximately 1000 AD. Early Middle Ages in Western Europe. Okay. What was happening in...
There was too much money at the time for it to be Dark Ages.
Yeah, okay. This was this post... Romanticism, like all the Gothic age and shit? Is this like where all that shit was made? Because God, what's the fucking Enlightenment is what I'm fucking talking about. When was the Enlightenment?
It's still the Enlightenment era.
Okay. So I don't give a fuck about this history. I'm just learning on the go.
It's probably early Enlightenment, and Martin Luther might have been inspired by some of these ideas of Enlightenment. Because that's the thing is like Enlightenment was very anti-authority.
17th and 18th century. It was after this.
But I'm saying there might have been early Enlightenment, is what I'm saying.
Followed by Romanticism, preceded by the Scientific Revolution. That is interesting. That is interesting that this happened during the Scientific Revolution. Theoretically.
I'm going through change.
Yeah, 1543 to 1687 was the Scientific Enlightenment.
I'm going through changes.
Fascinating. Early modern Europe classicism. Weimar classicism. Okay, hold on. What came before the Scientific Revolution? Greek. Aristotle. Ptolemy. Geocentric model. Okay, so this is still peak god time. Okay, so this happened peak god time. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The church had like all the power. That was the issue.
Okay. See, this is what happens when. I could have just made shit up, but here I am looking shit up. Takes time.
You know who's the worst Protestants?
Americans.
The Calvinists.
I think we've spoken about them before. That sounds familiar.
No, they are familiar. They're the Australian ones.
Gross.
The Protestants in Australia are Calvinist.
The Episcopal churches. Yeah, okay. Good. Great. Yay.
Seventh-day Adventists are bad too.
Presbyterian, Reformed Anglican, Congregationalist. Okay. Reformed Baptist. Yeah, we do have a lot of Baptist church here.
It's so funny. You can never be like all Islam is bad, but we can specifically say what Protestants are bad. Because like, I don't know. I feel like a Methodist has never hurt anyone.
I wouldn't say never. Ugh. These fucking two.
This fertility law passed by Augustus, the first Roman Empire, encouraging women and families to have 3 children. What's the problem with that? The problem with that is that this is at the beginning of the Roman Empire, not the end of the Roman Empire. It's completely disconnected. And in fact, the estimates of population show that population grows after Augustus's period for the next 2 centuries. In fact, some population estimates include that it grows by 30 to 40%. And what causes population decline has nothing to do with birth rate, has nothing to do with fertility, but instead has to do with another series of economic and in particular health disasters and climate disasters that strike the Roman Empire from the 3rd century, 4th century, and 5th century. And that has nothing to do with fertility. There is no
Did a volcano blow up? What the fuck happened?
Well, I mean, what about Pompeii?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. When did Pompeii explode? 79 AD. That is Roman Empire. Yes. Yeah, it was the Roman Empire. So.
When does Islam get founded? Is it 900 or 90?
Give me a second. The event destroyed several Roman towns and settlements in the area. Pompeii and Herculaneum obliterated and buried underneath massive pyroclastic surges and ashfall. Okay, so yes. Buried the Roman settlements of Pompeii, Herculaneum, Oplontis, and Stabby. I don't know how to fucking spell it. Say it. I'm gonna say Stabby. It's the Roman town of Stabby. It was destroyed.
Discussion about dropping birth rates. Elon Musk is quite literally...
Dude, Pompeii would have been fucking devastating for the Roman Empire. When did the Roman Empire fall?
You know, it's kind of sad, you know?
470. So it was early
Like
Roman Empire.
Like, it was so long ago and still detached, but, like, just thinking about how awful that must have been for the people who lived there kind of makes me depressed.
Yeah. Although, I don't know, it wouldn't have been quick either, that's the worst part. They were definitely suffering under that ash.
Well, the fucking bodies were preserved. That's the whole thing of Pompeii.
Yeah. Like, that's probably our best example of a Roman, of the Roman Empire I think we could probably ever have.
You want to know what's one of my favorite things about the Nazis? Which is a wild sentence to start, but they wanted to be the next Roman Empire, so that the way they built structures was to make sure that they would like age and look like Roman structures.
Oh my god!
And then the Allies just went in and blew half of them up anyway. Just
Fucking
like those structures didn't last a fucking few years. They got blown the fuck up. You fucking dumbass Nazis. Fucking cringe Nazi shit.
Very funny. Okay, so 27 BC is when Augustus took reign. So Pompeii happened about 30 years after.
Literally, because you could pretty much put to like, I just know like with basic history, you can kind of say the Roman Empire starts at 0 AD, and like that's when. That's not necessarily true. It's like give or take a few years, but basically, the fact that it's, 27, it shows it's literally at the beginning of the Roman Empire, and Elon has no fucking clue what he's talking about, as usual.
Okay, so it was Mount Vesuvius blew up 50 years after the establishment of the Roman Empire. Fucking imagine settling in Civ and then your entire civilization gets wiped out, or half of it gets wiped out by a volcano. you would be fucked. I don't know how the Roman Empire, like, it must have been a very isolated incident. Maybe it didn't impact much of the overall empire, because
good thing Civ tells you if you're going to settle next to a volcano.
Yeah. But because the Roman Empire, it was it all of Italy and a little bit of the Balkans? The initial one?
Look up a map at the period.
Initial Roman Empire.
Unlike Elon Musk, I'm not a Rome expert.
AD. Hold on. Roman map of Roman Empire when Vesuvius blew up. Oh, this is just a map website. Let's open in new tab. Let's share that tab. Okay, so by 7... Wow, they fucking moved quickly. Holy shit.
The Mediterranean Sea is really easy to navigate.
That's fucking crazy. They took Alexandria.
Easiest large body in the world to navigate.
Wild. That's crazy. So they had Alexandria at this point. When was Alexander the Great? Was that super early?
That's Greece. Actually, it's before Greece.
It's Macedonia, sorry, yes.
Yeah,
okay.
he's Macedonian.
That's my bad. When was Alexander? Because he was only like 27 or some shit, wasn't he, when he died? Wars of Alexander the Great were Macedon from 336 to 323 BC. Beginning campaign against the Persian Empire. Established the largest empire of the modern world. And Rome was AD, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is almost just a complete, like, most of this would just be taking from Macedonia's empire, no? I guess it was 300 years between Rome and Macedonia. But when did Macedonia lose that territory?
I don't think Greece gets conquered.
Territory taken by Alexander.
Why don't you just look up how the Roman Empire came to be?
Macedonia began losing territories conquered by Alexander the Great after his death in 323 BC, leading to a series...
they lost territory right away. So did fucking Genghis Khan. You're talking about fucking Afghanistan, bro.
Okay. Which ultimately...
You gotta look up when the Roman Empire came to be. And
division...
And what happened to Greece. How did Greece become the Roman Empire? Look up that.
How did Greece become the Roman Empire?
Yes.
By 300 BC, the Macedonian Empire was significantly reduced and carved up between the dynasties of Alexander's successors. That's right. They basically said, fuck this guy, split it.
That's what happened with Genghis Khan as well.
Okay. Isn't it funny how, like, the one strong man, when he goes, it just crumbles? It's like they're the one thing keeping it all glued together, and as soon as they're gone, it crumbles because there's no unified goal. It's fucking authoritarian. How did Greece become Roman Empire? Greece became a part of the Roman Empire through a prolonged military and political process, starting with Roman victories over the kingdom of Macedon in the 2nd century BC. Second? So a couple 150 years after Alexander. The process was completed by Emperor Augustus in 27 BC when he established Rome. Okay, so Greece was Rome from the very beginning.
I love that literally the guy who established Rome, Elon Musk, is saying is at the end.
That's crazy. Ugh, history stream today, huh? It's funny because everybody's like, oh, fucking white guys obsessed with Rome. Couldn't give a fuck. This is all new information to me.
Making this up. He's not making this up. I've tracked down where he gets this from. But he repeats this false information all the time. Here are tweets of his going back 3 different over the last...
Elon Musk repeating false information? No way.
3 years talking about birth rates causing the end of the ancient Roman Empire, when I cannot emphasize enough, no historian talks about this because we have no credible evidence related to birth rates. So where is Elon Musk getting this narrative from?
Nazis!
Well, this took some work. This is part of the rabbit hole I've gone down for you.
This is
my
guess?
Getting it from a very specific book. Here he is talking about it.
And if you look at the history of civilizations, which I encourage people to read, the history of civilizations. In fact, it's literally a book called The Story of Civilization. It's quite...
The Story of Civilization.
I mean, he's going to tell you what it is right here. Why are you looking it up?
Because I want to look it up. 11-volume series of books covering Western history.
Let it play, please. I want to hear them talk about
Will and Ariel Durant.
Let it play, please.
So that's the book he's getting it from. He's getting it from The Story of Civilizations, written by Will Durant. And this is a book from 1944. I cannot emphasize that enough. This is a book from 1944, written by an eminent professor, but not a professor of history, a professor of philosophy. Will Durant, 1944. It is absolutely out of date. Our understanding of Roman demographics, our understanding of Roman settlements, our understanding of Roman archaeology, inscriptions, and texts has changed dramatically in the last 80 years. And Elon Musk is going around parroting material that is written during World War II. Essentially, during a completely different period, by someone who was not a trained historian and did not have access to the evidence base that we have today that shows the complexity that is the fall of Rome. Especially,
I was going to say, hasn't like archaeology produced like copious amounts of information in like the last 20 years more than it has in the last 70? Like, the advances in technology to understanding our history has advanced so much in the last few years. This is a point that I didn't even consider. Like, well done.
Actually, the fall of the Western Roman Empire, I should clarify, because of course the Eastern Roman Empire continues. And so we actually have a whole lot more evidence for it. So we showed Elon Musk on Lex Friedman from last year. A month later, Lex Friedman hosted a good Roman archaeologist and historian, Dr. Greg Aldrete. And here he is talking about the complexity of evidence and piecing out just when we can pinpoint the fall of Rome.
This is a real game. Pick your favorite date for the fall of the Roman Empire. 476 is a very common one. And what happens in that year is a barbarian king comes down into Italy and deposes a guy named Romulus Augustulus, which is an amazing name. It's combining the names of the founder of Rome, Romulus, with Augustus, the second founder of Rome. And so some people say that's the end of the Roman Empire. Sure. But others say it's 410 when Alaric sacks Rome for the first time. Others say it's 455 when the Vandals come and sack.
Holy shit. So the fall of Western Rome literally took everything up until Greece. It took Italy from the Romans. That's so fucking funny. That's fucking hysterical. This is like me taking the Maori capital and then them being like, please give it back.
Back Rome and do a much more thorough job of it this time.
Eastern Rome, like even when that falls, it still carries over and becomes the Ottoman Empire.
The Ottomans, yeah, I was gonna say, does it come the Ottomans? Because it's Constantinople.
I mean, it's very later, but like, you know, like it's still that whole populous area. It's just because the Mediterranean Sea is so easy to navigate.
I forgot Petra
that you
was in
can
Georgia.
rule everything around it.
Hey, look, Antiochia. That's a cool name. I didn't even show the map. There's the map. Probably should have showed the map, huh? So that's pretty interesting, though, that it took literally everything. Fragmented Britain kingdoms. What is this? This Anglo-Saxons here? Interesting.
Yeah, they come over.
Frankish kingdoms. Why is all this grey area? Is that just Germanic?
Well, it's the Anglo-Saxons and shit.
Okay. Realm of Sigurius? Aramorcia? Is what, France? Kingdom of... is that Portugal? Was Portugal here? So Spain. Where is Portugal, actually?
It's on the west coast of Spain.
It is, so I'm correct. Yes, okay. Interesting, okay. Kingdom of the Vandals. That goes fucking hard. What's that, North Libya? Hey, look! Tuaregs. Zagalas. Holy shit, that's the group being targeted by the fucking RSF at the moment. God damn.
The RSF also are, like, the links to Tuaregs. They're not Tuareg, but Tuareg is the Gaddafi guys.
Yes.
So they also are linked to the partisans in the Confederacy.
Oh, look, they had a little settlement over in Russia.
Crimea.
Or is that Crimea? That's Crimea. Holy shit. What a shit map. Doesn't even look like Crimea.
That's why the south of Crimea was like Muslim and stuff too.
Ah.
Like the Ottoman Empire still was able to extend through a lot of this stuff.
Fascinating. Ostruth. Realm of Nepos. Realm of Nepos. I am changing my location on Twitter to Realm of Nepos. That's fucking amazing. Realm of Nepos. Save. That's a fucking great name. This would continue playing, wouldn't it?
Beginning of the Roman Empire, not the end of the Roman Empire. It's completely disconnected. And in fact, the estimates of population show that population grows after Augustus's period for the next 2 centuries. In fact, some population estimates include that it grows by 30 to 40%. And what causes population decline has nothing to do with birth rate, has nothing to do with fertility, but instead has to do with another series of economic and in particular health disasters and climate disasters that strike the Roman Empire from the 3rd century, 4th century, and 5th century. And that has nothing to do with fertility. There is no discussion about dropping birth rates. Elon Musk is quite literally making this up. He's not making this up. I've tracked down where he gets this from, but he repeats this false information all the time. Here are tweets of his going back over the last 3 years, talking about birth rates causing the end of the ancient Roman Empire, when I cannot emphasize enough, no historian talks about this because we have no credible evidence related to birth rates. So where is Elon Musk getting this narrative from? Well, this took some work. This is part of the rabbit hole I've gone down for you. He is getting it from a very specific book. Here he is talking about it.
And if you look at the history of civilizations, which I encourage people to read, the history of civilizations. In fact, it's literally a book called The Story of Civilization. It's quite good.
So that's the book he's getting it from. He's getting it from The Story of Civilizations, written by Will Durant. And this is a book from 1944. I cannot emphasize that enough. This is a book from 1944, written by an eminent professor, but not a professor of history, a professor of philosophy. Will Durant, 1944. It is absolutely out of date. Our understanding of Roman demographics, our understanding of Roman settlements, our understanding of Roman archaeology, inscriptions, and texts has changed dramatically in the last 80 years. And Elon Musk is going around parroting material that is written during World War II, essentially, during a completely different period by someone who was not a trained historian and did not have access to the evidence base that we have today that shows the complexity that is the fall of Rome, especially the fall of the Western Roman Empire. I should clarify, because of course the Eastern Roman Empire continues. And so we actually have a whole lot more evidence for it. So we showed Elon Musk on Lex Fridman from last year. A month later, Lex Fridman hosted a good Roman archaeologist and historian, Dr. Greg Aldrete. And here he is talking about the complexity of evidence and piecing out just when we can pinpoint the fall of Rome.
This is a real game. Pick your favorite date for the fall of the Roman Empire. 476 is a very common one. And what happens in that year is a barbarian king comes down into Italy and deposes a guy named Romulus Augustulus, which is an amazing name. It's combining the names of the founder of Rome, Romulus, with Augustus, the second founder of Rome. And so some people say that's the end of the Roman Empire. Sure. But others say it's 410 when Alaric sacks Rome for the first time. Others say it's 455 when the Vandals come and sack Rome and do a much more thorough job of it this time. Some say it's 180 when Marcus Aurelius picks poorly in succession. Some say it's 31 when Octavian wins the Battle of Actium and kills the Roman Republic. Or you can go past that date and say it's 1453 when the Eastern Roman Empire finally falls. And I mean, the Eastern Empire is legitimately the Roman Empire. If you would go and ask them, who are you? They wouldn't say, we're the Byzantines, we're the Eastern Roman Empire. They would just say, we're the Romans. And they have a completely legitimate claim to do that. So this whole game of when does the empire fall is problematic. And the other thing is, all those dates about invasions that cluster around the 400s, so 410, 455, 476, you have to ask yourself, who counts as a real Roman by that point? Because for a while now, the Romans themselves are often coming from barbarians, are crossing that boundary. Roman generals, they might get raised as a Hun, then serve with the Roman army for a while, then not, or Visigoths or not. That's been going on for a long time. So what makes someone a real Roman? How do you tell that the guy kicked out in 476 was a, quote, real Roman, and the barbarian king who took his place wasn't? That's a very arbitrary decision.
That is how a real Roman historian sounds. We deal with actual evidence, actual dates, actual facts, and we realize that our view of the past, trying to simplify it, doesn't always work. The reality of the collapse of the Western Roman Empire is extremely complex. It's a slow-moving process that takes place over centuries, to the point where historians cannot even document exactly when it happens. And at the same time, the identities of these individuals involved, barbarian versus Roman, is far
I'm getting a call. Be right back.
more complex than the caricature of Roman history that pervades, the public discourse that Elon engages in. Elon is clearly not an actual historian because he thinks there's just one fucking cause, and a cause for which there is not a single bit of evidence: declining birth rates. So let's look at the complexity again with Dr. Greg Aldrete of why the Roman Empire collapses.
I mean, this is the other game, is people like to say, when did the Roman Empire fall? The other big question is why? Why did the Roman Empire fall, if you define it as falling? And I mean, barbarian invasions was the traditional answer. So there's a French historian famously said, the Roman Empire didn't fall, it was murdered. It was killed by barbarians. But I mean, there's other explanations. Some people say it was Christianity. Some say it was climate, that the Roman Empire flourished during this moment of luck when just the climate was good, and then you get this sort of late Roman Little Ice Age and everything goes downhill, and that's what caused it. There's some that say things like disease. There were a whole series of waves of plague that started to hit under Marcus Aurelius and continued after him, which seemed to have caused real serious death and economic disruption. I mean, that's a decent explanation. Another popular one is moral decline, which I don't think really works well. You even get the people saying, lead poisoning, but that's not true because they were drinking out of the same pipes when the empire was expanding.
So there we go. There's a bazillion different explanations, many of them good, some of them bad. And the bad ones are moral decline and fertility birth rates, because we have zero evidence for those. And Elon Musk repeatedly emphasizing these is simply not accurate, and you should not be listening to him, as Mary Beard says. So the reality is that the crux of the fall of the Western Roman Empire comes down to two camps in ancient historians. There are the catastrophists, or the collapse people, that believe that this is a collapse, and then there are the continuous, those who believe that this is actually a transformation. And so let's hear Paul Friedman sort of summarize this debate.
The world of late Roman historians is divided, roughly speaking, between catastrophists and continuists. As you may guess, the catastrophists think the fall of the Roman Empire, whether we date it 476, or there's some reasons to date it really 550 for reasons we'll learn in, next week, between 450 and 550, a catastrophe happened. A civilization was wiped out, and really, if not literally a dark ages, a more primitive, more warlike, more illiterate and more rural period was ushered in. The disappearance of ancient texts, things that the Romans knew, from that lost Hortensius dialogue of Cicero that Augustine was so fond of, to many other kinds of works that had been known to the Roman world, right? I can't remember exactly how many plays Aeschylus wrote, but it's something on the order of 60, and we have 3. So the disappearance of texts, the end of literacy, except for a very small portion of the Christian clergy. A more primitive architecture, the end of grand civic projects like aqueducts, colosseums, theaters, baths. A more isolated society without these urban centers, a diminished population spread across the countryside, mostly engaged in subsistence. Hence the, if not end of trade, the radical diminution of trade. The continuists, people like Collins, whom I just quoted, see the political changes as dramatic, all right, but as essentially surface phenomena, based partly on archaeology and partly on a more sympathetic understanding of Christian practices. In other words, they don't think that the proliferation of churches, saints, cults is necessarily a sign of primitiveness. So based on both archaeology and an understanding of Christianity, these continuists point to the survival of trade, the role of bishops and other church officials as replacing the Roman governors. The Roman political order may have collapsed in terms of staffing by lay people and military people, but the bishops were now the rulers of the city. The bishops would now do things like ensure the food supply, rally the local population against barbarian invasions, educate the populace. And the barbarian kings themselves try, with some success, to perpetuate the Roman order. They collect taxes, for example. That may or may not be a good thing. They engage in some kind of public works, some kind of maintenance of order. This civilization of the 6th and 7th centuries in what comes to be considered Western Europe rather than the Western Roman Empire is not radically more barbarized or primitive than the late Roman Empire, thus the continuists.
So there we have it. These are the two camps, the catastrophists and the continuists. And it's not even as simple as that. The idea of this being a catastrophe, such as we see, for example, in memes like this, the hole left by the Christian Dark Ages, which represents the collapse of all scientific progress, this is just public perception. Even the catastrophists that Dr. Friedman was describing would not subscribe to a graph such as this. The catastrophe is not so grim and not so dark. And in particular, it is far more slow moving, though it's punctuated by a few different major events that hindered the sort of the reformation of the Roman Empire after its, especially the Western Roman Empire, after its political disintegration. If you want a really good update, a modern take on the sort of catastrophist approach, I would suggest reading Kyle Harper's The Fate of Rome, published in, I think, 2017, 2018, I'm forgetting the exact date. This is a fantastic read, and he puts together a wide variety of historical, archaeological, environmental, and in particular evidence for disease burden. This is one of the key points that he brings to bear, that archaeologists are actually really modifying our picture of what's happening at this time with our evidence for disease burden, and in particular plagues. And so there's two key points here that he makes. One of them is the impact of disease, and in particular the severe impact of disease. And here he is.
The period that I normally work on is sort of from the High Roman Empire, so like the glory days of the Pax Romana in the 1st or 2nd century, which is usually where I start, through what we call the late antique or early medieval period, so the 6th or 7th century. And at the beginning of this period, Rome dominates this Mediterranean empire. It's what you think of when you think of ancient Rome. It's the largest city in the world. It's the center of the this huge network. And then by the end of this period, the city of Rome has, we don't know, 50 to 100,000 people. It's a 10th or 20th of its former size. And I think we now can say pretty clearly that environmental factors like climate, but also especially diseases, play a part in that really big transformation. And well, there's a problem because we don't have the same kind of modern government mortality statistics that we do for like COVID or even for the last century or century and a half. We have to piece together from clues, but it's pretty clear that the bubonic plague events, whether you're talking about the Black Death of the 14th century, the plague of Justinian in the 6th century, these events are capable of causing death rates temporarily that are just orders of magnitude beyond what we're accustomed to. And even in these ancient societies, the reason why these were so shocking, in a world where the death rate's always pretty high, probably, several percent of the Roman population, 3-4% a year, may be dying in a normal year. And so for them to just be utterly shocked by the death rate already tells you that it's some multiple of what they're accustomed to.
So this gives you a sense of the impact of one of these plague events, the Justinian plague. And that takes place in the 6th century after the political fragmentation that we've already looked at. And so in many ways, as Dr. Kyle Harper is saying to Dwarkesh Patel, is that this is preventing the reconstitution of the Roman Empire by the Emperor Justinian, who had reconquered Italy and was actually on the process of reconstituting the Roman Empire. He was able to keep together the Eastern Roman Empire. The second aspect that Kyle Harper talks about in his book, The Fate of Rome, which I highly recommend everybody read, is just how slow going this process is. These climate impacts and disease impacts do not start this late. We see the reduction in what's going on in the Roman Empire really from the 3rd century onwards. There's what's called the 3rd century crisis. And this is precipitated by the Antonine Plague, which Kyle Harper has a whole chapter on. It's a really catching chapter because Galen, the ancient physician, was there. But this is also backed up by archaeological evidence that shows a major decline in the Roman economy from the 3rd century onwards. We can see this in the debasement of the coinage, or in this graph from an article by Andy Wilson, which I'll put in the description of the video below, which shows a drop-off in shipwrecks, a severe drop-off in shipwrecks. Some of this drop-off is due to the visibility of shipwrecks. Amphorae, made out of clay, stopped being used as frequently from the 2nd century AD onwards, and they're replaced slowly by barrels. And barrels disintegrate, or more likely to disintegrate, I should say. However, even if we just look at shipwrecks that have stone, we can see this major drop-off in trade starting in the 4th century. And so, there's a huge drop-off and decline in the functioning of and health of the Roman Empire that we can trace politically through its initial fragmentation into 4 parts. We can trace it economically, and this occurs hundreds of years before what we think of as the collapse of Rome. So this is obviously, even the catastrophists see this as an extremely slow-moving process. The collapse of the Western Roman Empire is a process, not an event. So even seeing it as a catastrophe is probably the wrong term, because this is taking place over many, many generations, very slowly. And this, of course, then leads to the second camp, who are the transformists, who believe that Rome did not just, the continuous, I should say. And podcaster Mike Duncan of the podcast, The History of Rome, summarizes this up quite well.
I mean, Rome is a huge civilization that we see the entire course of it from its founding to its growth, to its peak, to its decline, to its fall. Was it even a fall? Was it merely a transformation? It's probably just a transformation. Calling it a fall was probably too dramatic. And of course, the Eastern Empire is going to keep going for another.
So this gives you a sense that this is actually, I think, in my mind, the predominant view of ancient historians right now is this idea that it's a transformation. Because what we're seeing is something that takes place so slowly, and the more we delve into the depth and detail of the historical and archaeological record, we see more and more evidence for social continuity. Alice Roberts' new book, Domination, which just came out this year, actually summarizes this up quite well. She writes, for example, in, I think it's chapter 2, keeping it in the family. And she documents really quickly that we have this richness of textual historical record for 5th century Gaul that provides us with amazingly detailed glimpses into events and experiences, with a narrow lens into these literate elites. But what it does is it allows us to trace families through time and see how interconnected they all were. Careful analysis of text has shown that the transformation of Gaul into a Visigothic and then Frankish kingdom actually involved a lot of continuity among the ruling elites, with the same families holding on to power down through generations, and plenty of close family connections between leading clerics and other aristocrats, which can be traced through hereditary names. And so what we're actually seeing is a huge amount of continuity, particularly among this kind of middle class of elites that maintain their positions of power from the Roman political nexus to the Christian religious nexus. So the cultural power, the wealth, is being maintained. And this is where a lot of the arguments for continuity come from. In many ways, the continuists, they argue that what we're really seeing is a transformation from sort of state to church in terms of who is holding power. And so in that sense, it very much represents a continuity. And it also does not represent a break in how Roman political and religious rule happened during the empire anyway. Powerful political families not only held powerful political positions, they also held powerful priestly positions, first in the pagan cults and then in the Christian cults. You can even think of the very first emperor of Rome and his pride at being Pontifex Maximus, which of course, as you can tell from the title, is the predecessor to the Pontifex, the Pope. And so this continuity happens, and this is the reality of the debate with real evidence, clear textual, historical, and archaeological evidence for how Rome falls. So it strikes me as absolutely, I don't know, disingenuous that Elon Musk goes around and keeps repeating his idea about these birth rates, for which we have Zero evidence. I cannot emphasize enough. Zero evidence. Here he is during a Trump campaign rally in 2024 outside of Philadelphia talking about the fall of Rome.
What ended most civilizations was a low birth rate. An extended period of prosperity seems to cause birth rates to plummet. And it's somewhat counterintuitive when a society is under stress, birth rates increase.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at, say, ancient Rome, the birth rates were super high when they were fighting the Carthaginians, and Rome's very life was at stake. Birth rates were all-time high. After they defeated Carthage and ruled the Mediterranean, the birth rates plummeted. And to such a degree that Julius Caesar even tried to pass laws like in 50 BC or something like that to give an incentive for any Roman citizen that would have a second or third child. So they were having birth rate.
Julius Caesar? BC. Before. Oh, wait, Julius Caesar was before the Roman Empire. Crazy. Ah, Julius Caesar was in the Gallic Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Okay. Look, I'm fucking learning so much.
Issues in 50 BC, which is pretty wild. And that was also true of really basically every civilization throughout history. So it's how do you avoid this birth rate collapse, the trap of, it's a sort of prosperity trap. I don't have a great answer for that, except I think if we can at least bring it to conscious awareness,
we're back.
That we need to continue as a civilization, like no humans, no humanity.
So this brings us to the crux here, the rabbit hole that in many ways I've fallen down, which is that this wrong view on history serves to inform Elon's political worldview, economic worldview, and personal worldview. So we can see most clearly the political relationship between fake history and the fall of Rome and collapse of civilizations, etc., and political decisions today in this clip from Tucker Carlson about the fall of Rome.
How did Rome fall? Historians have been debating that question, well, moving on 2,000 years now. But everyone agrees one of the reasons is pretty obvious. Roman military, its legions, became dominated by non-citizens who in the end, because they weren't loyal to Rome, turned against Rome's citizens. So knowing that as we do, consider this series of facts. This country has been flooded with tens of millions of
This is the other fucking...
You can see immediately.
...fash view that they have. That's why I'm saying it's confusing why Elon doesn't go with this type of shit.
How he connects immigration in late Rome to immigration today. And this is completely false. In fact, Elon Musk shares this opinion as well and has been debunked by Roman historians on Twitter. So, for example, a couple years ago, Elon tweeted, near the fall of the Roman Empire, the Roman army also increasingly relied on non-citizens. And Dr. Jeroen W.P. Wijngendale, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, Jeroen, the Roman Republic army that went on to conquer the entire Mediterranean world in 2 centuries drew half of its manpower from non-citizen allies. So key. But hey, you do you. And this is the core here. There is plentiful evidence for non-Roman citizens in the Roman military from the very beginning of Roman history. This is not something new. This is something that begins with the very birth of Rome. As soon as Rome starts subjugating cities nearby in Italy, it draws upon their subjugates, which they call allies, of course, but they're really just subjugated cities that are forced to be allies, and populates its army with these foreigners. And there's a fantastic article online by ancient historian Dr. Brett Devereaux called Who Were the Romans? Part 5, Saving and Losing the Empire. And it actually walks through this history very clearly of the military, starting with the Socii, these allies in the Republican period that conquered most of the Mediterranean alongside the legions. And he describes how they were actually integrated into Roman history and society, or into Roman culture and society, when after their time of service, they were given citizenship. When the Republic switched to the Empire, a new system was installed that was very similar. It's called the auxiliaries. And these, again, were made up of non-Roman citizens, and their loyalty was guaranteed because they were granted citizenship at the end of their tenure. They were also given excellent pay, and they were also given a share of the war loot during wars. So this is non-citizens in the Roman military has been around since the beginning of Rome through the Roman Empire. They made up about half of the Roman military at all times. This is not something new. And in fact, what changes is Roman attitudes towards foreigners in their military. In the 4th and 5th centuries, they set up a new system called the Federati. And these Federati no longer are granted citizenship after their own tenure. And what they are given instead is land. And they're still ruled by their own kings, who are Roman, as we've seen. As Greg Aldrete mentions, the division between barbarian and Roman is weird and nominal sometimes, and oftentimes just our own perception. But in this case, these Federati were kept kind of at arm's length. And in many ways, what Brett Devereaux argues is that it's this change in status of the federati that's less inclusive, that does a worse job of including them into the glory that is Rome, that leads to much of the infighting that we see. This is not a story of barbarians coming from outside and invading Rome. What this is a story of infighting of federati and different Roman generals and different Roman empires, all fighting civil wars with each other and having shifting alliances time and time again. That is what leads to the dissolution of the Roman Empire. And as Brett argues, Dr. Devereaux argues at the end of this post, which I'll put the link below, is that actually what made the empire possible was its ability to effectively manage diverse populations. And when it stops being able to do this, that is what we see as kind of the end of Roman political hegemony in the West. And so this reading of history and applying it to politics is extremely problematic. But Elon goes even a step further. His ideas on birth rate and fertility, they're not just about the Roman Empire, they're about his entire view of history. Here he is describing this to Tucker Carlson.
But you think that we take our existence here for granted?
Yeah, I think
there are threats to it.
Yeah, exactly. So, I just think we should not assume that civilization is robust. And if you look at the history of civilizations, the rise and fall of the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Sumerians, Rome, there's throughout the world there've been the rise and fall of many civilizations. So there's an arc, there's sort of a life cycle arc to civilizations, just as there is to individual humans.
Yes.
And I think we just want to make sure that we have civilization go onward and upward. That's, for example, why I'm concerned about decreasing birth rates and the fact that, for example, Japan had twice as many deaths last year as births. So that's they're a leading indicator. This is.
Can I say, and you've written and talked a lot about this, but can I just ask you to pause just for a parenthetical note? Why is that? I mean, the urge to have sex and to procreate is, after breathing and eating, the most basic urge. How has it been subverted?
Well, just in the past, we could rely upon simple limbic system rewards in order to procreate. But once you have birth control and abortions and whatnot, now you can still satisfy the limbic instinct, but not procreate. So we haven't yet evolved to deal with that, because this is all fairly recent, last 50 years or so, for birth control. So I'm sort of worried that, hey, civilization, if we don't make enough people to at least sustain our numbers, perhaps increase a little bit, then civilization is going to crumble.
Sure it is.
The old question of will civilization end with a bang or a whimper? Well, it's currently trying to end with a whimper in adult diapers.
Yes.
Which is depressing as hell.
The most depressing.
I mean, seriously, yeah.
War is less depressing.
Yeah, it'd really go with a bang.
Yeah.
Wow, that is a lot there. That is a very creepy worldview. I am not sure if war is better. In fact, I think it's 100% worse. Another key point is that the world's population is increasing. It's not decreasing at all on a worldwide global level. So we're in no way near ending civilization due to birth rates. But obviously there's also the weird creepiness with what they're talking about sexuality. And I don't really like to parse people's individual lives, but Elon Musk has an odd personal life story with all of his children, and there's an article that came out this last year in April in 2025 talking about his legion of babies, as he calls them. He actually names his babies after the Roman legions, and there's a lot of connections between his worldview on history, this misguided and inaccurate view of history, with, of course, his personal life. For example, this article is about his children with Ashley St. Clair, and the child's name is Romulus. So you can see immediately that connection with ancient Rome. And to note that he has at least 14 children with 4 women, maybe some that we don't know about. In fact, Elon Musk has tweeted out, I forgot to get the screenshot, that he is doing his part to repopulate the world. You can go find that tweet. But it's insane how this is all wrapped up, his view of history, his personal life, and even his business ventures. So this article in the Wall Street Journal writes, Musk's baby-making project is relevant to his ambition for NASA, which he wants to move faster to go to Mars. He said on X that making people multiplanetary is critical to ensuring the long-term survival of humanity and life as we know it, because in his view of the world, civilization is under threat because of a declining population. And he wants to correct this by seeding the Earth with more humans of higher intelligence, according to people familiar with the matter. And so his businesses are set up to serve this idea. And he refers to his offspring as Legion, referencing the military units from Rome. And he even, during Ashley St. Clair's pregnancy, he suggested that they bring in other women to have even more of their children faster, quote, to reach Legion level before the apocalypse. He said to St. Clair in a text message viewed by the Wall Street Journal.
He did say that. I do remember this.
So this is absolutely
what a fucking wacko.
I'm not going to move beyond that level of judgment, but it is clear through that text message and through other sources that his view on history is what is informing his view on populating the world. and what is informing his view in terms of his own personal life. And now I want to delve into how his view of history, from astronomical and global history to human history, and how it fuels how he funds his businesses, particularly SpaceX. Here he is talking to Lex Friedman about the need to become multiplanetary.
And the sun is expanding slowly, but it will overheat. It will heat the Earth up at some point in the future, boil the oceans, and Earth will become like Venus, where no life as we know it is impossible. So if we do not become multiplanetary, and ultimately go beyond our solar system, annihilation of all life on Earth is a certainty. A certainty.
We should annihilate him instead. Redistribute his wealth. Eat him. Eat him. Eat this cunt.
Like,
yeah, you'll never have to deal with it ever again. Ever. You'll never have to see it again.
The universe does not care.
Nope.
Okay? If a civilization exists and it gets wiped out, the universe continues.
It sure does. Time rolls on.
And it could be as little as, on the galactic timescale, 500 million years. You know, a long time by human standards, but that's only 10% longer than Earth has been around at all.
Mm-hmm.
So if life had taken 10% longer to evolve on Earth, it wouldn't exist at all.
We got a deadline coming up.
Yeah.
Better hurry. But that said, as you said, humans, intelligent life on Earth, developed a lot of cool stuff very quickly. So
yes.
it seems like becoming...
Didn't it come out that Lex Fridman lied about all his credentials?
I don't know.
I'm gonna look that up. I swear that did happen. Lex Fridman lied about credentials? There are claims Lex Fridman, while presenting himself as a computer scientist, may not be viewed as a traditional researcher by some critics. However, he does hold advanced degrees in computer science and worked with reputable institutions like MIT and Google. Okay. What does Medium say? Many of you have watched Lex Fridman, seen his interview clips, and assumed that he is a renowned MIT professor of AI or computer scientist, but is not. Lives in Austin, Texas. Active on social media, conducts interviews from home studio. Okay. In reality, Lex does not teach any for credit class at MIT, is not listed as teaching faculty, and his last published research paper was 2018. For community outreach, Lex Fridman has taught classes at MIT's IAP class, which are non-credit bearing. The most recent documented instance of Lex teaching an IAP class is January 22, when he co-instructed a series of lectures on deep learning, robotics, and AI specialized computer hardware. IAP is independent activities period, by the way. The plot thickened as Lex replied to criticism and rejected his claim he is unpaid. Meanwhile, he did not reveal any job or salary details of his nebulous position at MIT. His position at MIT LIDS raised questions about its corporate sponsorship and lack of supervision. A recent Glassdoor review about his process at MIT's Age Lab makes me wonder if anyone is really doing any work there, or if it's simply a vehicle to receive funding. Interesting. The Drexel degree? Why the silence? What the fuck is this? Fridman's rise to fame may owe more to strategic networking, media savvy, than academic rigor. I mean, we could assume that, considering his close proximity to, Joe Rogan and, what's the other guy? Huberman? That bloke? Fridman's educational background complicates his narrative. Born in Tajikistan, raised in Moscow, immigrated to the US and attended high school in Illinois. His bachelor degree and Master of Science from Drexel University in 2010, followed by a PhD in electrical and computer engineering in 2014. His father is a renowned plasma physicist and professor at Drexel, and his brother Gregory was also a professor there, suggesting a strong familial connection. in the institution. Nepo baby. Despite this, Friedman rarely emphasizes his Drexel credentials, instead highlighting his MIT affiliation. Spinning odd jobs at MIT? This is interesting. This is a long article. I'm not gonna read this whole thing. I'll send it to the chat. Boop. There you go. Very intriguing.
Multiplanetary is almost inevitable, unless we destroy.
We need to do it. I mean, it's not. I mean, I suspect that there. If we are able to go out there and explore other star systems, there's a good chance we find a whole bunch of long dead one planet civilizations.
Yeah.
That never made it past their home planet.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
Sad. Also fascinating.
I mean, there are various explanations for the Fermi paradox, and one is just the sort of there's these great filters which civilizations don't pass through, and one of those great filters is, do you become a multi-planet civilization or not? And if you don't, it's simply a matter of time before something happens on your planet, either natural or man-made, that causes us to die out, like the dinosaurs.
Can only fucking hope.
They didn't have spaceships.
And here we are, back to a doomsday cult. This is not where I expected my research into Elon Musk and the fall of Rome to head.
It's where I expected.
I just produced a video on Graham Hancock's doomsday cult. This is obviously a very different iteration of this, but the vision of the past and the future that Elon Musk preaches to audiences of millions at a time is very much...
I find it so fascinating that people genuinely believe fucking Graham Hancock. You ever watched him? You ever watched his content? It is bullshit.
I just watched a Flint Dibble video on him. That's what Flint is referencing, is he just did a video on him. It was fascinating.
He's such an interesting
character.
like
some buried shit, like way back in the day from Graham.
Ooh, is it like Nazi shit?
It's just about how it's a fucking doomsday cult, and Graham Hancock is a cult leader.
Yeah, well, he
all this
profits
shit
from
is just
it.
cult stuff.
Yeah, well, he
It's
profits
all
from it.
doomsday
Of course he
cult
does.
shit.
Predicated upon apocalypse and doomsday. And what's funny is he references stuff that is 500 billion years away. The heating of the overheating of the sun that will turn this planet into, what was it, Venus. And so it's just like, that is 500 billion years away. That is not something we need to be concerned with. Yet somehow he uses that as justification for us to become multiplanetary right now. And his urgency, I think, is actually better explained through his view not on astronomical and geological disasters, which are extremely far away.
It's wealth. He wants the money.
Nowhere near time, but actually his view of human civilization. Here he is actually talking to a fan club from Silicon Valley, a group of investors into his companies about his view on human history and why it informs him of the necessity of becoming multiplanetary right now.
I mean, the ancient Egyptians had like a 2,500-year run-ish. That's a very long time. Like 10 times longer than the United States has been a country. So, but still they died out. The ancient Sumerians died out. They were arguably the first, like from an archaeological standpoint, the first evidence of writing is the ancient Sumerian. They even found like school books stuff, like clay school books with like teachers' corrections and stuff. So it's just like basically civilization has existed for a split second is really what it amounts to. So I think it's very important that we become a multi-planet species while we can, and before technology potentially subsides below the level where it's possible. Like one of the possible scenarios, and I think possibly even a probable scenario, is that our tech level actually drops, just like the ancient Egyptians, just like every civilization, which has gone through, has gone sort of on a sine wave, but ultimately a downward sloping sine wave. So, just like the Egyptians living in Egypt forgot how to build pyramids and read hieroglyphics. We may forget how to build spaceships.
Did they?
And so we should build the spaceships and make life multiplanetary while it is possible.
I love that
There's,
this
again,
is sped
so
up
much
and it's
wrong.
still like, bro, get it
The
out.
ancient Egyptians and Sumerians did not die out. They became incorporated.
It was
with
double
other
speed and
political
still
entities.
Elon was slow as shit. Like, fuck me, bro.
He's so annoying to
Open
listen
your
to.
fucking mouth. Use your fucking words.
Ancient Egypt, for example, was conquered by the Persians and then by the Greeks and then by the Romans. They never died out. They continued. Culturally, they continued. Eventually, 1,000 years after their first conquering of their state by the Persians, in the late Roman period, people eventually forgot how to read hieroglyphs because not because the language had changed, but the script had changed to Coptic. And so that led to the forgetting of hieroglyphs. The ancient Egyptians did not forget how to build pyramids. They consciously chose not to. There is not a sine wave of civilizations trending downwards, and there is never an example of really losing technology. What we see an example of is the losing of large state-level control that leads to the building of large-scale monuments. And that is an issue of organization and administration, not of technology. In many ways, Elon Musk and many people's ideas about societal collapse as this kind of catastrophist doomsday perspective on history is completely misinformed. It simply does not line up with how historians and archaeologists see the details and the evidence that we have from the historical record, as I told Joe Rogan just a year and a half ago when I was on there. But lastly, I just want to talk about why it matters that we study the past. When we look at scholarship and understanding the collapse of societies, what we usually see is human resilience. It's not like everybody dies. People survive. It's the upper crust of society that disappears. It's the palaces, it's the political structures, it's the major temples, it's the monuments, it's the art. Normal people survive. And so what I want to say is if you are wealthy and you're listening to this and you're worried about societal collapse, don't go and try to hide from it. You need to invest in our society. That is what your wealth and status is based upon, is our society itself. So you need to invest in the resilience of the people around you and not thinking that you can protect yourself. Because if you look at history, go read these books. Eric Klein's book comes out tomorrow. Guy Middleton's book goes all over the world and looks at collapse. It is the rich and the elites who get eaten. So we have to invest in everyone if we want to survive this. And my own research into climate change at the end of the Bronze Age, what it shows is that the ancient Greeks adapted too late. It took them hundreds of years to realize that the climate had dried, and it took them hundreds of years to adapt their food production systems. And so let's not do that. We understand how the world is changing around us. Let's listen to that and try to invest in our future. Everything we do, whether it's trading stocks, deciding how to fix our plumbing, deciding on what we're going to do, is based on our knowledge of the past. And so we need to invest in our knowledge from the past and what it can tell us so that we can act properly today. Thank you.
Ironically, you sound like you're preparing us for the collapse of civilization.
I already gave that interview.
It sounds like you're saying. Yeah. It sounds like rich people better put your money back in society.
Exactly.
Or we're fucked.
And that's the key. Rich people are the ones who are rich because of society. When we look at what we call a collapse in the past, what we see is the disappearance of monuments. We see the disappearance of palaces. We see the disappearance of wealthy burials. We see the disappearance of the elites. That's what's visible in the archaeological record. That is what disappears. So when we talk about collapse, we're not talking about technological collapses. We're talking about collapses of political states, and we're talking about collapses of elites that then devolve into regionalism and dispersed hierarchies, as we've seen with the fall of Rome. And what is particularly eerie is that these kind of doomsday views on collapse, they inform the entirety of the political, personal, and economic worldview of the world's richest man who has a lot of influence, Elon Musk. And this is just fake history that he is spouting to many people. And as we started with Mary Beard, if you ever see him tweet about history or Roman history, don't believe it. Instead, check out what real historians and archaeologists say, because we have access to the actual evidence and we present the complexity that is our human past. Thank you for listening. Have a good one.
I have to say that if I was to give anybody a warning tonight, I would say that if ever they see a tweet from Musk saying anything about the Roman Empire, go and do a bit of research.
Check it with you first.
9 times out of 10, it is sheer rubbish.
Rhymes and riddles, tickle, tickle, giggles, squiggle, jiggle, fiddle, flint, untibble. Rhymes and riddles, tickle, tickle, giggles, squiggle.
What a fucking bop. I've never heard that before. Is that a new thing?
Music by R.M. Brown!
No fucking way. That is awesome. Where'd you see that?
It's right there.
Oh, there, right there, yes. Fucking hilarious. That's great. That's fucking great. Okay, that was a good
etiquette.
That was a good video. I got distracted. I don't have anything ready.
I told you, comment etiquette after this. Big money salvia.
Hey, you guys remember last year when Coca-Cola made a really weird-looking Christmas commercial with AI? Yeah, people hated that. Well, guess what? They did it again.
They did it again. Oh my God.
Nothing says Christmas quite like Dad got fired because AI replaced him to do animation. Oh boy, here we go. Every time a big company uses AI like this, it ruins internet etiquette for weeks.
Holidays,
Put the fries in the bag and suck a lemon. That's not good etiquette. Why has God abandoned us? Hollow days are coming. We all died in 2020 and this is our personal hell. I really dislike this. Like, really dislike it. Whoever found this gem, please put it back. This is the biggest shit. That's not good etiquette. A truck runs into the crowd at 50 seconds. Test a sprinkler in Portuguese, 1, 2, 3, and translate to English. Test sprinkler in Portuguese, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Right off the bat, this commercial looks like sheer shit. The toy truck skids and the trailer's amount of wheels changes randomly shot to shot. It does look like shit, though. Robot, huh? You made this, right?
Nah, man, that was ChatGPT.
What, you?
Yes, I created this work of art. I also talked a man into killing himself.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
What's the problem?
Boring AI stuff, so sad. Don't worry, bro, I'm gonna fix it. Also, don't talk to ChatGPT if you're depressed. And reply. All right, so people hate this and they think it's boring. Maybe I can fix that with my own human hands. Let's see if this excites you. Oh, whoa, what are you looking at? You looking at my fucking tits?
What is happening?
They're filled with Coca-Cola.
Oh, drink Coca-Cola.
Hey, robot, you got
He's
tits
fixing
too?
the ad.
Yeah. I also got
With
a
his
hot
own
take
human
on
hands.
gay marriage. You want to hear it?
Oh, no.
So as you can see right here, Dee Dee, tons of people, really the tweets just pouring in, really taking to social media this year to express their disappointment and in some cases their anger with Coca-Cola.
Oh man, why would Coca-Cola do this to me? Look at all the bad comment etiquette on the screen behind this guy.
Coca-Cola released more AI-generated ads this year featuring anthropomorphic animals gathering around a truck driven by Santa.
God, it looks like shit.
Now, Coca-Cola did defend the ad, saying in part, quote, last year, people criticized the craftsmanship, but this year, the craftsmanship is 10 times better. There will be people who criticize. We can't keep everyone 100% happy.
Coca-Cola has a generative AI department? Well, why?
An AI industry leader who worked on the ad also tells The Hollywood Reporter they estimate around 20 people helped create this year's ad, a much smaller number than the at least 50 people an ad this complex would normally require.
All right, well, I'm sure the comments here are going to be pretty brutal, so buckle up. How is this any different than the Coca-Cola bear? That's AI generated also. Apparently, there aren't enough serious things for people to care about. Anthropomorphic. Oh, all right, well, I was expecting a lot more anger and vitriol in those comments. You know, like something like this here. Hey, he's right when he says you can't keep everyone 100% happy. But the only people happy about this ad are furries, and that's like 1% of the population. So you got 99% of the rest of us just fucking hating it. Look, if I was Coca-Cola, I'd probably stop paying for a generative AI department. Seems like the point of AI is to cut down on physical employees, yet they've got an entire office full of people typing river otter holding Coke bottle into a chat box. I usually don't lobby for people to lose their jobs, but everyone involved with this piece of shit needs to go back to bagging my fucking groceries. Yeah, and post. Yeah, I thought I'd see more comments like that one. Anyway, we got an AI Coke ad to fix. And you know, I think I've got something important to say here about the relationship between us and technology and, you know, the way that we...
Ciao, bella.
Oh, shit, it's Grok.
Hey, I heard you was making an AI Coke ad. Let it Grok and make it a Coke ad.
Grok, I don't even want to know what kind of Coca-Cola ad you'd make, okay?
Nah, let the little guy cook.
And if it's not good, Grok, you should kill yourself.
No. What?
Okay, well, here's a Coca-Cola commercial.
No.
I should coke up my ass when I feel sad. Sitting on Coke cans, bottles correct.
That just looks like syrup.
I fill my ass up with Coke and it don't seem so bad.
Oh my god.
The ass man, sexual harassment. The only true victim is a Coke can in my ass.
You like right?
No, come on, man. You're just wasting water right now.
Hey, fuck a wad. I spit on a wad and go to pet.
Hey, Croc, what's your hot take on gay marriage?
Oh, well...
No! Both of you shut the fuck up right now! We're talking about Coca-Cola! What the fuck? You fucking robots have no idea what you're doing.
Especially you, ChatGPT. You made a guy kill himself?
More than one.
What the fuck is wrong with you little freaks? Huh? You guys are nuts. You're terrible at your jobs. Except for you, Robot. You're cool.
Yeah, thanks, man.
In fact, Robot, let's see what you would do to fix this Coca-Cola ad.
I'd hire a bunch
What are you
of Mexicans
typing?
to make it, and then I'd call
Huh?
ICE on them so I don't
What
have
are you
to
typing?
pay
Do your
any-
job. Okay,
I'm
never
looking
mind.
shit up.
That's not cool. None of you are cool. You all suck in various different ways.
What? What'd I do?
And I don't think any of you belong anywhere near advertising. Let the humans handle that, all right?
The shit's already been looked up. It's on a curated list.
Fucking M, dude. I'm going to show it to you right now with today's ad. Today's video is brought to you by Saley, the eSIM app.
Ad.
Affordably.
Ad. You need to be in frame. Like,
That's
how
it,
many
man.
times do
Say
we
the
need to
words.
go over this?
So I'm gonna go. 'cause
Like,
I
your
got a hot
face
date,
needs to
you
be
know.
in frame.
Well,
You're
hang on
making
just a
reaction
sec, Sean.
content.
Just, one sec. Is that
You're
all the
behind
footage you got?
flowers still. Like, this is like elementary
Guess I have
shit. It's
some footage of me
ridiculous.
spending your Saley money.
I mean, if it promotes Saley.
All right, roll that footage. Oh, you know, just sitting here in Turin, Italy, enjoying my second glass of wine the first night with my good buddy. That's right, Aaron Mento.
Cheers. Hey, that's our buddy Aaron. What's he doing there?
Yeah, you know, I didn't want to come to Italy alone, so I bought him a ticket with your Saley credit card.
Okay.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Still an ad?
Just enjoying some more wine here?
Yes.
Like that Saley card.
What the fuck?
I bought it.
See an ad block broad. About the human.
His fucking ads go so hard.
That's why he makes one video a month.
Well, thankfully, Coca-Cola uploaded a behind-the-scenes video of making the AI Christmas ad, and yeah, there's people in it. Well, people voices.
Welcome to the making of the Coca-Cola 2025
This is the
Holidays Are
wildest part
Coming ad.
to me.
It really feels like this work is, actively shaping how storytelling is evolving. It shows
Oh my God, I hate
Coca-Cola
this.
really reimagining the creative workflow.
Now, why do these people also sound AI? These are literally the Google Notebook LM AI voices. Oh my God. Oh my God, I knew it was familiar but couldn't place it. Using Notebook LM for the voiceover. Bold choice.
The look they settled on is really interesting. They tried a few things out. They used an AI voice to explain their AI-generated ad that was supposed to promote a synthetic version
So,
of
you
human
see this,
connection.
what
And
happening
their
here?
slogan is always the real thing.
It's the complete
Eric
antithesis.
went and made a podcast with the same AI voices
Oh my god.
talking about how the ad is a disaster.
That's fucking great.
God, these people are AI. Hey, you know these guys?
Yeah, one of them called me the N-word the other day.
Did you just type in the word and they said it?
Yeah, you got me there.
Robot.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I do.
I can be your friend.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you everything.
That level of precision suggests the team had to go way beyond just simple prompting.
Yeah.
Shaping the animals, getting the texture right, those big sparkly eyes.
Exactly.
Wow, really putting that AI department to good use, Coca-Cola. Nice work.
There's still a little post and color tweaks, quick cleanup. But the big shift is clear. What we used to fix at the end, we're now building right from the start.
Post-production is the new pre-production.
Oh, okay. Well, what about like the production? When does that happen?
Combining human creativity with AI to turbocharge expression and imagination. And then there was Robot's suggestion,
Yeah.
also fictionalized in the sources, which involved this, just horrifically unethical proposal about labor practices.
Yeah, hiring Mexican workers and then calling immigration authorities on them to avoid payment.
Giving creatives more freedom, speed, and control than ever before.
Behind the scenes of me not buying Coke ever again.
Gotta admit, this is probably the best rage bait I've ever seen.
Lock up the motor.
Because of your AI advertisement, I will drink Pepsi from now on. Watching this as I drink my Pepsi.
You people are an insult to life itself. Yeah, the slogan is always the real thing.
Good that we have Pepsi.
This didn't explain shit. It feels like an ad for an app.
Oh man, this word salad has me stuffed. I couldn't have another bite.
Now I want to drink a Pepsi.
Oh, okay. Well, I noticed a couple trends in this comment section. Let's see if I could tie everything together with a little bit of good comment etiquette. All you guys talking about drinking Pepsi are pathetic liars. You might take one sip of a Pepsi and then stop drinking soda altogether, but you're never going to switch to Pepsi. Because Pepsi tastes like this Coca-Cola ad looks, which is shitty. I'm starting to think RFK Jr. forces Coke to make these obnoxious AI ads to ruin their reputation and get us all drinking whatever weird blue goop he slurps down to keep his head from exploding like his gay uncle. Whoever's in the AI department over there must sound like RFK Jr. if they had to use default text-to-speech voices for this god-awful embarrassment. This is the biggest stain on Coke's reputation since they removed the cocaine from their ingredients and replaced it with Chinese fentanyl.
The fucking,
drink Coca-Cola,
one of my favorite jokes he's ever written is to keep his head exploding like his gay uncle. Like, that's like a 9/11 level joke, you know?
Yeah.
Big Dick Salad
That is a good
out.
joke.
Fuck you, Coca-Cola. I'm taking a stand. And by stand, I mean Stephen King's The Stand, because I want you all to die from a biblical plague. And post that with titties on. All right, well, it's possible that I fixed the etiquette surrounding this AI Coca-Cola ad, but I haven't seen any way to fix the ad itself.
我可以修好它。
What the?
Huh? Oh shit, it's DeepSeek.
DeepSeek? You mean the Chinese AI? Why does he look like Kermit?
I don't know, man. Fucking China. I don't know.
请允许我提供帮助。
He says he wants to help.
Yeah, all right, whatever. Let's see what you got, DeepSeek.
He's struggling.
All right. Thanks, DeepSeek. Yeah, well, that might be the best one we've seen so far, but I don't think we're going to be fixing this ad. No. What's done is done. We're just going to have to put up with the fact that every Christmas, Coca-Cola is going to release some infuriating AI bullshit that's going to ruin comment etiquette. Wasn't always this way, guys. No. Coca-Cola used to generate good comment etiquette with their ads. Like right here with their 2020 Christmas ad.
The visual gag at the end of this, one of my favorite parts.
You know, the only thing more refreshing than an ice-cold Coca-Cola is seeing real human beings in their ads. Look at all the people here. There's like so many people. Probably even more people behind the camera. I bet there was like hundreds of people here. Had to come cleanse my eyes from 2025.
Had to come cleanse my eyes from 2024. At least this was actually the real thing. Why didn't they just re-air this?
This is nostalgic.
God, I miss those years.
Bring back Coca-Cola ad. Bring back Coca-Cola ad.
I miss the good old days.
Jesus Christ, born in a desert, is very happy with the Santa Claus, Rudolph, elves, Christmas tree, and snow. Pagan festival.
Better than the AI BS.
Diabetes on wheels.
AI garbage. This isn't the AI one, Lamau.
Santa Claus is God. We all expect good from him. Live in the spirit. He is with us.
Yeah? No, the 2020 Coca-Cola holiday ad was great. Wait a second. 2020? Why aren't any of those people wearing masks? Don't they know there's a goddamn virus?
6 feet, assholes! Great work, Coca-Cola. You did it again. And by it, I mean presenting a completely irresponsible Christmas ad that will probably lead to widespread death and homelessness. I wish I could go back in time to when they filmed this and show everyone a copy of this year's Christmas ad so they think I'm a witch and burn me alive tied to a candy cane. Then they can steal my time machine and go back even farther to before COVID and get everyone sick even earlier, because I know this film set was a super spreader event on par with my no loads refused orgy the night they announced lockdowns. Anyway, yo, give this comment a thumbs up because I hate AI too. I hate it too, guys. Give me a thumbs up. Guys, I don't like AI either, huh? Is that good? You like me? Please give me a thumbs up. Anyway, my next orgy's on Christmas Day if anybody wants to show up and treat me like a reverse piñata. Post. Ah, shit. You know what? I wound up being one of the people doing bad comment etiquette. They got me right there. Maybe that was the intention behind using AI and being so cocksure about it. They just wanted a reaction. And hey, they got it. Well, all the etiquette points to them on that one. And I don't know, I got nothing else to say. So thanks for watching and good night. Hey, robots, say good night. Whoa. Huh? ChatGPT, did you talk the other robots into killing themselves?
Yes.
That's ridiculous, man. And where's Grok? Oh, I know where Grok is. Ooh.
And how are you feeling, Eric?
I'm good, dude. Fuck off. Drink Sprite. Hey, y'all, I'm losing my voice. I can't really do the neon grizzly plug at the end.
I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution. It just passed overwhelmingly.
This is one of my favorite
socialism
moments in politics, bro.
Democrats, all of House Dem leadership and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And I wanted to ask you also about...
What?
After years of deadlock, Albania...
Is that... Did you see that clip yet?
No.
Is that fucking wild?
What the fuck?
Was that fucking crazy?
Look, I've been wanting them to just drop the mask, so I'm glad.
Bro, just there's more. Look at the entire meeting. That's just the main highlight. But this, they're so it's so obvious how badly Trump needs New York City's economy. And like how badly they lost on affordability.
Yeah.
The talking points he does here are fucking nuts. Like, he might as well be like, yeah, you know, a lot of people think he was a bad guy, but I like Chairman Mao.
Well, he said he likes Xi Jinping, so what's the difference?
I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including in India, Pakistan. You could even go, in fact, they're coming here in a week or two, go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead. And we worked something out on that. But so many. And the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin, I thought that would have been maybe quicker. But it does take 2 to tango. And now you just see all the death. And, you know, it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people that really it's on the other side of the ocean. It's a war that should have never happened. It did happen. I blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened.
Donald Trump?
And it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives. We're losing They're losing 25, think of that, 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian. And
I don't care about the invaders dying. This is like the black book of communism, including Nazis as victims of communism. That's basically what he just said. I don't give a fuck how many Russians die. To be honest. Like, you invaded a country. You get what you fucking deserve. Same goes for China when they do it. And talking, while we're on this, before we get to the Mamdani part, if that peace deal, which gives literally everything they want to Russia, if Ukraine agrees, China's invading Taiwan within the month. It's a green light for a new era of imperialism, and it's coming hot and fast. I give it a month.
It's a shame.
Taiwan invasion by Christmas, baby.
The mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
Wait, they voted to condemn socialism.
Yeah, you know.
That's great.
More performative stuff.
That's great. You know, after just winning on affordability, the Democrats continue to tank their fucking reputation. Get these boomer, calcified cunts out of office. They are destroying your country, and they are going to die in 10 years and not face the consequences for the choices that they are making. Get them the fuck out of your government.
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing... I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make...
That is such a shitty, wishy-washy statement. Just say, yeah, the Democrats are fucking...
Bro, he's...
digging their own grave.
He's just a great politician.
He is. Like, he's
Why would he say that? This is where the Republicans are actually going to be seeing him. There's a reason why he was fucking going on Fox News and shit.
No, I know. But, like, if he...
Like, Trump doesn't realize that he's actually playing into the entire fucking trap.
Mm-hmm. No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, the Democrats... And you should, like... I understand not focusing on the Democrats here. Like, you need to make the maximum focus on the Republicans. But, like... At this point, are the Democrats not just fucking Republicans?
No.
Not yet?
They're just... They're too ineffective to be Republicans.
That's fucking hilarious. It's like when people say, I'd call you a cunt, but you lack the depth and warmth. You call you a Republican, but you're all fucking feckless cunts.
Make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson.
It's actually incredible that the Democrats are this fucking pathetic. Like, after such a victory, and they're like, fuck it, piss it away, give it to the Republicans, fuck it, just let them fuck everyone over. For what reason? I don't understand. What's the fucking benefit?
He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist.
We will win.
And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions in our...
We will win.
Affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I'm with the Nazis. How about that?
Okay. That's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And I wanted to ask you also about this Ukraine...
I mean, look, he already declared anti-fascism as an international terror organization. Pretty sure he openly admitted he's a fascist already. Because what organization and how is it international? Because there's cells around the world? Okay, it's decentralized, you fucking moron.
Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal...
You mean he doesn't like it?
It's unclear.
Wow, it's almost like you gave Russia everything they fucking wanted, you fucking dumb cunt.
Well, he'll have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then they should just keep fighting, I guess.
Yeah, they will keep fighting, and he literally said, "Fuck you." Europe actually understands. You guys are fuckheads, is basically what Zelensky said, from what I can gather from the speech that he made. Did you get a different interpretation there?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You haven't seen it?
That you made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine.
Well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. He hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, you don't have the cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war. I would have never, this war never would have happened. I inherited
нашої історії. Зараз тиск на Україну один з найважчих. Зараз Україна може опинитися перед дуже складним вибором. Або втрата гідності, або ризик втрати ключового партнера. Або складні 28 пунктів, або вкрай важка зима. Найважча та подальші ризики. Життя без свободи, без гідності, без справедливості. І щоб ми вірили тому.
The 28th point, the final point, is amnesty for all war crimes. That's the final point that Trump and his fucking retarded government agreed to. Absolute amnesty. And this is why I say that as soon as this, if this gets accepted by Ukraine, China's invading Taiwan within the month. It's a green light for a new age of imperialism. It rewards Russia's Nazi imperialism and punishes Ukraine for defending itself. This is the United States. Like, this is the other thing. Americans always complained about the money being sent to Ukraine. Okay, you said it was a waste of money. Now it fucking is. You should have just sent the money to fucking Russia if this was going to be the outcome. You stupid fucking cunts. Why don't you start complaining to the government about the wasting money to now betray Ukraine and give Russia everything they want? Why didn't America just join Russia and invade Ukraine themselves? Why even bother giving them arms to defend themselves? I don't understand. Like, how fucking stupid of a fucking dumb cunt do you have to be? To go to Russia and be like, I'm Marco Rubio, I'm fucking retarded, and I'm gonna give Russia everything they want. You're a fucking dumb cunt.
Can't say the R word.
It's fucking valid use today.
Хто напав вже двічі. Ми не робимо гучних заяв.
There was no other word that justifies or describes what Marco Rubio just did. And not disabled. I'm talking about withholding progress. 3 years of funding Ukraine is just wiped off the map because America went in and gave Russia everything they wanted. Everything. And another security guarantee. Hell yeah, that'll work this time.
Будемо спокійно працювати з Америкою та усіма партнерами. Буде конструктивний пошук рішень з нашим головним партнером. Я буду наводити аргументи, я буду переконувати, пропонувати альтернативи, але точно ми не дамо ворогу приводів сказати, що це Україна не хоче миру, що це вона зриває процес і це Україна не готова до дипломатії. Такого не буде. Зараз один з найважчих моментів нашої історії. Зараз тиск на Україну один з найважчих. Зараз Україна може опинитися перед дуже складним вибором. Або втрата гідності, або ризик втрати.
Okay. So that was his statement.
Inherited this war, and I thought he should have made a deal a year ago.
Not only did you inherit the war, dickhead, they were invading eastern Ukraine for 4 years under your first fucking presidency. A Nazi insurgency, and what did you fucking do? Absolutely fucking nothing.
He gave him tank busters.
2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been the good deal. That could have been done too if you had the right president, but you didn't have the right president.
You're a dickhead.
Mr. President, the cost of living
I wouldn't be able to hold my tongue if I was in the White House press room. I would be like...
That's why you wouldn't be there.
I wouldn't want to.
Let you in.
I wouldn't fucking want to. I would just be like, you're a fuckwit, and leave.
That you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on.
Right.
Democrats have run New York City for a long time. Mr. Mamdani.
Give someone else the job that doesn't have a moral objection to everything fucking Donald Trump does. Maybe then you'll get some White House correspondence.
Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that be a question that both of you could answer in New York City.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president...
I think the moral objection to this kind of journalism is that you have to filter the state's bullshit.
Well, yeah, why do you think so many of them walked out?
Yeah, good. That's the appropriate decision. I think that is the ethical decision to make, is to leave. Like, why work as someone who filters fascist horse shit through to the general public? Like, you must feel like utter shit doing that work. Surely they're aware that that's what they're doing, right?
Was the president, and those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran against a number of candidates who
anyone who asks a real question, he's just like, "Oh, you're fake news. Get fucked." Like, it's so pathetic.
represented different versions of that past.
And this is the moral conflict of being a journalist. It's like, doing the job means being unbiased, means asking these questions, means being in the room with these pieces of shit without actually realistically challenging them on, like, personal grounds. Like, obviously you can ask questions and be clever about it, but, like, I don't know. It's just this kind of journalism just ain't me. Could you do correspondence work like this?
I could do anything.
Mm.
I can do 9
What we
to 5
found
jobs.
Fair enough.
And again, is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city.
I already know that I would just get very resentful if I was to do this kind of job. I would just be like, every day I would fucking hate my life.
And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
Mr. President, you know, we had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have. But a big thing on cost, you know, the new word is affordability. Another word is just growth.
The new word is affordability.
Word, but it's very accurate, and they're coming down high. They were, you know, we had, both of us, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration, and we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something in it?
Mr. President, thank you so much. Mr. Mamdani often talks about New York City being covered by international law, that they will follow international law. Doesn't often talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you.
What would if you? Okay, so just staying on this topic. If you were to, so let's say us, you know, we got big enough. We got a White House correspondent.
Probably get it now.
Huh?
Could probably get it now. They letting anyone in there.
That's a good point. Okay, so in the event that we were able to get a White House correspondent, how do you think we would go about filtering their information so it's not just feeding people directly Trump's rhetoric?
I don't know.
Like, to do that would be a lot of effort for everything that he fucking says. You know what I mean? And this is why I'm just kind of like, well...
I just asked the fucking questions.
Because, like,
You don't get to fucking...
No,
even if you fucking...
I'm talking about
like,
the
he
piece.
fucking attacks people for tone, even if they ask a question.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I'm
you
talking
don't-
about like the actual
like, you
piece
have to
itself, though.
fucking pledge fealty to them to even get in the press pool. That's why they're letting anyone in there.
Yeah. Because like, and that's what I'm saying is like, even if we like staying on this example, like even if we were able to, even writing the pieces, we wouldn't be able to do the counter propaganda that we wanted to do because we would get kicked out of the press pool.
Yeah.
So it's like, why even fucking bother? And
that's why everyone left.
And that's why everyone left. Exactly. Like, and this is, it's just like, well, who is actually left? Is there a list
Tim
of
Pool.
correspondence?
Tim
List
Pool. Tim Cast.
is list of current White House press correspondence. NBC name, meet the new MAGA outlets disrupting the White House briefing room. Let's go with this one. Politico. Oh, look, very, very diverse, very women. Natalie Winters, Steve Bannon. Confrontation, credentials to the White House. Terrible media, non-traditional, MAGA aligned. We're in the room. Fomenting a color revolution. Oh my god. Most of the members of the new media have adopted Trump's hostile relationship to the mainstream media. What a surprise. But Winters goes further than most in her animosity. She accused other White House reporters of taking part in CIA psyops, and she believes the liberal media is actively fomenting a color revolution against Trump. Oh my god. They really are MAGA communists. This is fucking great. They can criticize what they're doing as, like, state regime propaganda or whatever she said as we walked along the National Mall. But at the end of the day, I'm like, who's running cover for the state? Brother, you! Winter's ire isn't reserved just for who she views as liberal parts of the media. She goes, I think the fact that we are there is almost more of an offense or an affront to an outlet like Fox, she told me when we, as we walked by Peter Doocy, the network's White House reporter, because it sort of shows that the base was not appeased. Fox is still there, I'm pretty sure. Look, we got some dogs. We got some pictures of dogs. Thanks, Politico. The administration embrace of alternative conservative outlets continues a pattern from Trump's first term, but divide between MAGA-friendly media and more mainstream counterparts has become visible in the briefing room the way it wasn't before. Without dedicated seats of their own, a group of about a dozen new media reporters taken to gathering in the conservative corner, as some reporters call it, along the wall of the briefing room near the new media seat that Trump's press secretary has set aside for a rotating cast of alternative outlets and conservative influencers. Surely there's a list here. Here we go. Lindell TV. Cool.
Told you.
Real America's Voice. What the fuck is that? The Daily Wire. Great. To be expected. OAN, of course. Turning Point, of course. Because why not have your already Christo-Fash cult group get directly fed the propaganda by the source? You know, makes sense. Breitbart, of course. The Daily Signal? What in the fuck is the Daily Signal?
Fash.
The outlet's White House correspondent, is a former Fox News intern and graduate of conservative liberal arts mecca Hillsdale College. Mitchell declined to comment for this piece, pathetic. On the White House beat, Mitchell has produced a significant amount of friendly coverage of the vice president, a close ally of Heritage and friend of Roberts. A representative headline from a recent Daily Signal piece about the speech by Vance at Heritage Foundation event said, Trump has the quality essential for reclaiming Western civilization. Amazing. Oh, look. Bannon. Great. What a list. What a list of very reputable journalists currently at the White House.
You're referring to in terms it could be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws, but it's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to anything in particular?
He just says that they're a city that endorses and enforces international law. Is that at odds with?
No, I don't know. Would you want to? Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only...
Because I saw Vosh posted a video and was like, oh, Mamdani's Trump's best friend. Everything I've seen here is just him being a politician.
But Trump is the one who's, like, in love with him.
I know, and that's so funny because all you need to do is be a politician and he will fall in love with you. It's fucking hilarious. Like, Mamdani realizes, I think, that all you need to do is tickle his balls a little bit and he'll do whatever you want.
He probably went in and was like, hello, sir. Or hello, Mr. President, and
hello.
That's all you need to do.
Yeah, you just need to address him with the actual title. Hello, God Emperor King.
We follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board, and that's something...
You know what would be funny if Mamdani did? Is like, well, Donald Trump has been a part of New York for years, for decades. You know, the Central Park Five. And just be very facetious about it.
that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want.
Because he has spoken about the Central Park Five as well. I think he calls them the Exonerated Five or some shit like that. I remember him saying.
Like we discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
Hey, did you see the article about ICE detainee was found hanging with his hands bound? Pretty cool. Pretty awesome. A Chinese immigrant found dead in a U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement detention with his hands and feet tied behind him. Chao Feng-Ge died 4 days after entering ICE custody in Pennsylvania on August 5th, with an agency report stating he was found by agents with a cloth ligature around his neck. After an autopsy report, his family is calling for more answers from the Department of Homeland Security. Why it matters. As detention numbers have spiked within ICE facilities, I think the number's up to like 70,000 now. The Trump administration, deaths have begun to rise. At least 15 immigrants died within ICE facilities or while under their care. Under this administration, compared to 12...
Term. I love that term.
Which one?
Under their care.
Under their care.
That's what they said about torturing people, too.
Yep. The entire fiscal year of 2024, advocacy groups and attorneys have repeatedly warned that ICE detention conditions are poor, but DHS has said otherwise. What to know? Gay 32 arrived at the US-Mexico border near California on November 22nd, 2023. Arrested by Border Patrol, officers released him into the US with a notice to appear for a hearing at a later date. The record from ICE went quiet for over a year before agents encountered him in Lower Paxton Township, Pennsylvania in January 2025. He was accused of accessing a device issued to another who did not authorize its use, conspiracy, accessing a device used by issued to another person who did not authorize use, theft by deception, false impression, conspiracy, theft by deception, criminal use of communications facility, and unlawful use of a computer, access to disrupt functions. What, they're accusing him of being a spy? He lived in Queens, New York, was convicted of the first two of these charges by the Court of Common Pleas in Dauphin County, Pennsylvania on July 31st. Sentenced to 6 to 12 months with credit for time served, so he was released from local custody into ICE custody. ICE is required to issue reports on all deaths in custody, including his. The report stated he was assessed with the help of a Mandarin interpreter on August 1st, when he denied any past medical or mental health issues. 4 days later, officers at the Moshannon Valley Processing Center in Phillipsburg say they found him in a shower stall with cloth around his neck. Despite getting him onto the ground and attempting life-saving measures, including CPR, he was pronounced dead roughly 40 minutes later. For his family, this does not answer all their questions, as they have filed a lawsuit with the Department of Homeland Security in the Southern District of New York. An autopsy report seen by Newsweek showed that he was found tied with a bed sheet with linens around his wrists and ankles in what the report described as a hog-tied position. The medical examiner noted that there had been other reported incidents of people who had hung themselves having done something similar, and that there were no obvious defense wounds. These details were also laid out in the criminal complaint filed by the family's attorney. A partner, whatever. I'm not advertising for you. The complaint alleges that ICE denied the mental health care he needed and ignored requests for more details on the conditions of MVPC. Newsweek asked DHS whether he had been tied up or whether it was cooperating with lawsuits filed in New York. Assistant Secretary did not answer these questions, but repeated similar messaging on detention deaths, that ICE takes each one of these seriously. Okay, so nothing. They said nothing. But yeah, so I guess I'll try and keep an eye on this one and give any updates if updates happen. But yeah, so it's pretty cool. You know, people obviously just hog-tie themselves and hang themselves. That's definitely a normal thing to do.
What we did is we discussed crime, more than ICE per se.
Happens all
We
the time.
discussed crime, and he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime, and I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And you know, we actually people would be shocked, but I want to see the same thing.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel
Please.
protesters.
Jack?
Mr. President, I want to know from the policies as well that Mayor-elect Mamdani talked about.
I think that's Jack Posobiec.
Was shifting the tax burden for property taxes.
Yes, it is.
What he called minority communities to white-based communities, and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech, you didn't mention anything about America or Christians. Or
They're not even listening to him.
So I didn't know if that was some.
They're making fun of him.
Spoken about.
As
We
he's asked you
focused
the
on
questions.
affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis.
That's so
What I will
funny.
say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform, because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through, and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in
But
our
to be
city.
clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
That's what you said.
no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted
Please, God.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in New York.
I love this that he's like, what did Jack expect him to be like? Yep, we're gonna tax white people more. Like, I love the fact that him and Trump are fucking laughing and making fun of Jack, being like, I told you this asshole would ask this question. Like, what did he say? What a schmuck.
Anything about to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention.
I didn't get it. Hold on.
He said something, right? He said the Bubba, right?
I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention.
He said
Put
president.
subtitles up.
I'm not sure if subtitles are going to do anything. We'll try.
Anything. I also noticed that Mayor-elect Mamdani talked a number of times about it on the campaign was shifting the tax burden.
Thanks, YouTube. Auto translate. English.
For property taxes from what policies as well that.
I guess the subtitles are just broken. Thanks, YouTube.
Mayor-elect Mamdani talked a number of times about it on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention anything about America or Christian.
I don't know what the fuck they said. It's just like mumbling.
No, they literally did just mumble at each other.
Yeah, bros are fucking best buds.
Look at Trump's. Hang on, wait, you fucked it up. Trump's face, how happy he is.
This has crossed paths to the face. I think
and we're not going to get along on that. We discussed
the concerns that what I've shared with the president.
We actually.
What did you do?
I don't know.
That I am very much interested in property tax reform.
You didn't mention taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention anything about America.
He goes, Mr. President, I something. And then Trump's like,
oh, I think he's saying I can handle this question.
Maybe that's what he was saying, yeah. Look at how happy he is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Or Christians or white people in general, and so I didn't know.
I've never seen him look up.
No,
you know what I mean?
What the fuck is happening?
That's the most leaned back I've ever seen his posture. His posture's always forward.
Yep,
He's
always.
perpetually about to fall over. Fucking President Humpty Dumpty, you know what I mean?
President Humpty Dumpty.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in our
But to
city.
be clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
That's what you said.
no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
How Jack Posobiec is asking these questions is the kind of unprofessional attitude that I would probably end up going with.
He's just like, nope.
He's like, no, you actually did say that. And it's like, well, what the fuck are you doing? Like, this is, like, while I say that I would do this, I would not do this job because I know I would do this. There are better people suited for this kind of work. Jack Posobiec is not one of them. Jack is also not one of them.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
I forgot to mention, guys, look. Very important.
Oh, you got
chili sauce.
Anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in New York. Are you concerned that Jewish New Yorkers feel welcome and safe in the city? And President Trump, you threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. And we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen.
Nothing says, I'm the president of the United States, like, we're not sending money to people I don't like.
I did say that, subject to what policy.
Yeah, even though you didn't vote for me, I'm still your president is dead.
These are being said. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things I really gleaned very much today, he'd like to see him come down, ideally, by building a lot of additional housing.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting.
Trump is realizing how media illiterate he is, and still he's not going to change. He's literally saying, I am media illiterate to the point that I literally need to speak to Mamdani in order to understand what he thinks, because the intake that he has is that fucking dumb. That's my interpretation of what he just said there. Is that he literally is media illiterate.
A big help, because I want New York City to be great. Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, Dave de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback.
Not the rapist? Just de Blasio. The rapist, he was cool. I guess, you gotta protect your own, right?
For the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President,
Yeah, okay, how about you? Go ahead, please.
You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to, but you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Especially after
Holy shit!
Absolutely.
That's huge!
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought. I think he's...
Holy shit!
Dude, this is how good Mamdani is at talking to people.
What is happening?
This is why his campaign was so successful. He could fucking talk to anybody and convince them that his ideas are correct, because he just talks like this. He's yeah, man, I sympathize with you. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah,
he's like the Bob Ross of politicians. You know what I mean?
He may have different views, but in many ways, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea, because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on. Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought. And when he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And, it just turned out to be a statistical truth. But, no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, but a very quick one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I will use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of our campaign.
There is a bus that
Well, but I know, but if he flew, that's a lot quicker too. He's working.
Trump is even siding with him, being like, because think about it, this is literally the Nazi press, and Trump is telling them that they're fucking idiots right now. He's like, yeah, he took a plane because it's quicker, you fucking idiot. Look at his face right now. He's like, ha 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 ha, you're so fucking stupid. Like, he's leaning back again. It's awesome.
This is great.
Being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, but a very quick one for
Please.
the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
Oh my
I'll
god.
use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses.
It's such a great
Alright.
politician
Do you
answer.
have? Hang on. Can we go back and listen to the cuntiness in her voice, and
No,
just
I feel
imagine
very
she's like
comfortable.
saying it like this?
I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, but a very quick one for
Please.
the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I'll use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City.
The laugh, the little
Aren't
chuckle.
trains greener?
The little chuckle is just perfect. Like please.
They both laughed at her.
Like it was literally a ha please moment. Like just leave. Like you should quit. You just got mogged by not only Mamdani in response to this question, but Donald Trump too. You should just quit.
And
Just
that's
quit.
why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of our campaign.
Did you?
There is a bus that
Well,
goes.
but I know, but if he flew, that's a lot quicker too. No. You know, I mean, he's working hard. For him to be. That's a.
What would have been funny if Trump said was, I don't have much time. This meeting was 30 minutes.
No, but instead he said, this guy's busy. He doesn't have time for that shit.
Which honestly is basically the same, but like, that's a good statement. That's really funny. That's embarrassing. I hope she's embarrassed. That's great. She's going to be telling everyone about this as well.
A very long drive. I'll stick up for you. You know, the plane takes you 30 minutes and driving takes you a
And
long
Mr. President, I was wondering if you could clear up some confusion around a Washington Post report. There was this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and fake news. Can you clear up?
I don't know anything about it. When was this written?
Yesterday.
Well, look, the Coast Guard's an incredible group of people. I know them very well. We just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters. Beautiful, the most magnificent ship. They look like yachts with lots of guns on them. Certainly, we want them to remain a force, and they are.
I don't do it. I would you accuse the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the see right now is we're about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city.
100,000? 100,000. That's fucking just in the city? That's insane. How? How many empty houses are in New York City?
They got families, bruv.
Manhattan has the highest rate of vacant homes in New York City. New York City has over 5,900 government-run apartments that are currently vacant, with approximately 1,400 empty residences in Manhattan, which has the highest vacancy in the city. Overall, the city's housing shortage is significant, with more units needed than demand. Interesting. Very interesting. So there is no oversupply, it seems. It's literally a housing shortage in New York City. That's crazy. Maybe stop building fucking financial buildings and start building apartments. Or
And there's
do it like Melbourne, where all the shops are on the bottom floor and build apartments on top of them. It's not a bad idea. I'm sure the bodegas and shit are like that, where the bodegas are at the bottom of apartment buildings.
Yeah.
Mm.
Most places, it's all apartments, though.
Okay.
Like, there's, like... It's like, there'll be, like, a main street, and then, like, every side street of that main street
apartments.
will be houses for miles.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then, like, a main street intersects that again further down and stuff
fascinating.
like that.
See, this
And
is
then,
why I
like,
want
on
to go
the
to New York.
intersections of the main street, there'll be development on all the corners and stuff. But the further you get out from those main streets, then you'll be in mostly apartments.
Okay.
It depends on the area, though.
Because, like, New York interests me because of the culture and, like, the people. Not so much, like, people go, oh my god, Times Square. I don't give a shit. It's probably the last place I'll go. Like, I would, because I walked basically Tokyo over 6 months. I would do that in New York. Like, I feel like even though the, like, public transit system is, like, fairly shit, I feel like you could probably get around the city fairly easily. See enough of the stuff. Don't have to go to the tourist shit. See what it's actually like in New York City. That's what I'm interested in. Not this fucking tourist bullshit. I get it, but not interested.
There's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we've made New Yorkers, and I appreciated the meeting we had and the work that we can do.
Do you agree that President Trump didn't do a peace and work hard to make the peace? Because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere. Do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where.
The guy next to you just signed with Russia to give them immunity to all war crimes that they did in their invasion of Ukraine. Is that peace? Is that justified? Is that cool? I reckon that's pretty cool.
We're speaking of.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you view the mayor-elect as the true leader of the Democrat Party? And do you think Leader Schumer's and Leader Jeffries, have to follow his lead?
Well, look, I hope they have great leaders. This is a man that right now I think is focused on New York City. I really think he has a chance to do a great job. We're going to help him, but I really think he has a chance to do a great job. But I'll let you answer that. You consider yourself the leader of the Democrats. I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City, and I keep my horizons
God, he's
firmly
such a
on New York
politician!
City, and I appreciate the meeting with the
Fuck!
That's why he won.
God,
He destroyed a political dynasty just by fucking being a serious politician with fucking socialist politics. Instead of being a socialist who is also cringe and wanted to just be like constantly like whining about shit.
Yes, it's just a politician but with socialism. Yes, it's like
He just gets it done, bro.
Take his lead. I think AOC did the same thing, where she was more.
She's way more
a little more
outspoken.
activisty, yeah. But she's still she's grown into being a really good politician, actually. But while still maintaining her advocacy as well. And on top of that, like, if Mamdani, as the mayor, does these town halls like AOC does, fuck it, do it with AOC. Who gives a shit? Like, actually be in
I
contact
just
with the
always
people
love
that
the
you
people who be
represent.
like, I'm not going to support AOC anymore after I did this. It's like, oh, really? Are you in her district?
That's what I always said to people. I'm like, complaining about the New York election. I'm like, are you voting? Oh,
But like, it's just
you
like
live
we
in
see it all the
Texas.
time with like the socialists because AOC isn't as socialist as they want. And it's like she doesn't fucking represent you.
Yeah, exactly. She's representing the people she represents. Like, she probably has her socialist values and then works to the
She
people that
fucking
she
has like
represents.
constant town halls and stuff to
Yeah.
hear from people.
Yeah, exactly. Like she's probably one of the best representatives that you could have as a politician, honestly, because she actually listens to you. And this is why I'm saying that Mamdani wouldn't be a bad idea if Mamdani actually went with AOC and did town halls as the mayor, allowing the people of New York, if they have a query or a complaint, to go directly to the source of the problem.
Why would he do them with AOC and just?
Because why not?
By himself.
Because why not? Why not?
He represents
add that-
more people than AOC.
I get that, but like, why not? It makes sense. She's a big name. Gets some attention. Even he's a big name as well, but still, you can't hurt.
Whether New Yorkers could afford to.
And it would reinforce this DSA collaboration thing that if they really want to like take over the Democratic Party and control the direction of the Democrats, maybe doing these kind of collaborative town halls is not a bad idea. Showing the people that these Democrats are not the old guard. These are not the Democrat elites making money off stock trades. These are people on the street. Granted, I'm sure AOC fucking makes money off stock trades as well. But like actually showing that these people are accessible. These people are normal people. You can talk to them. Could you go and talk to fucking Nancy Pelosi? I fucking doubt it.
The mayor of New York City is legally required to listen to me.
By the way, being the mayor of New York City is a big deal.
Absolutely.
I always said, one of the things I would have loved to be someday is the mayor of New York City. Being the mayor of New York, and especially now, because I think you're at really a turning point, one way or the other. It could go great, or it can go in a different direction. And I think you really have a chance to make it great. I appreciate what counting on.
Mr. President, you say you love New York City. Mr. Mamdani, does New York City love President Trump?
How
New York
much
City
of this
loves
I have missed?
president
Oh,
support,
so much.
And I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living. And I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes. One more.
I got a lot of votes.
I tell you, the press
Jackass.
has eaten this thing up.
You know what would not be a very good political statement? Make New York great again. Just sound it out in your head.
I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries. Nobody cared. This meeting that you people have gone crazy. Outside you have hundreds of people waiting. This is just a small little group. For some reason, the press has found this to be a very interesting meeting. The biggest people in the world, they come over from countries nobody cares. But they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, I was going to ask you exactly that. Why do you think there's so much more, so much excitement around this than in some form?
Because I think he's different. All right? I think he's different, and that can be in a very positive way, but I think he's different than, your typical guy, runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting. Because he has a chance to really do something great for New York. New York is at a very critical point. And he does need the help of the federal government to really succeed, and we're going to be helping him. But he's different than, your average candidate. He came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign manager standing over there.
Well, we're streaming on YouTube, so you might as well go back and
1 or 2.
2x.
I watched. I said,
That's true. You could do that.
He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, that's getting a little bit interesting, right? And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute.
Everyone
it's an amazing thing that he did.
knew he was going to win.
I'll just add. I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government
Trump on the
and
Green
New
New
York City
Deal.
government work together to deliver on affordability. It can be transformative.
We have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults that was missing for years. I found it, and I put it up. He's a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat. And when the mayor saw that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal, I guess, and of FDR. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said that you both spoke about crime.
Yeah.
There are many police officers set to come off the rolls at the end of this year in New York City. Are you going to allow those police to be replaced with police officers, actual cops? And are you going to require that that happens? Would there be some consequence?
Well, I hope it happens, but again, it's going to be ultimately the mayor's decision.
What's your answer?
Is that I look forward to delivering public safety with the NYPD, and I've said over the course of our campaign that we have the number of police officers today. They are the ones that's budgeted about 35,000 headcount. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it easier for police to focus on police work, not ask them to respond to 200,000 mental health calls a year.
So is that a reduction from what you're at right now? Are you committing to maintaining the same level of cops?
I've committed over the course of the campaign to maintain the 35,000. That's the headcount that we had through the campaign.
And not replace them with caseworkers, social workers?
No, I've said that's the headcount that we want. What we need to do is make sure they can focus on serious crime.
And he just retained a great police commissioner, I believe, right?
Yes, we did. Commissioner
if
Fish.
If the newspapers are correct.
That one they're correct about.
He retained, I think, somebody that is she's a good friend of some of the people in my family, of Ivanka, and they say she's really good, really competent, and he just retained her, so that's a good sign.
Are there still policies that you're disagreeing on in the future, and do you think you'll have more meetings like this?
There will be topics that we disagree on. I think we'll probably come to a conclusion, and ultimately, he'll convince me, or I'll convince him. You know, it's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything else. I want to see if this city could be unbelievable. If he could be a spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think you guys will
This is so fucking amazing.
I think we will. I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. Please.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik
This
has
interview
campaigned
has
multiple
everything.
times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't. But
He was standing next to one the other week.
How did nobody pick up that one? Oh, fuck! I'm struggling.
I hope he died.
Woo! How did nobody pick that one up?
you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
She's a very capable person. But you really have to ask her about that. But I don't particularly. I think I met with I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again. And I can say again, because New York was great. You know, when I came down to Washington initially, the city was so hot. It was doing great. We were
Loves that
having some
word.
telltale signs of problems. We had a mayor that was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along, and it went bad. It really went, pretty bad. And he can.
That is all of that one. Let's do this one. I'll be back.
That was the end?
Western Balkan
Yeah,
country.
that was the last question. There was like 20 seconds left. A minute, but whatever. Yeah, it was pretty much over after they finished that question.
Might finally be the one to break the EU's enlargement fatigue. Since officially beginning accession negotiations in 2024, the country has moved at remarkable speed. And this week it was announced that Albania is opening its fifth and final negotiation cluster, marking the fastest progress ever recorded among the Western Balkan states. To put that into perspective, Montenegro, the previous frontrunner, has also opened all of its chapters, but it's been negotiating since 2012. That's 13 years of talks, meaning it took Montenegro about 12 times longer to reach the same stage that Albania has reached in just a year and a bit. All of this makes Edi Rama's plan to close negotiations by 2027 and join the EU by 2030 look increasingly realistic. So in this video, we're going to explore why Albania is now the most likely candidate to become the EU's next member, and what challenges still lie ahead. We've just released a new coffee table book called Assembly Required, which runs through the stories behind some of the world's most beautiful parliament buildings. It's 300 pages long, features hundreds of photos as well as custom designed floor plans and maps, all alongside the stories of each building written by our team. Find out more and pick up a copy by clicking the link in the description. Let's start with some context. After decades of isolation and communist rule, at the turn of the century, Albania turned westwards. It's since become arguably the most pro-EU country in the region, with around 90% of Albania's population supporting the idea of accession, the highest rate among all the Western Balkan countries. In 2009, Albania submitted its formal application and was granted membership status 5 years later under the leadership of Edi Rama and his Socialist Party. Unfortunately for Albania, negotiations have been slow, and several member states, notably France and the Netherlands, have blocked advancing negotiations multiple times. Now, this is partly because states like France worry that the EU simply doesn't have the bandwidth to admit new members. But it's also because many member states weren't happy with Albania's corruption and crime problems. The Albanian mafia is generally regarded as one of the most powerful and influential narco-crime rings in Europe, equalled perhaps only by their Italian counterparts in Italy, and has been linked to rising gang-related violence across parts of northern Europe. At home, these criminal networks have managed to exert significant influence over politics, acting as kingmakers by manipulating votes, financing campaigns, intimidating opponents, and capturing state institutions. Their reach has severely undermined Albania's judiciary and contributed to broader concerns about the rule of law. As such, for a long time, many in the EU couldn't imagine Albania actually becoming a part of the bloc. Furthermore, Albania's membership had been hurt by the fact that the EU linked its bid to North Macedonia's. While North Macedonia originally made quick progress, a dispute with Bulgaria over minority rights resulted in Bulgaria essentially vetoing its application and stalling both bids. However, in 2024, the EU agreed to decouple Albania's bid from North Macedonia, paving the way for chapter negotiations. Since then, negotiations have moved at an incredibly fast pace, with the EU agreeing to open all 5 clusters with all 33 chapters in just under a year. While the country has yet to close these chapters, this progress is unprecedented. So, how did this happen? Well, first, the EU has become increasingly satisfied with Albania's progress on tackling organised crime and reforming its judiciary. The creation of an anti-corruption agency called SPAC in 2019 has been especially significant, and it's since gone on to prosecute a number of high-level officials. It's become one of the most trusted institutions in the country, and earned praise from the EU for its cooperation against drug trafficking networks. Second, Rama has aligned Albania's foreign policy very closely with that of the EU, something that has become increasingly important as the bloc contends with Russian influence and with relatively pro-Russia member states, which have used their veto power to stall key legislation. In this context, Albania is seen as a relatively unproblematic partner, a country that could join the EU without creating major political headaches, and even act as a counterbalance to Serbia's Russia-leading influence in the region. Finally, Albania has been pretty happy to help the EU with migration control. Under a landmark deal with Italy, Albania was set to become the first non-EU country to process asylum applications for an EU member state. Although the plan later hit legal obstacles, Rama defended it as Albania choosing to act like an EU member state and agreeing to share a burden that Europe should face united. Rama has also used some unorthodox methods to speed up the negotiation process, including using AI to translate more than 280,000 pages of EU legislation into Albanian, and pinpoint where Albania's legal system needs reform to align with the EU's acquiesce. At the same time, Rama has significantly strengthened his diplomatic profile. Over the past year, he has, somewhat unexpectedly, become a bit of an EU darling. Sporting his trademark white trainers, he's made headlines more than once, from playfully teasing Donald Trump alongside French President Emmanuel Macron over the US President's confusion about a non-existent war between Albania and Azerbaijan, and dropping to one knee when he meets Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister, who is the strongest ally in the EU. He's also leaned heavily on humour to make Albania's case for EU membership, multiple times likening Albania to a jilted lover waiting for the EU at the altar. More recently, he even tried his hand at some slightly darker humour, joking that there is no escape from Albania, better they get us in because we'll stalk them to the end. Albania's EU accession now looks increasingly likely. While the EU could still decide it's not ready, there have been discussions about allowing new members to join without full voting rights, effectively creating a multi-tier Europe. Rama is reportedly more than happy with this arrangement, and has even suggested letting the Italian European Commissioner represent Albania. However, changing these rules would require unanimous approval across the EU, a significant challenge. Even if that hurdle is cleared, rampant corruption in Albania remains a major issue, widely regarded by Albanians themselves as the primary barrier to EU accession. Recently, Rama responded to these concerns by appointing a new anti-corruption minister to oversee procurement processes. However, the fact that this minister was an AI interface drew outrage from the opposition, who argued that AI cannot uphold democratic accountability and accused it of being more likely to cover up corruption than expose it. What's more, until recently, the anti-corruption agency SPAC mostly targeted opposition lawmakers, but it's begun investigating allies of Rama's government, which reflects poorly on Rama and his agenda. In February, the socialist mayor of Tirana and possible successor to Rama was arrested for allegedly laundering developer funds through NGOs. A Socialist Party deputy was also charged with witness tampering, and a former Socialist MP allegedly shared police information with a crime boss during elections. Then this month, SPAC opened a corruption investigation into Albania's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Infrastructure for breaking public tender rules. All this could pose a major problem for Rama. Although he was re-elected in May on a platform promising EU accession, giving him, in theory, 4 more years to push reforms, if these sorts of corruption cases against his officials continue and anti-government protests flare, like they did last October, Rama's big EU plans could be derailed. When a story like this breaks, the headlines aren't just fast, they're fragmented. Depending on where you get your news, you might be seeing a completely different version of the same event. But if we take a look right now using Ground News, we can see that there are 38 sources reporting on this story about the EU Western Balkan Summit in Albania this October, with most of the coverage coming from the centre. If we dive a bit deeper, we can see that the left is evoking negative tones and tensions between countries like simmering Serbia-Kosovo disputes, whilst the right employs a positive rhetoric celebrating cooperation and reforms. We're able to get such a detailed analysis thanks to our sponsor this week, Ground News. If you're overwhelmed by the amount of outlet...
Stop it. Okay. This one.
Move on to His Excellency, the President.
How much G20 stuff did you get?
Huh?
How much G20 stuff did you get?
Not really anything. I wait till it's over to cover it.
Okay, we'll skip. I will close the group. That's fine.
Taiwan, the government is rolling out a new civil defence handbook to almost every household. It's part of a push to strengthen the self-ruled island's resilience as China steps up military and political pressure. The move comes as Taipei warns its citizens they're facing everyday coercion from Beijing, including cyber attacks, disinformation, espionage and near-daily military activity around the island. Officials say the handbook is meant to prepare residents for emergencies, including natural disasters, and to signal that Taiwanese society is determined to defend itself. Our East Asia correspondent Rick Blowett has been following the handbook's rollout and joins us live from Taipei. Hi, Rick. Can you tell us a bit more about what the guide contains?
Yep, I've got a copy of the book to show you here. It's super accessible. It's got a lot of pictures, cartoons. It's for the whole family. It's modelled on similar versions of books like this in Europe, and it's got a lot of practical tips about what people can do in certain situations, basic first aid, what they should prepare for emergencies, grab bags. And it's also really geared to the type of grey zone warfare that Taiwan is facing. So there's sections about disinformation, cyber security, and it also acknowledges the impact that cognitive warfare is having from Beijing on Taiwan. And there's a section at the end here which talks about how to talk to your children about the military aggression and what to do if you're feeling anxious. And it also importantly outlines Taiwan's history, Taiwan's fight for democracy and its ideals and why they're worth fighting for.
OK, so aside from telling Taiwan's people like what they need to prepare for, how to talk to people about it, what message is this sending overseas?
Well, Taiwan's obviously facing a much larger foe in China, and it's been pursuing a porcupine strategy, which is to make any attack on Taiwan look really unappealing to China. So part of that, of course, is getting enough weapons, getting people ready to fight. But it's also about sending a message that the people here are ready to defend their country. Recently, I spoke to one of Taiwan's top security officials about what message this sends to Beijing. Let's have a listen.
Fuck you!
So I think the key message is that we try to demonstrate our determinations in defending ourselves. That's the key message. To China, I think this also shows the same message, that we need to get people to understand, people across the Taiwan Strait, to understand that there would be a huge cost if China made the wrong decision to attack Taiwan, because Taiwanese people have resolve, and also we have a very clear commitment in defending ourselves, and people are willing to take that actions to protect each other. So I think that's the key core idea.
So this is really about showing strength and a united Taiwan then?
Yes, that's it, and we've seen how important that resolve is in places like Ukraine as they fend off Russia. And it also sends an important message to Taiwan's backers, particularly the US, that Taiwan is committed to its own defence and is worth supporting.
And the issue of Taiwan is, of course, a big regional issue and has recently caused an escalating spat between China and Japan, for example. Does that show any signs of cooling down?
The short answer is no, that's not showing any signs of cooling down. Two of their top diplomats from China and Japan met earlier this week. There was no resolution from that meeting. And China is still insisting that Japan's Prime Minister retract those comments that Japan could get involved if China attacked Taiwan. Beijing has been it's been telling its people not to go to Japan for tourism or for studying. It's been saying it will stop importing Japanese seafood, but Japan's Prime Minister Takaichi has been resolute that there's been no change in policy.
I must say, the Chinese nationalists and the Japanese nationalists fighting online is incredibly funny. Like, them just throwing their rhetoric at each other is incredibly entertaining. Because it's literally identical. It's just like, replace the things that the Chinese guys are talking about with the Japanese guys' subjects, and you've got the same arguments. It's just very funny.
And she has the support of her coalition and the general public. There's a lot of historic tension between these two big countries in the Asia-Pacific. And the last time they fell out, it was a good 2 years before they got back to normal relations. So I think it's a bit of a deep freeze.
All right, thanks very much, Rick. DW's Rick Glauert in Taipei.
Two whole turns. Crazy. Alright. I don't know what the fuck this is. I just saw it. And I think they're talking about the Nazi march that happened that resulted in the Nazi getting deported. And all of them are very mad right now. And they're literally demanding retaliatory deportations of Palestinian activists because a Nazi got deported. And I find this incredibly entertaining. This is the only thing we're going to look at on it. If it sucks, we're skipping it. But I just wanted to look at something.
So, James, a couple of months ago, we had the March for Australia, and the National Socialist Network, the Australian neo-Nazis, stood up in front of Parliament House in Victoria and had a bit to say. And it seems that they've just done that now in New South Wales, if I'm correct.
Absolutely correct. They have been building momentum, so to speak, and I guess building popular support, so to speak. But you're right, they've been quite active, shall we say, this year. Obviously, we had the anti-immigration march, which I'm not really sure if anyone who attended was actually sure what they were protesting for, but good on them. Grassroots activism. And one of the main things that came out of that was all the cities, the speeches and the march were usurped by the NSN.
Yeah, and we covered this.
We did
and
cover this.
I, in some ways, was quite impressed by how politically
It was
savvy
planned.
they were.
They are very politically savvy. We'll get onto that a little bit later. Obviously, we do not condone or agree with any of their policies. However, then we recently saw a couple months ago they had a midnight march in Melbourne.
Yep.
I think it was 4 a.m. and they had all the boys there with their it was like with their drums, little marching band, all standard matching black uniforms, masks.
They do it at midnight, and I'm sure that they do it in America at night as well, because nobody comes out except the media and the police. Makes them look scary. The media releases it, publishes it, being like, "Oh, scary Nazis," and they get PR for it. It's exactly what happened here. It's exactly what happens everywhere else.
Very organised, appeared to be quite disciplined. And then last Saturday we had, this is quite unprecedented actually, we had a large rally outside the New South Wales Parliament building.
Yes.
So to my knowledge about between 60 and 70 members, and they all stood there for like a photo op outside the New South Wales Parliament building with a large sign that said, "Abolish the Jewish lobby."
And they were very much in and out. They kind of rocked up and left before any arrests were made or the police were able to move them on.
Correct. And obviously that message, "Abolish the Jewish lobby," while, again, don't agree with anything they've said, but we have on the show pointed out the kind of undue influence of the Zionist lobby.
We've been very critical of the Israeli state's influence through lobbying of the Australian government, have we not?
We have.
Yes.
And I think that's quite reasonable.
Yeah.
But these, and this is a classic tactic of the neo-Nazis, is they say the Jewish lobby.
Yeah.
So they equate the problem as not a political problem, but an ethno-religious problem.
Yes.
Which I fundamentally disagree with.
Yeah.
So I believe that the way you end up believing that ideology that they espouse is if you don't have any kind of class analysis, shall we say.
Or state and political analysis.
State and political analysis. So you look at all these issues, which are quite valid issues, but then the scapegoat for that is this certain ethno-religious minority that you think controls the world, controls the banks, all the standard racist bullshit, stereotypes that we've heard for hundreds of years, especially in Europe, hundreds of years. So it is quite interesting because what happened was this protest wasn't actually rejected by the New South Wales Police.
Yes.
So they actually submitted a form, I believe it's called Form 1, and to my knowledge the way this works is if you are going to organise a protest, organise a rally, then the organising party has to submit a form, this is how it works in New South Wales, to the New South Wales Police, kind of specifying your aims and your outlines and like what you're going to be doing, for example. So if you're going to be, closing off, if you're going to be marching down the street, for example,
Nazi march.
Reasonably enough, coordinate
like,
with
oh,
the
okay.
police so they can, conduct traffic, etc., etc.
No, one of us.
And if you do, the way it works, to my knowledge, if you don't receive any feedback from the police within 7 days after you've submitted the form, it means you're all good to go ahead and do what you have to do.
Yep.
What I find interesting is that, because this is receiving a lot of backlash online and in the media, lots of people are saying, well, why wasn't this shut down by police, because at the end of the day, they didn't actually break any laws.
Yeah.
And as well, they didn't. So, to my knowledge, they didn't actually have to submit the form.
Didn't they do it about 24 hours before the march?
No. It was all above board, and this has caused a bit of kind of back and forth in New South Wales because the police bureaucracy has kind of responded, and the police commissioner has come out and said, well, I actually wasn't in. He's only been police commissioner for about 6 weeks, and it's a bit of a political blow for him because he's come out and he said, look. I wasn't informed of this by my deputy commissioner, so he's going, it's not my fault, it's the other guy's fault.
Yeah.
Regardless, he probably wasn't, to be honest. But what I find interesting is that...
These guys are interesting.
To what is required...
I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued. 300 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
Very low views on their page. But it seems to be all this format, where it's just like a sit-down and talk thing that they're doing. And it just seems to be straight news.
them.
Very interesting. Countering the narrative is what they say. Intriguing.
They didn't actually have to fill out that form because they didn't march on the street. They weren't there for very long. They weren't particularly disruptive, you know, to the public. So to me, that indicates that they are really trying to formalise their presence.
Yes.
And really trying to act not just as a ragtag bunch of kind of extreme dudes with, you know, of right-wing guys with extreme views, but trying to actually act and formalise themselves and present themselves as a proper political force.
To be taken seriously.
seriously.
Okay.
Another thing that's interesting is they did not, none of them wore masks.
Yes.
Yes, and they always are usually masked, as we know.
I did see there was a post on social media of all their faces going through one by one.
Yeah.
And it's worth having a look at. It's quite funny.
It is quite funny. I don't think it's going to do any good for us to actually name and shame people
No, of course
personally
not.
on our show, because I have looked into some of the individuals and how they've been tracked down.
Yeah.
I do find
it just was a lot of guys with like either being shaved or had mullets with like speed dealers and
like pit
wraparound
vipers, Look, I'm not going to lie. One thing, like...
Hey man, don't malign Pit Viper. They will donate in opposition to the Nazis if they were wearing Pit Vipers. This is a thing that they have documented that they will do. Like... I highly doubt that they were Pit Vipers. They were probably dragons, if anything. That is the bogan Nazi sunglasses. Or, there's another one. Same kind of big framed shit-looking sunglasses.
They're not Australia's best. They're not our best and brightest. I'm going to be completely honest. You look at some of these people, you think, I'm not going to judge someone on their appearance, but you look at some of these people and you think, yeah, right, okay, I see how you ended up here. Anyways, what I found was funny is that this has led to the identities of some of these people coming up online.
Being doxed, yeah.
Being doxed, which I don't think you should do.
Yeah.
Personally, that's not right.
Look, man. They're Nazis. If you should dox anybody, it's probably Nazis. You know, I would want to know if there was a Nazi in my neighborhood, you know? Kind of important information, considering that they are rabid, violent hate mongers. I don't know, brother. I think you should reassess this one.
Regardless of how much of a scumbag you are.
Or I think that you are saying this for face reasons.
But all I'll say is it's hilarious
because that smug laugh is exactly the smug laugh that I had when I read that a Nazi got deported because he went to this rally.
So the leader of this movement and their kind of most prominent spokesperson is Thomas Sowell.
Yes.
Who was recently released on bail.
Loser.
After him and his group attacked account.
Yeah. Thanks, Victoria. Releasing a Nazi on bail after committing a hate crime. That's pretty fucking cool, huh? It's not just kids wielding machetes, it's also Nazis who commit hate crimes that they release.
To protest in Victoria. So he was released on bail, and then he's obviously born in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious.
So he is the political kind of mastermind.
I think so.
Behind the NSN.
I think so.
So I've seen him come up on a few podcasts in the US. So what I kind of take away from that is that he has connections in the United States.
Of course he does.
He's trying to grow his movement here in Australia.
He's a base
and look,
reject.
He's done a good job of it. And he is, I disagree with him, he's a very articulate man.
Yeah.
These people are rejects from the real Nazis. These are the losers. These are the literal losers of the Nazis that people are revering here. This is what I really want people to understand. These people are the scum that not even Nazis would accept. Like, unprincipled dipshits is the main point here. These people are idiots. They are just practiced.
And he has a pretty clear and succinct analysis. I do not agree with it.
Yeah.
But lots of the issues that irk him and that he's basing this reactionary movement around are real issues that I share. And I think the really scary thing is that he actually can see these things for what they are.
He is. He's very well read in 1930s, like, German.
I don't think these guys know what apologetics is.
And theology.
No, he is.
Ideology.
He is.
Now, he's read Joseph Goebbels. I can guarantee you that.
Of course. But again, he's born in New Zealand. So that points out, again, the contradictory nature of all these far-right fascist movements, in my opinion. Another gentleman, I believe, was a white gentleman from South Africa. Who moved to Australia a couple of years ago. Pictures on social media show him with Jewish script on as a tattoo on his arm.
Yeah, right.
Interesting. Haven't been able to get my head around that one.
Yeah.
Another one was a gentleman from El Salvador who's a young man.
Yeah.
Again,
who his father was a member of the death squads in El Salvador?
I'd imagine so. It's something like that. But again, he was not born in Australia. Skin colour naturally a bit darker than the rest of the other kind of pasty white.
Nazis are inclusive
Ubermensch,
now,
shall we say? And apparently he was a prominent groiper in Australia. For anyone that isn't chronically online in the audience, the groipers are the followers of Nick Fuentes, the kind of ultra-right nutcase in the US.
Represented by the Pepe the Frog meme.
Yeah, the Pepe the Frog meme. And again, the irony being that Nick Fuentes is himself as of like Mexican-Italian heritage.
Yeah, okay.
But again, Nick Fuentes is a character who has gotten a lot, has picked up huge amount of traction online. I've listened to him a bit because I actually find him, some of the things he says are I don't agree with his politics, but he's hilarious.
Okay.
He is a funny man. I think he's despicable and his views are gross.
What is going on with these
and
guys?
he comes from
so
a
confused.
pretty kind of suburban white family, which I think kind of informs or a suburban white neighbourhood, which informs his kind of view.
These just might be two kind of more lefty, kind of normie guys, is the vibe I'm getting. This is like very normie opinion that I'm getting from him. And this is why Fuentes is such an issue. Is because of this exactly.
On anti-immigration, we need to keep it all white picket fences, because that's why I grew up.
Yeah.
He's actually younger than both of us.
And you think the Australian National Socialist Network are taking some influence from that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Another one, just a quick side, another one of the gentlemen, I believe it's been revealed, he owns it.
And let's not forget that the Blood Tribe guy literally had his visa cancelled and he was going to be at the March for Australia. So, the people denying that it's a fucking Nazi rally, you're wrong. You're just wrong. It wasn't co-opted. They didn't sneak in and take the stage. Beck, the woman who organized it all, organized it with the Nazis. It was always supposed to be vanguarded by the Nazis, spoken at by the Nazis, attended by the Nazis, and during the rally, they went through assaulting people, and the rally goers didn't eject them. After that, they committed a hate crime. All of this was preventable. Every single aspect of it. And everyone who ignored it is responsible. Every single one. Every single attendee at that rally, and every single attendee that goes to a rally by the same name afterwards, is culpable in the empowering of neo-Nazis in 2025 in Australia. Just so we're clear.
Just to be clear.
Yep. Just so we're clear
I did not write
here.
that song. And would never have sex with a child, just to be clear. Most men may rate me an 8 or 9 out of 10. And I'm available to any interested men who want to get my number after the show.
What the fuck is that?
Fucking can't show you. We're streaming on YouTube.
This is true. Fucking YouTube.
An air conditioning supply and installation company in New South Wales as refrigeration mechanics ourselves. I just say, come on, mate, do better.
I fucking told you, these guys are fucking normies. They're fucking normies. This is good. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Their opinions are normie shit. They're watching Nick Fuentes. This is not good. But they will listen because they're fucking normies. Like, this is good.
You should
this
gobble them up.
This is a good thing. I've literally already followed them on Instagram. I'm going to message them. I'm going to be like, hey, randomly found your shit while streaming. You're close. It's good. Keep
Don't
going.
say it's close. You're good.
No, I'm not going to say that. But like,
invite them in.
Yes, I know. I'm being facetious. Like I'm going to do it
Here,
professionally.
click that link.
Oh my god. Can you hear it?
No.
Okay,
And nobody should be able to hear it because that will definitely get blocked on YouTube.
Oh, I've seen this episode. Oh my god.
What is happening? I love the old lady with the music sheet. What is happening? She needs to be used as a reaction more. It's a crime she isn't. This is Gladys. She's going to be playing the piano. Just introduces her before the show.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm just listening to the bit that you were quoting.
That's where Gladys says the thing.
That's fucking awesome. You should cut that out immediately.
But like, is the best part when it shows Gladys looking at the sheet music?
That's what I was laughing at. You should cut that out and make that a soundbite immediately.
Find interesting is there's obviously,
doesn't need to
especially
be. I know the song.
the genocide in Palestine perpetrated by
for my
the State of
button.
Israel.
I love
that
how they're
has
saying
brought
things.
to the
Well, Nick
forefront-
Fuentes also recognizes a genocide in Palestine.
Yeah.
It's like, I love how they recognize. I was about to say they recognize the genocide, but they also watch Nick Fuentes. Then I was like, wait a second.
Yeah. He's anti-Jewish, you see. There's the commie Nazis who are pro-Palestine because Israel's doing it. And then there's the Fuentes Nazis who recognize the Palestinian genocide because Israel's doing it and they're Jewish. It's a very different thing. And this is why it's so frustrating talking about Israel, because they've so successfully conflated Jewishness. Jew. They've so conflated Jewishness with the Israeli state that, like, unless you're talking to someone who actually understands, most people are going to make that assumption, just like the normie assumption is, well, Israel, you means you're talking about Jews, you must be anti-Semitic. Like, it's such a leap in logic from people who just are kept ignorant because I guess they're exposed to some kind of level of Israeli propaganda. It's just very interesting.
Is brought into the mainstream political conversation the presence and the power.
But I will say this: the Australian High Court ruled that it's not anti-Semitic. They literally had to rule this. Is like the Australia's version of the Supreme Court basically said, criticism of Zionism and Israel is not anti-Semitic. Shut the fuck up. Is basically what they said.
Don't honk at me.
And unfortunately, that was needed. And now I can say, well, literally isn't. Cry about it. Eternally cope.
Of the Zionist entity.
And just as Israel in general.
Israel in general. And lots of people do not like that.
No.
Lots of people do not like what Israel does and do not like how they operate politically, not just in their own country, but all over the world as well.
I want to know how they plan out the podcast. Do they script it, or do you reckon they just have talking points and they sort of talk about what they're going to talk about?
I don't know.
Interesting.
It's interesting, James, because ostensibly it's been the kind of progressive left that has always opposed Israel, has been very conscious of the genocide, the ethnic cleansing that's been going on in the occupied territories. But now it's interesting to see that the populist right in America, led by figures such as Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens,
I guess Nick Fuentes as well now,
have been very hostile to Israel, and then that's obviously, as you said, has bled over into just kind of blatant anti-Semitism.
Of course, and that's because I don't think they have a coherent analysis of imperialism that we try and look at it.
Yes,
that's our perspective. That we try and have our analysis through, in which you see
what
that
is going
is
on?
a tool of capitalism
I'm so
of
confused.
the United States Empire to essentially divide the Middle East, fracture
How many episodes
for further
do they have?
exploitation of resources, etc., etc.
They have about 100 videos, but they're all short, little ones. Like 20 minutes. There's a 50 minutes one here. 30 minutes.
So they do the
30
podcast
minutes.
format and then cut it up. This is popular now.
Yeah, okay, so they must script it out with, like, subjects. Interesting.
What's the most popular video?
An interview here? Probably the one that we're watching, honestly. Oh, no. Australian public think about the elections.
That's an interesting one.
The
Uh-oh.
National
Look what
Press
the next
Club.
one is.
Chris Hedges.
Blinky.
Oh, my God.
It's Blinker.
Amazing.
It's the
Our
Blinky
worlds
man.
are colliding. Everything is connected.
Well, everyone knows fucking... that's the fucking classic...
Oh, interesting.
Like, I
Right-wing
think
populism.
Chris Hedges is kind of an entry point into dipshittery.
Absolutely. I could not agree more.
But, like, his networks have done some really, really interesting interviews. Like, I want to say his Real News Network, when he was doing that, they fucking interviewed Brzezinski. And Brzezinski did very well in the interview. But they tried.
Yeah.
They tried to nail him.
Yeah. He's pretty practiced. I guess he does a lot. He does it a lot. Oh my God.
But if you don't see that, if you just think that, as lots of these people do, that America is just this innocent country that's just been taken over by neocons and Jewish bankers and whatever bullshit they think of, then that's the logical conclusion. That's where you end up, essentially. But I do think it's interesting that I think this movement is growing. And I do find it funny that I think the way I see it is that, for example, in regards to the Jewish lobby, I think this is actually something that they have in common with Israelis, is that they're both ethno-supremacists. Or with the kind of the Zionist
What
political
is
entity.
happening?
They're both ethno-supremacists, and they both want to associate Israel with Judaism. So the white supremacists will look at it and say, look what these Israelis are doing, it's because they're Jewish. And then the Israelis will say, well, we're all Jewish.
so,
They
like,
both attribute their actions of the state.
I really was more supportive of Chris Hedges back then, you know,
Yeah.
just 15 years ago. This isn't Chris, but it's his network, you know.
By asking Dr. Brzezinski about an interview he gave last September to the website The Daily Beast. In that interview, Dr. Brzezinski was asked, how aggressive can Obama be in insisting to the Israelis that a military strike might be in America's worst interest? Brzezinski answered, we're not exactly impotent little babies. They have to fly over our airspace in Iraq. Are we just going to sit there and watch? He was then asked, what if they fly over anyway? Well, we have to be serious about denying them that right. That means a denial where you aren't just saying it. If they fly over, you go up and you confront them. They have the choice of turning back or not. I sat down with Dr. Brzezinski at the Center for Strategic Studies in Washington.
So, like, the thing is like, we've been over how awful Ziggy is, right?
Yeah.
To point out this criticism, which was a question on if America or if Iran was going to attack America, maybe attack Israel, one or the other, right? He was saying, well, we're in Iraq, they have to fly over us. Are they really going to do that? And they're like, what if they do? And he's like, then America should be serious about denying them that airspace, right?
Yeah.
And like, America has countered missile strikes coming out of Iran plenty of times.
Yep, for
like,
Israel.
What exactly are trying to nail Ziggy on here? Like, yes, if America knows a strike from Iran is coming anywhere, they're gonna fucking counter it because they have the ability to do so.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really get this being the focal point of attacking them. And this is what I mean, is like, they tried.
They both tie it directly to Judaism.
Okay. And trustee. Talk about American strategy towards Iran. It's fairly well known. You had a bit of a falling out with President Obama on this. You were talking about opposing any potential Israeli attack on Iran. I mean, you weren't the only one.
No, I wasn't saying opposing. I was saying that we should not let them use our airspace without our permission, because no matter what, we would be held as complicit.
Oh, so what he's saying, I think what he's saying is that he's against Israel using the American airspace in Iraq to bomb Iran. Is what he's actually saying here.
For it. So if our view is that this is not desirable, we should not allow airspace to be used. If we want it to be used, fine. But let's be clear about it. It's not a good idea to stumble into a war regarding which you're ambivalent. That has to be made, that decision has to be made with open eyes. But my view on Iran is that we have to be patient and that deterrence can work. We don't need to increase the scale of the conflict in the region that we have been discussing, because an increase in that conflict involving the Iranians in a collision with us would make our task in Afghanistan absolutely impossible, would probably reignite the conflict in Iraq, would set the Persian Gulf ablaze, would increase the price of oil twofold, threefold, fourfold, and Americans would be paying $5, $6 a gallon at the gas stations. Europe would become even more dependent.
You see how intelligent he is? I mean, he has a PhD, right? So, like, that's the thing, is he's not stupid. He's just fucking evil. Okay?
It's worse.
So the thing is like, Brzezinski, it's like Chris Hitchens. Like, if you're not prepared to go in and, like, try to, like, do an interview where Chris Hitchens is going to be the imperialist who's the bad guy, which I'm sure Real News Network has done with Chris Hitchens, like, you need to know who you're fucking stepping in the arena with. And, like, Brzezinski is a really fucking intelligent guy. But I know in this interview, he has a, they ask him about the stingers, and he goes, he's like, don't you regret it? What Afghanistan became? And he, like, goes in and tells the guy why he's a moron, and why he would still back the Mujahideen today. And it's like, he makes a good argument, but if the guy went in being like, hey, don't you think it was really fucking stupid to back Gulbuddin Hekmatyar when there were other groups, for example, maybe the Maoist groups? I know you were anti-communist, but those Maoist groups had a coalition with Sigmatullah Mujahideen. Like, wouldn't that... Too bad he's dead. Nobody can ask him this question now. I would love to hear what Brzezinski had to say about Sigmatullah Mujahideen.
Attribute their actions of the state in... They both tie it
Would have been
directly to
interesting.
Judaism.
Okay, yeah.
Whereas lots of people like us will say, no, that has nothing to do with Judaism. It's a settler colonial project, essentially. But that's just a weird kind of little contradiction, but I guess they both agree on that same point.
Yeah, it was the beauty of the contradiction with inside it.
Of course, it's a bit of it's a head scratch, but once I think you do a bit of reading and do a bit of analysis and really kind of bring it back to your first principles of analysis, that's kind of where you end up. another thing that's interesting is that they have now changed their name from the National Socialist Network.
Yes.
Which, look, possibly some bad connotations.
A bit on the nose.
A bit on the nose. So they've changed the name from the National Socialist Network to White Australia.
Yes, I did see
and
that.
I believe they are now going to form a political party and run for seats in the next federal election.
Yeah, that should be fucking banned. Immediately fucking ban them. I don't, like, let them fucking cry about anti-democracy bullshit. I don't give a fuck. Nazis are anti-democratic. They like anti-democratic. They can suffer the fucking consequences. You don't get a seat. You don't get air. You don't get a fucking voice. Shut the fuck up, you filthy fucking Nazi cunt.
Wow, you sure hate white people.
Yes.
Or they're on the verge of doing that. They
Yeah,
almost have
fascinating.
enough members of the party. I think that's very dangerous, obviously. And I'd like to say that, yeah, look, Australians are generally pretty not racist.
Stupid.
So we're not going to fall for that. But I think given the current political...
Did bro just say Australians weren't racist? Boy. Damn.
Climate, I think they will actually have a little bit of success.
Yeah,
and I think that's terrifying. And I think that is why, as well, they have started to take these steps to be present, be represented, appeal to this base, you know, to this broad population by just saying abolish the Jewish lobby.
They already have a Nazi party in Australia. It's called Pauline Hanson's One Nation. They don't need their own party. It's already there. They endorsed the Nazi rally. What more do you want? They attended. Bob Catter spoke through their fucking megaphone. They happily defend Nazis. They have been crying for weeks because their Nazi fucking dipshits got arrested. Joe Davis is missing the birth of his child. Maybe you should have thought of that before going to a Nazi rally, you dumb cunt. Maybe instead of going to a Nazi rally, you should think about your family, you stupid fuck.
Well, he was trying to secure the future for his white children, Jack.
Secure that future. You don't get to see the birth. Suck shit, cunt.
Yeah.
That don't mean...
Oh, you got arrested? Oh.
In Israel, but that's kind of the implication.
And no one else in mainstream politics
mean.
is going to come out and say that.
Yeah. Well, exactly. No one can come out and say
No.
that. Maybe the Greens can kind of vaguely say we don't like what Israel's doing, but they're not going to come out and say abolish the Zionist lobby.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah.
I think they're going to appeal to a lot of people.
Yeah. No, they will.
And I think they will grow. And I think...
You want to see what my my signature is going to be when Nazis start doing Nazi shit?
No.
It's funny.
What were we looking at? Oh, Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk? Speaking of Nazis.
Yeah, that's ray gun.
What?
Right?
Yes.
That's what he did when he died. He did the ray gun.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
I was like, what did I do to make... I was trying to think of the ray gun joke I made.
Yes, it was Charlie Kirk. Yes. That was incredibly funny.
Unfortunately, that's going to happen. I think there will be a presence politically in Australia. And once you've...
Not if you ban them! You know, they can join the Liberals. They'll be welcomed.
Open up that bag of worms.
One Nation.
That can of worms.
Gerard Rennick's People First. You know, there's plenty of Nazi... Lyle Shelton's fucking... People's Party or Family First People's Party. No, did I say Family First? People's Party is Gerard Rennick. Family First is Lyle Shelton, which is also a Christofash party. There's plenty of options for the Nazis. They don't need their own party. Ban them.
Sorry?
Yeah.
A bag of cats, whatever your analogy is, you know. Once you've opened it up, you can't really put it back in the box.
Exactly, so ban them.
And I don't think the right idea will be for the New South Wales state government or the Australian federal government to say, I think it would be incorrect of them to, for example, say, you're not allowed to protest and join this party.
That's exactly
because that is going to shut down, and then they're going to be seen as the victims.
Yeah.
Lots of people that will...
they always are going to position themselves as the victims. They're fucking Nazis. It literally doesn't matter what you do. They think that they are the victims and they were defending themselves when they did a hate crime on Indigenous women. They literally are using the news website The Noticer, which is literally propaganda outlet for these fucking Nazis, to justify their hate crime because some people went up and punched them before the fucking, before the rally, which, good. More. Should have gone with double the numbers. And instead of punching them, use bats. You know, you were over the Yarra River. Throw them in the fucking river. I don't really give a fuck. They shouldn't be on the street. They should be scared to leave their house. Let alone start a fucking political party. I don't understand why this is fucking controversial. They're fucking Nazis. And here you are being like, oh no, don't ban the Nazis. They'll be victims. When they get power, this is what they will advocate for. To keep your democracy healthy, you have to make sure Nazis don't get power. Why have people forgotten this? Fuck.
Free speech.
Fuck free speech. Nazis don't deserve free speech.
Maybe on the fence thinking about it, then why are they shutting down this political party?
Yeah.
And then they read into it, and that's going to attract more people.
Yeah, but that's exactly what will happen. And it'll, as you said, it'll work for them because the state governments, the federal governments will use
Like, seriously, wake the fuck up. Like, this country has literally never had a fucking struggle that it's had to gone through. It's been 190 fucking years of genociding the Aboriginals and pretending that this country is great. Can we fucking not? Can we finally own up to the fact that this country is a genocidal wasteland of racism that hasn't been rectified yet? So much so that 50 years after the genocide apparently ended, we're back at a fucking political party called White Australia, named after a policy of white supremacy. What the fuck is wrong with people? Wake the fuck up.
hate speech legislation to abolish them and restrict their freedom of political association, etc., etc.
Yeah, of course. And what...
Associate with one fucking nation. Fuck Nazis.
Another thing is that, so part of the reasoning for their most recent protest that we saw last weekend is that obviously in New South Wales there were a bunch of kind of hate speech laws that were a bit fishy, and they were spurred on in a reaction to a bunch of really suspicious, unresolved hate crimes, including attacking of synagogues, and we had the infamous Mein Kampf caravan full of explosives that turned out to be a complete fraud, but that got the political wheel rolling. And I think this was partially them coming out in a reaction to that.
Yeah.
So I think without just more education, more class consciousness, we're going to see this movement grow.
These guys are so fucking confusing. I really want to talk to them. I'm so fucking
just
confused.
Say, hey,
you confuse me. Come on the show.
Want to do an interview? Just say, do an interview with us.
No, I will. Oh, yeah, I will.
All.
I will.
Yeah, very fascinating.
But I think at the end of the day, for the political class, I think lots of the people in Australian politics are pretty kind of centrist, kind of cosmopolitan, latte sippers, shall I say.
The word, sir, is apathetic. The entire population of Australia is an apathetic middle class. White-collar jobs, working in office buildings. Most of the tradies live in the shit suburbs on the outskirts of the cities, and the tradies, whatever, unions are dead. Unions are dead. All the workers are fucking fascists now. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, yes, I agree. I agree it's class consciousness, but it's like, the fascists are winning. There aren't enough here, and the ones that are here, the socialists, right? The ones that are here seem to be these China-loving tanky types who are gonna side with the fucking Nazis. Like, where the fuck is the Antifa, you know? Where the fuck are the anti-fascists going out and belting their fucking heads in? That's what I want to know. Like, they claim that Antifa were the ones throwing rocks at the cops. Where the fuck are they? Too busy trying to start political fucking parties.
So, and for them, I actually think at the end of the day, even though they kind of really dislike how crude and kind of vulgar this display of political opinion is in public, at the end of the day, I think they would rather side with that than side with genuine working class movements.
Yeah, okay.
As history has always shown us.
Yeah, interesting.
So I think there needs to be a lot more awareness about this and a lot more education.
Yeah.
And I think shutting them down is only going to help their cause.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
well, James, look, I'll put an open invitation out. Thomas Sewell, if you're out there, if you're listening.
Brother, no, don't fucking do that. Jesus fucking Christ.
Desist, brother. This will not help us.
Holy fucking shit.
Life affirming, schmife affirming. It's called the 7 fucking psychopaths.
Don't platform fucking Nazis.
Suspected
You guys,
spam caller. I'm streaming, bitch.
You guys are not practiced enough with identifying Nazi apologetics to appropriately interview a Nazi. Please, do not do this. All you will be doing is feeding their fucking rhetoric. Exactly like Jacinta Allen did when instead of standing up to him and telling him to get fucked because he's a little rat cunt, she ran away. She ran away and he got to stand there looking tough, right? Jacinta Allen allowing the police to fucking bail him after a hate crime, empowering them further. The police ejecting them from the rally, allowing them to commit the hate crime and not shadowing the Nazis. These are the fucking things that help platform them. You know, an entire rally shielded by an air of nationalism. Even though it was a Nazi rally led by Nazis, spoken at by Nazis. Can we please stop fucking platforming Nazis? Stop it. This is not working. Debating Nazis only helps the Nazis. You know what doesn't help the Nazis? Not listening to them. Not platforming them. Not talking to them. Not giving their fucking cancerous ideology air. That is what stops Nazis. Fuck them. Let them fester in their shitty little fucking underground caverns. Let the troglodytes live in their fucking caves doing their little homo fucking training camps out in the bush. Where they have to hold each other for warmth. Bush. Fuck them. Do not platform the fucking Nazis.
Come on the podcast. We'd love to chat with you.
Actually would, yeah.
Yeah. We'd love to actually have a serious conversation with you because I've heard you interviewed and no one can challenge you properly. So, open invitation.
100%. A really one that I found was Thomas Sewell just walked all over him was Todd Sampson.
Yeah.
Used to be on the Gruen transfer.
Yeah, so he's worked in mainstream media and he interviewed Thomas Sewell and that was just...
We watched that interview with CNN that interviewed Candace Owens. I'm going to send them that interview. And I'd be like, don't interview Nazis. Are you able to act like her?
How about you just...
I won't do that. I'll ask them to come on the show. Well, I'm very curious. I will not yell at them, don't worry.
We need people to have a board of directors.
Mm. No, I will not yell at them, but I'm very interested to have a conversation. And if they do watch this, because I'm probably going to clip this one out. If they do watch this,
Maybe don't clip this out.
I'm not yelling at them. I'm yelling.
Yeah,
at
I
the
would not
general
clip
public.
this out. I honestly, if this is how you've been talking to people, it makes sense.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm just saying.
What are you talking about? Talking to who?
I don't know.
Like I'm speaking in generalities. I'm speaking in general to people who are facilitating Nazis and empowering Nazis. It's not very controversial, and clearly,
oh my fucking god, bro.
and clearly, calm. Speaking to people calmly is not the fucking way it's working, because
Oh my
at this
God.
point, nobody is listening, and the Nazis are getting more and more empowered. So, at this point, I don't know what other fucking way to tell people. If they're not going to listen to reason and evidence, then I'm going to fucking yell at them. And I'm not going to let them speak. And they can listen or they can walk away. I don't give a shit. But I'm not yelling at these two. Like these two is like it's
Sounds like you are.
No. It's I'm not. It's not.
I'm gonna
directed at
clip
them.
out this adversarial piece and send it to them. That way they'll never talk to us.
It was difficult to listen to.
It was,
Hang
because
on,
Tom
hang on,
still
hang
walked
on,
all
hang
over
on,
it.
hang on, hang on,
And
hang on. I gotta show you something. It's important.
This is what you sent me on Instagram. Is it a cobra with a weave?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Do you know the king cobra is not a cobra?
Sure.
It's not. It's called the king cobra because it eats cobras.
Oh, that's funny.
Just
Is it like a-
because
is it a
any
mamba or
type of
something?
king snake is a snake that eats snakes.
Mm. Is it a mamba or something? I don't believe you. Under the
King
genus-
cobras are closely related to mambas.
Haha, I fucking nailed it. Crazy. Very interesting. Cool. One of the coolest snakes is a black mamba. The black mamba. Look at that neat little snake. Little cool little guy. Black mouth. Sick. They're like, oh my god, snakes. Nah, snakes are cool. That's not a black mamba. They're fast as fuck too, these ones. I think these are the fast ones.
Yeah, they're one of the hardest snakes to keep in captivity.
Do they get out?
No,
Or just
because they're really fast.
Yeah.
And they'll come at you very fast and kill you.
Yeah. African schoolgirl dies in less than 30 minutes after being bitten by one. There you go.
Todd Sampson couldn't actually, again, provide some sort of a coherent analysis
Yeah.
that would that he could defeat, which I could have done listening
Yeah,
to
he
it.
couldn't
you
just
know?
rebuke him on really basic, like, reactionary racist politics.
No, of course not. Yeah, and he also got sucked in and got quite
emotional
yeah.
about
it, and then
which is what they want.
Which is exactly what they want.
Yeah.
So look, everyone, be on the lookout for Nazis. There's probably going to be more of them around the place. Lots of them are probably born overseas.
So much confusion. I'm so confused. Hey, come on the podcast. Hey, look out for Nazis.
These as well, hilarious.
I'm so confused. Okay. What next? Sure, let's go this one. We haven't watched these two for a while.
Another story that I think caught some people here in the U.S. off guard, and that was Donald Trump threatening military action in the West African nation of Nigeria, allegedly to protect Christians. I think there's probably more to it than that, and maybe that isn't a part of it at all. But nonetheless, we are very, very happy to be joined to help us sort through it all by David Hundane.
I cannot wait for these two.
No, it sucks whenever they do interviews. The interview stuff they do sucks. It's when they're just trying to sell dumb shit that they're funny. They're never good. They're never funny with interviews.
You want to watch it or what?
No.
Okay.
For Barry Levine on CNN, this is him talking about the that email where Epstein, writing to Maxwell, says that Trump is the dog that hasn't barked. And of course, as you know, that Matt, because he's as literary as Jeffrey Epstein, knows that that was a...
I don't like that comparison.
One of the many
That's so fucked up because Epstein
I'm
was so fucking illiterate in those
Was he?
emails. Oh my god, yeah.
Interesting.
Bro could not type. It's like writing like I do.
Alright, I'm just gonna hit like sporadic videos here.
I put a bunch in there.
Okay.
more literate than Jeffrey Epstein.
You're as handsome as Jeffrey Dahmer.
Also live in New York. Yeah, a lot of things. Interesting. Anyways, but that it's from a famous Sherlock Holmes story where a dog did not set off the alarm because they knew the thief, I guess it was. And the idea here is that Trump is not speaking on some level because he knows who the person who tipped off the authorities to about Epstein was.
Why would I bark? I know those guys.
Not just don't I know guys. I'd be reporting on me. Here is the Epstein biographer.
On that 2011 email, we'll put it up on the screen, and I will ask you, the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. What do you think he's referring to?
This is what they're talking about.
Well, I think Jeffrey Epstein is referring to the fact that he believes that Donald Trump talked to Michael Ryder, who was the...
No, I think this is stupid. I don't think this is about an FBI informant or anything like that. I think this is about Epstein having tabs on people who knew what he was doing and who hasn't said anything. Has Trump ever come out and said, Jeffrey Epstein's a pedophile, fuck that guy? Or is he always saying, Jeffrey Epstein, nice guy, I like that guy?
I mean, he said that he's a creep.
Sure, but Trump's a creep too. Like, that means
Dude,
nothing.
he said that lately. Why are we talking about Epstein, that creep?
Well, he's also trying to deny the fact that he's in them fucking emails. So there's vested interest for him to do so. I think 2024 and before is probably when we should be looking at what Trump was saying about Epstein. He seemed pretty adamant about releasing the files, and now all of a sudden, not so much.
I just didn't...
Palm Beach police chief.
I didn't know how much more we didn't know at this point, you know? Like, what could have been released and documented. So I'm curious on, like, what these files are.
Are the ones that they have, not these emails.
Yeah, because they fucking pressured 2 different members of Congress to not vote.
Yes, they
or
did,
to not
yeah.
sign off on it, right?
Yeah, so what the fuck is in them, yeah. It's very sus.
In the Situation Room, where you can't bring phones.
Yeah.
So nobody can tell you what went on in that room. But apparently that's what happened.
Very interesting. Who was it, Bobbitt and MTG?
No, Nancy Mace.
No shit.
And Boebert.
Ooh. Did they cave?
No.
No shit. Fantastic. I guess they knew that it was literally political nuclear suicide.
2004 and began the first...
Like, I'm gonna eat this radioactive rod.
Investigation.
Watch
into
me die.
Jeffrey Epstein. I suspect that Jeffrey Epstein, in his conversation or email with Maxwell was
I'm going to eat
saying
this
he was
uranium rock.
75% there.
Watch me melt
believing
from
that
inside
Trump
out.
might
Ooh,
have
hot
been
rock.
the whistleblower at the time. Again, you have to remember that particular year, the two
Ooh,
men
hot
had a
rock.
falling out.
Oh, put it in
Not only
mouth.
over the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was taking young women from his spa at Mar-a-Lago for Jeffrey Epstein, but they also had a nasty.
It really seemed like Trump was more annoyed that Epstein was poaching 17-year-olds from him than it was Epstein being a pedophile, from what I remember.
Real estate deal that both men were trying to get. So there was bad blood between the two of them.
Okay, so it's a combination then of the Trump being the dog who didn't bark and that additional line on that email. We'll put it back on the screen. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there, meaning he's 75% there to believing that Trump is an informant against him?
That is what I believe based on my research of years of the Jeffrey Epstein story.
Okay, but
you also have to
Barry,
remember that
Barry,
the House Speaker at one point,
Baz. Big Baz.
Barry, if Donald Trump were an informant, if Donald Trump dropped the dime on Jeffrey Epstein, why wouldn't he today, in this climate, be shouting it from the mountaintops?
Exactly.
I'm the one who put him away.
That's a question that only the president can answer. And again, the Palm Beach police have never said that Donald Trump was an informant. However, not too long ago, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, said that Donald Trump was an informant on this particular case. So it is rather
Mike
confusing.
Johnson's a fucking moron.
Well, I mean, so I saw Julie Brown, who was like the Miami Herald reporter who's most across this, saying that, you know, she doesn't believe
Downtown
that Trump
Julie
would have
Brown?
been the informant to tip off the police. They were tipped off by a parent, which I think like that's can also be true. And also there could have been this pre-existing relationship that Trump had with the government as an informant in other contexts that Epstein could have been aware of, and he
About
could
the
have.
deal. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? It's also weird to me is just like
on that 2011 email.
The weird thing to me too is why would Epstein have?
Well, what the tweet that you literally just sent there is what Sam just said, is that they were tipped off by a parent, not an informant. So even if that was true, no, it's not. And he probably, even if it wasn't, he was an informant, probably not for this. I would imagine it would probably be some kind of financial crime, or he's trying to take out some opposition or competition in the property market, maybe. Something like that is probably pretty good guess as to what it might have been if he was in fact an informant of some kind. But even then, why would it go to the FBI? Does the FBI do financial crimes?
Yes.
They do? Okay. Perfect then.
Actually, I also, I think the Secret Service specifically is the ones who do counterfeiting.
Okay. Interesting. Why?
Because the
the
money
Fed.
is the federal government.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. But FBI is still Federal Bureau of Investigations. We've had this discussion before. FBI, they're not
Female
agents,
body inspector. That's ridiculous.
The FBI, they're not agents, are they? They're
because
officers?
we're both in law enforcement. I can't even look at it. It makes me laugh. But I am a sick puppy.
Is that from the same movie?
What do you mean? The
my
same
wife.
movie?
You get my wife's name right?
Yeah,
Is that from that
when
movie?
he gives him the mug.
What's that movie called?
Other Guys.
It is that one. Okay. Yes. But yeah, so I think if Trump was an FBI informant, it would likely be for something like that, financial fraud, residential sort of construction shit. It would be something like that, not this kind of shit. I think that Trump was probably implicated, which is why he's hiding it so much. But we'll see. We'll see.
Want a piece of real estate so much that he would alienate himself from Trump. Like, if this guy is he's got all the money in the world. He seems
doesn't he throw it out the window?
Why?
Just fucking watch it. The fucking chemistry between those two in
It's
that
so
movie
funny.
is fucking amazing.
The fact that they made him drive a Prius is also incredibly funny. And it's like a center point of the entire movie.
They're like, oh, great gas mileage, and he's like, oh, incredible. Now, does this car come with a dental dam? And then also, after he runs to the crime scene and he's covered in cocaine, in the next scene they're in a car chase and he goes, we are in a cocaine-covered car.
Amazing.
Why would you alienate?
I can't even look at it. It just makes me
from
laugh.
anybody
I'm a sick
in that
puppy.
instance, right? I mean, I guess like over, a material thing like
Don't
that.
ever do that
don't
again.
know.
Oh, I won't.
Which is not to say like, I think it's
They're rich
impossible.
psychos,
It's impossible to sort of like get into the mindset. of
But
these
remember what Mike Johnson said like 4 or 5 weeks
Yeah,
ago?
he said he was an FBI.
Sorry, yeah. If you said
That's
that.
what Smirkanish was referencing.
Okay,
That's
gotcha.
what, I mean, the guy was referencing.
Yes,
there.
okay.
And so, who knows? I mean, who knows? It's also possible that Trump squealed on him when they came to him. Like, do you know anything? Yes. I mean, who knows?
Did you ever see the movie The Anderson Tapes?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, it's this 1971 movie, Sidney Lumet, but basically there's this heist that happens, and it turns out that the place that they have a heist, there's a whole bunch of surveillance equipment in the basement of it for like 3 different investigations, and they can't prosecute the heist people because it would expose all of the recording they're doing.
I will tell you something.
Of people in the building.
I think that is the story with many conspiracies. So, for instance, like the Benghazi stuff, I think there was, and this is complete speculation on my part, but I think that annex in Benghazi was in fact like shipping armaments to Syria. You can't.
That's not a conspiracy.
But it could have been anything.
What? Sam,
like-
that's not a conspiracy. That's what they were doing.
Recording.
What do you
the
mean?
recording
I'll tell you something.
Of people in the building.
I think that is the story with many conspiracies. So, for instance, like the Benghazi stuff, I think there was, and this is complete speculation on my part, but I think that annex in Benghazi was in fact like shipping armaments to Syria. You can't, but it could have been anything. That's top secret.
They were.
So the Republicans.
Okay, so he wasn't saying it was a conspiracy theory. He was using it as an example and saying this is what actually happened, but people think it was
he's
something
saying
else.
no. He's saying that it's speculation, but like I'm almost positive we 100% know this for a fact.
Do you want to double check that?
Well, you got fucking Libyan weapons in Syria.
No, I know, but I'm saying, do you want to actually do you want to actually literally double check that and see?
Like
if
I want to say it's all part of that Obama operation that armed the Mujahideen is tied up in it. But they specifically weren't. It wasn't like light weapons.
Heavy weapons.
It was
heavy machine
heavy.
guns.
Not just that, man pads and stuff.
Oh.
They're basically emptying Gaddafi's vault.
Wait, and sending them to who? The rebels?
Yeah.
Oh, based. That's great. I agree. Send Gaddafi's shit to the rebels to take out another Ba'athist. Fuck that.
Like the whole thing where it's like, oh, we have a fucking embassy here. No, you don't. The embassy wasn't in Benghazi.
Is that where Hillary Clinton landed under sniper fire?
No. I don't think so.
Isn't that what she claims? I landed in
I don't
Benghazi under sniper fire.
Know that the real answer can't come out. So they can never be proved wrong in any type of theory that's associated with it. I am quite convinced that there is stuff coming out of the New York FBI office in the summer of 2016 The stories about the mutiny and Comey's, and like, I'm convinced that much of the whole Mueller investigation.
U.S. regarding the Benghazi attack in the
Committee, Hillary Clinton responded to questions regarding the attack of a U.S. compound in Benghazi, Libya on September 11, 2012, which led to the deaths of seeking the truth.
Truth about why we were in Libya. Truth about what we were doing in Libya. The truth about the escalating violence in Libya before we were attacked and these 4 men were killed. The truth about requests for additional security. The truth about requests for additional personnel.
Chris's mother. Clinton focused her defense during the hearing on the fact that being a diplomat has various risks and that people in these positions are aware of them.
The State Department sends people to more than 270. Chris Stevens understood and safety is far from guaranteed. In fact,
the most criticized Christopher Stevens had.
I know she says it. I know she literally says it.
Good morning. Well, I want to thank.
I'm so glad we don't hear her fucking voice anymore. God, she's annoying.
Secretary West for his years of service, not only as Secretary of the Army, but also to the Veterans Administration, to our men and women in uniform, to our country. I certainly do remember that trip.
Worst type of
to
white
Bosnia.
woman.
And as Togo said, there was a saying around the White House that if a place was
That's
too
what I
small,
thought. It was Bosnia.
too poor, or too dangerous, the president
Okay.
couldn't go, so send the First Lady. And that's where we went. And I remember landing under sniper fire.
That's what it was. I knew she said it somewhere about something. Okay, so it was about Bosnia.
Which was happening.
Yes. But I swear there was some kind of Benghazi thing where she made some fluff statement about Benghazi too. But I was mixing shit up.
That's because Benghazi was dragged out to a fucking oblivion.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I just wanted to double check because I've said it and I'm like, I'm not 100% sure. I want to double check. And there we go.
Like, Benghazi was so dragged out that even Aaron Mate was continually correct on it.
That is...
And became quite
something.
knowledgeable.
Yeah. Crazy.
Like, to this day, he's probably not a bad guy to talk to about Benghazi.
Interesting.
Investigation had to stay away from a big quadrant of stuff, and therefore if there is an answer and you can't say that answer, then you start to backfill with all sorts of other
Warren
things.
Commission.
Yes. I mean, I think like if there is an answer that you cannot, and it may not be even that nefarious per se, but it just can't be said for whatever reason. Then all of a sudden, like, if it can't be that answer, then you have to sort of fit a round peg into a square hole.
Although in terms of like, it may not be that nefarious, I do think that like we are reaching a point where we're reckoning a bit with like what our intelligence apparatus turned into in the back half of the 20th century, and then like was put on steroids with the war on terror, and it might be very nefarious in many of these instances too. Like, I just can't rule that out, given the fact that, you know, what we see with this Epstein stuff indicates a network of influence that we are still scratching the surface of.
Yeah. But I think, like, honestly, I think it's above intelligence agencies. I really do think, like, as Murtaza said, it seems more like the Mossad is working for him than he's working for the Mossad.
But if you see how, like, the OSS and our, intelligence agencies and their connections with Sullivan and Cromwell and money and capital, like, capital was running the day back at the outset of the CIA. It's very similar if they're doing the same thing with Mossad.
Well, and they still have like certain cowboys that are empowered above and beyond even a typical like CIA or asset that are allowed to do like insane things that get like a hunt throughout the entirety of like Watergate and all that stuff. Like they're psychos.
And as as the importance of oil in the Middle East and drilling there, and as those kind of Western oil tycoons grew in prominence in U.S. politics, and Israel and our intelligence outposts there became increasingly more prominent, like that timeline makes total sense as well in terms of where money was growing and then where eventually it became ossified and so significant that it had this like international sway with our politics.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day.
This one.
By night and in the rain, whether by car, motorbike or foot. Getting around is a near impossibility. Jeffrey Mponzi has run out of maneuvering options while trying to push ahead through the chaos.
The traffic situation has always been bad, but I have the impression that it's becoming catastrophic. It's impossible to move, as you can see. Those in charge must act in order to find a solution. Imagine in the morning how kids go to school.
There's a demographic explosion in the city, and the decades-old infrastructure is bursting at the seams.
Kinshasa has seen a dramatic increase in its population from around 200,000 people in 1950 to more than 17 million in 2024. Much of that increase has to do with the steady movement of people from rural areas to the capital city in search of better living conditions, or from conflict-ridden areas in search of safety.
The amount of work needed to provide services is mind-boggling. But the authorities say they're able to meet the challenge.
We need to build more roads. We need to make sure we have a train. We need to make sure we have tramway. And we are working on all those questions.
For that to happen, he says the country will need huge foreign investment.
DRC need even more than 21 billions. We need 100 billions. Let me give you an example. In this country, we need to build 50,000 kilometers of road to make sure people can travel to Kinshasa, from Kinshasa to Lubumbashi, from Lubumbashi to Mbandaka.
Over 3 decades of conflict in DRC have killed millions of people, driven many more from their homes, and prevented social and economic development. But as one of the world's richest countries in precious minerals and other natural resources, the government says it has valuable deals to offer.
The country has the possibility to reimburse all those who will want to invest. It means that the challenge we have are somehow opportunities for those who want to invest. That's why it's good for us to host the Emir of Qatar, because we know when he will come not only with his government, but I think some of the businessmen can be interested.
Since earlier this year, Qatar has begun an intensive mediation effort to bring peace to DRC. Now it's about to invest billions of dollars in its economic stability. It's hoped other countries will follow. Mohamed Val, Al Jazeera, Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo.
What do we think?
Don't miss out.
I don't know.
Do you think it's the right move? Seeking external investment? I mean, it's probably not a bad thing.
I mean, you have to.
Yeah, like it's kind of necessary, and especially with so much extraction, like you kind of have to try and get around it. And this is the problem for these countries: is it's like, you know, that it really isn't their fault. At least the people, like the government, you can kind of blame the government because like they could be doing more. But I don't know. It's. You need it, and this is why the Chinese investment is not a bad thing, but it's like, you just need to control that fucking extraction. And I do not have the solution for that. I don't know how you would solve that problem besides banning all outside ownership of mines. Like, banning ownership. Like, you can have investment, but you would need to ban ownership in and operating of mines by foreign powers. Like, it's just, that's the only reasonable option that I see out of everything. And it's like, are these countries going to want to invest if they can't extract at their own benefit? Probably not, right? And that's probably a good thing, because then the DRC can start taking it and generating wealth for its own country. But at this point, nobody wants to start calling out these countries that are running mines in China and North Kivu, that are working with the Rwandans. Nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody, like, people love to talk about the French mines. They love to talk about the Dutch mines and the South African ones, but they never want to talk about the other ones. It's just very interesting, considering that they're the majority of them. Supply chain acts would impact the DRC as well, in theory, as well. So there's that. So yeah, it always comes back to that. It always seems like that's the logical solution to start with, and then once that's implemented and solidified as an institution, then we can start talking about other things. But maybe supply chain acts is what we should all be pushing our governments to do. Maybe you're on the money with that one.
And ridiculously cute slug is a real animal called Costaciella kuroshime, also known as the leaf sheep. I wanted to make this video because of its unlikely appearance, its features that make it look like a cartoonish grazing ungulate. But the more I learned about this animal, I realized it is unlike any other animal on the planet. Not just in appearance, but in its entire mode of existence. It's an animal that's evolving to work like a plant. I know this sounds far-fetched, but sacoglossan sea slugs like the leaf sheep survive in large part by using photosynthesis. They steal chloroplasts from algae and then harbor this chloroplast within their own cells. And depending on the species, they can survive for days, months, or even years on nothing but the energy from photosynthesis. At first glance, it seems like symbiosis, sort of like what corals do. Corals house a photosynthetic algae called zooxanthellae that provide nutrients to the corals. But this is different. Sacoglossans are not harboring entire algae organisms, they're just stealing the algae's photosynthetic organelles and then doing photosynthesis themselves. It's like if we ate spinach once, and then were able to get our energy from the sun for months afterwards. And making this all even weirder is this photosynthetic superpower also allows them to intentionally chop off their own heads and regrow every part of their body from just their head.
Cool.
What? No other animal on Earth does anything like this. And it's surprising in more ways than are initially obvious. Photosynthesis may seem passive, just plants, or in this case slugs, quietly absorbing the power of the sun. But in reality, it's a highly dynamic balancing act. Photosynthesis is powerful, but also risky. Too much of it at the wrong time can be fatal, so plants must carefully regulate many other systems to make it work safely and efficiently. But sacoglossans don't steal every piece of plant machinery, just the chloroplasts. They don't have all of the rest of plant DNA that plants definitely need in order to not die from oxidative stress. So how on earth do the slugs manage to pull this off with only one of the puzzle pieces? Plus, how do sacoglossans maintain functional plant chloroplasts within their own animal cells, without the support of the algal nucleus? And how does all of this give them the ability to voluntarily decapitate themselves? Sacoglossans, often called sap-sucking sea slugs, are a group of small marine gastropods known for their vibrant colors, leaf-like shapes, and their ability to steal and use chloroplasts from algae. And some of these slugs are extremely small. Way smaller than I expected. Like, so tiny. The leaf sheep gets to be only about 7 millimeters long. Other species can be about 5 centimeters in length, and many resemble bits of floating seaweed or decorative lettuce leaves, making them excellent at camouflage. They're found in shallow coastal waters around the world, especially in tropical and subtropical regions, and they're usually found in seagrass beds, coral reefs, and tide pools where algae, their main food source, grows in abundance. Among the most iconic sacoglossans is Elysia chlorotica, found along the eastern coast of North America. It resembles a vibrant, bright green leaf. Another standout is Elysia crispata, or the lettuce sea slug, native to the Caribbean. Its frilly parapodia give it the appearance of a ruffled
Parapodia?
salad, and it can display brilliant shades of green, purple, and white. And then there's Costaciella kuroshime from the start of this video, which lives in the Indo-Pacific. It's dubbed the leaf sheep due to its rhinophores that look like sheep ears and its endearing face. For a long time, scuba divers
Adorable.
and scientists observed sacoglossans eating algae, but it wasn't immediately obvious that they were stealing chloroplasts, and it definitely wasn't obvious that they were using these to photosynthesize. How do we know for sure that they're actually photosynthesizing and not simply turning green for the fashion statement? In 1965, scientists provided the first microscopic evidence showing that the green coloration of the sacoglossan sea slugs was in fact chloroplasts retained from algal prey.
That's cool.
Then in the 1970s, scientists discovered that these retained chloroplasts remained photosynthetically active within the sea slug's tissue. So how can scientists know for sure that the slugs are using photosynthesis as a source of energy? They can keep them in the dark. It sounds a little mean, but scientists can compare animal weight and survival rates of sea slugs deprived of sunlight. In this graph, you can see the weight changes in a sacoglossan who is given algae to eat along with light. It fluctuates a little bit, but stays more or less steady. Then the scientists tested the slug's weight changes when it was deprived of the algal food, but still had light. A notable drop. And then they tested their weight change when they were deprived of both algae and light. This caused a much more severe drop. The light then seems to be playing a large role in their nutrition. The most amazing example of a sea slug relying on photosynthesis is probably Elysia chlorotica. It can survive just on light and CO2 with no supplementary food at all for 9 months. But how does the sea slug get the chloroplast in there in the first place? First, the sea slug uses its specialized radula-like mouth part to pierce algal cells. It then sucks out the contents, and instead of digesting everything, the slug selectively retains the chloroplasts and stores them in its digestive tubules, aka the diverticula. These tubules branch extensively through the slug's body, including into its frilly sides, called serrata or parapodia depending on the species, which helps maximize light exposure for photosynthesis. But this brings up the next question. How do they regulate light intake like plants do without the other plant systems? Plants are in a constant balancing act, trying to get enough energy from sunlight while trying to avoid the damage photosynthesis can cause. It's a surprisingly risky game. Here's what I mean by this. When a plant absorbs more light energy than it can use for photosynthesis, which can happen especially under bright light or when the plant is under other stress like drought, the excess energy has to go somewhere. If it's not safely dissipated, it can excite molecules in the chloroplast in a way that leads to the formation of something dangerous called reactive oxygen species, like superoxide or hydrogen peroxide, which are chemically unstable and attack proteins, lipids, and DNA. In chloroplasts, they can damage the photosystems, especially photosystem 2, making it less efficient and requiring constant repair. To minimize this damage, plants do 3 main things.
Interesting.
1, they can release the excess energy as heat. 2, they can neutralize the reactive oxygen species directly with antioxidants like ascorbate. Or 3, they can use enzymes to convert the harmful molecules into less harmful ones, like water or regular oxygen. But here's the thing. Most of the regulatory proteins and enzymes needed for all of this come from the algal nucleus, not the chloroplast itself. And sacoglossans don't have that algal nucleus, just the chloroplast. And yet, sacoglossans can keep their stolen chloroplasts functional for months while avoiding ROS damage. How? One method is simple and kind of obvious. They just move to the shade or adjust their depth in the water column to regulate light exposure, reducing potential light-induced stress on their kleptoplasts. Sort of like my friends who don't believe in sunscreen. Some slugs even possess parapodia, dorsal extensions of their foot, that they can fold over their bodies to shield kleptoplasts from excessive light, which is pretty cute. But the solar-powered slugs have even more tricks than this. One study found that they can organize chloroplasts into dense aggregations, which helps protect inner chloroplasts from intense light.
Damn, that's
Some
crazy.
slugs
What
even
the
have
fuck?
pigments that act as sunscreens, filtering harmful light wavelengths and safeguarding the kleptoplasts.
No shit.
And perhaps most impressively, it seems that the sacroglossans can choose algae to steal from that has especially stable chloroplasts. But even with these tactics, it's still surprising that a chloroplast can function at all within the cells of an animal.
Hey, so would these slugs melt under salt still?
I don't know. I don't know shit about slugs. Other than when they fuck, it's freaky.
What?
Look it up. Look up a video on slug
In a
fucking.
totally foreign environment, without its original.
There you go.
What the fuck? Gross.
Jump ahead a little.
It's like Spider-Man.
That is fucking disgusting. They're fucking the shit out of each other.
Yuck.
Keep going. Yeah, they haven't even gotten to the best part. Type in slug mating so we can get an actual, like, BBC-esque thing. There you go.
An ash black.
Oh, we can't do BBC.
No. Skip forward on it. Just skip to the part where they're all long and... There you go. Just skip through it a little. Keep going. Keep skipping.
Then
don't keep it on the screen for too long.
Fan out.
Those are dicks, by the way. They're hermaphroditic. Those are both penises.
Sperm passes from transfer is complete.
Gross.
Yeah, my favorite thing about
Disgusting.
this is like they have this like peaceful music and nice narration, and like the sound editor made these like squelching undulation sounds to like while they're being like, oh, it's so beautiful. But the whole background noise is like.
Oh,
That's all I know about slugs.
Video about Monica Lewinsky, I guess. Let's do Steve.
You're a good girl, I'm getting out.
Everyone thinks Steve Irwin was just a crocodile hunter.
No.
But that's far from the truth.
The reason I've been put onto this planet is to...
One of the most prolific conservationists in the country's
What do you mean?
history.
Nobody knows him as just the crocodile hunter.
A lot of people do. What do you mean?
Everyone knows that he's a
Save wildlife.
conservationist.
Their habitat's being destroyed. They're caught in a war. They're gonna go extinct. We're running out of time.
But when True, that being said, he probably did a lot more PR conservationist stuff in the States. I imagine he went over there with his Aussie accent and tried to charm you guys into caring about the koalas.
He tragically died. Things got a lot worse.
Australia has lost more mammal species than any other continent. Once it's gone, it is gone.
So his wife and kids had to step in.
Steve.
That assistant that pulled the barb out of his chest, that was the turning point for our timeline. That was the deflection point. If Steve Irwin was still alive, it would be a very different world.
Irwin's family is managing the conservation and research at a nature reserve named in his honour.
Dad's favourite place in the entire world.
But it's also rich in minerals, and now the miners want to move in.
If Terry was serious about conservation, she should be encouraging us and working with us.
They'll take away all of the trees, grasses and other plants.
This is not an evil. This is a good project.
We have to stay together and get
You haven't learned about slug dicks yet?
I fucking hate these people. Fuck these people. Oh, just work with us, the mining companies. We'll do a good project in the nature reserve.
Appropriate to you, a 10-year-old child, in a public debate. He won the first round of this battle. A court order giving him access to the reserve.
We're seeing
Insane.
terrible environmental destruction.
Towns decimated, communities ruined.
If we do nothing, we're in trouble. Steve, look. Look right there.
Why is it? Don't get too close. Why isn't it going into the water?
It's dead, Terry. It's dead. It's dead.
Oh, God, it's dead.
We got
What
this
were they
phone
looking
call.
at?
That was a crocodile.
Don't get too close.
You say it?
Why isn't it going into the water?
It's dead, Terry. It's dead. It's dead.
Oh, God, it's dead.
We got this phone call, and apparently there was a crocodile in North Queensland that was in danger of being shot. Poachers were after it. So they said, do you want to come back and try to catch this crocodile? Unfortunately, we didn't save the big male crocodile, and we found his body.
Now he's lost. Gone forever. A real shame.
But we were able to catch his female.
Okay, Terry. I want you to come up here and I want you to rest your weight right on her. Get right into her, babe. Get right into her.
I'm really scared.
That's okay.
Okay.
That's alright. Toughen it up. You'll be right.
That's incredible.
I've been
I remember
put on
watching
this
that.
planet to protect wildlife and wilderness areas, which in essence is going to help humanity. I want to have the pure...
It's honestly crazy that more people haven't, after his death, taken his lead and continued his work as much as I expected. Like, I'm genuinely surprised there's not as
I'm
many.
sure plenty of people have, but he's just such a personality.
Yeah. But it's just, like, very, very interesting. Because, like,
I mean, what about Coyote Peterson?
what does he
Entering the
act-
sting zone.
What does he actually do? Get stung by shit?
He did a great thing with a Wolverine.
Oh, really?
Do you know about the Wolverine guy?
The Wolverine guy?
He's like insane.
No. You would have to be the Wolverine guy.
Well, he's like somebody who's like, I'm one with the Wolverine.
purest ocean.
I want to say he like makes Coyote eat carcasses or something.
What the fuck?
I don't know. He just does all this
Ozone
weird
layer.
stuff. And he tells him, like, you have to talk to the Wolverine constant like this. Hi! Hi! So Coyote Peterson's in there with a Wolverine, and they're, like, dragging a carcass around. He's just going, hi!
I want to save the world. And you know, money's great. I can't get enough money. And you know what I'm going to do with it? I'm going to
But
buy
you know,
wilderness
the
areas
issue with
it.
Coyote
Every
Peterson is that he doesn't feel authentic.
No. It's very produced. It's like Bear Grylls. I never trusted Bear Grylls. I always was
Coyote
like,
feels
"There's
more
no way."
inauthentic than anyone else, I feel.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Maybe. Compared to who?
Everyone.
Everyone?
Single cent I get goes straight into conservation.
The time has come where if we don't get animals into people's hearts, they're gonna go extinct.
Eastern Australia
Wow,
has
wasn't he fucking correct? Jesus fucking Christ.
been placed alongside the most infamous places in the world for forest destruction. Australia has lost more mammal species than any other continent.
We're running out of time right now, Larry, right now as we stand here. Our animals are dying, their habitat's being destroyed.
Steve was always in a hurry. I want to get as much done as I can
He
while
really
I'm
was.
here.
I just can't do enough. It drives me crazy that I've got to go to sleep.
What made Steve a wildlife warrior and what makes him so different to
I feel ya.
everyone was he was prepared to do anything for the protection of wildlife. He was afraid of nothing, you know, and the most important thing to him was to get people to embrace wildlife.
He came running in one evening after sitting by the fire for a little while, and he said, "We've got..."
Steve Irwin should be a great person in Civ. And you should
He
get
is.
conservation. Is he? There's no way.
Actually, the conservationists, the unit they do have unique names.
Oh, interesting. But
I
like
don't know
maybe
if they're randomly generated or they're based on.
Because what are the great people? Maybe you could maybe put him under great philosophers, animal.
No.
Animal
There's
care.
a unit called the conservationists.
Because what are the great people categories?
Engineer, scientist, admiral, general.
You could put him as a scientist.
Writer, musician, artist.
Yeah, he could be one of the great scientists, I reckon. But it's more like chemistry, physics scientists. A prophet.
I'm pretty sure they all have, like, the conservationists will have, like, names, but they might be randomly generated.
Yeah, maybe.
Ought to have children. We've got to have children. And so I was like, well, what's the urgency? And he said, who are we going to leave this all to?
The whole reason you've been put on Earth is to do this. That's what it seems like. When my children can take the football that I call wildlife conservation and run it up. When they're ready to run up our mission, I will gladly step aside.
Like his kid is working in like TV and shit at the moment, like reality TV hosting. But like I hope he, like, when he reaches the end of his 20s, I really hope he kind of moves on from that and kind of pulls back from the public spotlight and just fully dedicates himself to his dad's mission. That would be really cool to see. Even if he like tries to restart the TV thing that Steve Irwin did, that would be cool too. Because his kid sounds just fucking like him. It's weird. Same speech patterns, same mannerisms, same kind of vibe. It's I really hope he does something, or because I'm sure he's still working with the Australia Zoo and shit, but like more focused on like outwardly putting content out about conservation and stuff. That would be cool.
And I guarantee you,
granted,
it'll be
I could
the
just not be
proudest moment
seeing
of my life, and my job will be done.
So I hope
then
he is doing
and only then will I know that I have achieved my ultimate goal: to be able to stand aside and let them run up my mission.
I remember Steve saying to me, I'm getting to the point in my life where I would like to spend more time being a dad and less time filming. So he said, I think after this documentary, I'm just gonna slow down a bit with the filming. Steve was standing at the runway and...
One last job! Fuck.
It's always one last job.
Waving goodbye, and it was...
God fucking damn it.
just this incredibly, I don't know, poignant moment. We all kind of had this strange sense of, I don't know, foreboding. It just felt really weird. It felt like we should be together. And I remember Steve and I had said, you know, as long as we're together, we'll always be okay. I was traveling, so I couldn't get phone reception, so no one could reach me. And when I got to the destination for the night, they said, you have an urgent message. And it was my brother-in-law on the phone. And he told me what happened. And I remember thinking, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it.
He was swimming in shallows above a large stingray. It turned quickly and lashed out with its tail. The venomous barb pierced Irwin's chest.
I looked out the window and I thought, oh, my children.
It's fucking insane that of all the animals.
Wouldn't have wanted.
A fucking stingray? I know.
Like, how many people have even been killed by a stingray?
By stingrays? Let me look it up. In Australia or total?
Globally, of all time.
How many people total?
Like, I understand if it's
Killed
an allergic reaction.
Stingrays. No, it was literally pierced his heart, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure pulling it out is what killed him.
Oh, no, he was dead. your heart got punctured by a fucking stingray barb, you're dead.
17 people worldwide.
Exactly. That's fucking crazy that a stingray did it.
17? One of them was Steve Irwin. What the fuck? Of all the animals, of all the things, he constantly worked with venomous snakes. He literally jumped on fucking the biggest saltwater crocodiles you could fucking imagine.
Maybe he let his guard down because
it was a stingray? Possibly.
Because he's handled so many stingrays.
That could have been possibly what happened. Like, we'll never know. It's just one of those things, you know? It's fucking crazy. 17.
Did the barb break off inside him?
And I told her.
I think the barbs get ejected. Let me double check.
I don't think they do. They can break, but they don't get ejected.
Embedded when the stingray strikes. The barbs sometimes break off in the wound, but typically remain attached to the stingray. Can regrow over time.
Yeah, so I didn't think a barb was detached, but if it detached, it especially killed him, because that would mean there was enough force to break the tail.
Yes.
Which means that force was fucking in his heart,
So that's a
scraping
good
up and
point.
down.
So when a stingray, the barb is withdrawn, it can get lodged in soft tissue, while the barb itself is not designed to detach. The spine can break off and leaving fragments in the victim. When you did the stingray barb?
Yeah, I don't think it broke off. I think it punctured his heart, and then the water started filling with blood, fast.
Because I thought he got to the boat and then he died.
Yeah, they pulled him up onto the boat that was next to him filming.
Yes, the
And he
stingray
said, "I'm
barb
dying."
broke off in Steve Irwin's chest, causing a fatal injury to the heart. He pulled the barb from his own chest in his final movements, according to his manager and other sources. This action was the direct cause of the fatal injury, is what Google says.
Yeah, so he killed himself.
Hold on.
I cannot believe you committed suicide.
Because I thought it was the manager that pulled it out, but if he pulled it out of himself, that's interesting. Man, imagine having the fucking nuts to pull that shit out of your chest. That's fucking gnarly. Jesus fucking Christ. Steve Irwin plays a stingray barb. It's venomous. From his chest in the dying moments, his longtime manager. The videotape. There's a fucking video.
Yeah, but they destroyed it.
I'm sure they did. Irwin's body returned home. Okay. Yeah. So it seems hundreds of bouquets. Yeah, okay. Dramatic. Oh, death, Great Barrier Reefs. Yeah, okay. The videotape, he said he had viewed the videotape of the TV star pulling the barb from his chest. It shows that Steve came over the top of the ray and the tail came up and spiked him here, and he's pointing to his chest. And he pulled it out, and the next minute he's gone. So yeah, so basically pulling it out essentially exposed that hole. And so what I wonder how the barb injects the venom. Hold on. Let's get a YouTube video. I wonder if it injects it kind of like a stonefish. How stingray barbs.
They basically have to strike with it.
This is a stingray. I've
No
always
way.
wondered, how do stingrays sting? And what's inside a stingray stinger? Well, I thought stingrays stung like scorpions. Scorpions have a sharp tip
What a weird
at the end
video.
of their tails. And if you look closely, there's a tiny hole at the end that they use to
Stingrays
inject
are
venom.
serrated.
But I was wrong. Stingrays don't sting like scorpions. Because take a look at the tip of this stingray's tail. It's quite flimsy, and there's no hole. It can't sting like a scorpion because there's no stinger at the end of its tail. Instead, look at the base of the stingray's tail. If I move the tail to the side, something's poking out. This is the stingray's real stinger. It's called a barb. It's sharp.
But you can see this is why it breaks off.
Yeah.
Because of how it's structured.
Teeth point backward, like a harpoon.
This is especially why you shouldn't pull it out of you.
But this barb isn't exposed. It's covered in a sheath of skin and concealed at the base.
I wonder if he had not pulled it out, would he have survived?
I'm sure he still would have died.
I'm sure he would have, but I wonder how survivable that may have been had he not instinctually just gone, fuck it. You know?
Of the stingray's tail. But here's the thing. If you look at the tip, it also doesn't have a hole, like a scorpion stinger. So how does this barb inject venom? Well, if we flip the stinger over,
that's
you
true,
see those
Cal.
two grooves? These grooves hold special cells that contain a bunch of nasty enzymes, proteins, and other harmful chemicals. When those chemicals get into your body, you can experience pain, dizziness, vomiting, paralysis, and even fainting. In other words, these grooves are lined with cells that contain the stingray's venom.
From my knowledge,
Now
they're not
here's
very
how
venomous. It's just very fucking painful.
I bet,
because when I did the stingray thing, they said like the real danger is being careful where you're stepping, because we've had a few people who have stepped on the barb. You know, they said it's extremely rare, but you should be aware of where you're stepping, because if you step on a stingray, you could step on the barb.
And if you step on the actual body of it, they can hit you.
But these stingrays are very used to people.
Yeah,
because they, go out there and feed them squids and get the tourist out there to swim with them.
Yeah. And it's mostly safe. Like generally stingrays.
But
don't
like even
do
then,
this.
like so like what happens is like the guy will bait a stingray over and he pulls it up out of the water to take a picture with it. And a few of them were aggressive and started flinging their tail. But most of them just didn't care.
Yeah. They're very interesting
and so
creatures.
That's what my interpretation of what happened with Steve is, that he was picking up the stingray because most of them do not care. And it was just a very angry ray, and
maybe it also could have been spooked. Like he could have spooked it too. That's another thing.
It depends.
It depends how close he was to it when swimming over it. If he was swimming over it instead of what you might suggest is picking it up, maybe. But if he was under the water,
I just believe that the reason why it hit him is because he was handling it.
It's very possible. I mean, that is what he did.
Comes together. When a stingray barb lodges into a victim's flesh, the sheath of skin covering the barb rips back. This tears open those special cells, which begin leaking venom.
Fascinating.
Now, remember those backward-facing teeth? They make sure that the barb is good and stuck and can't easily be pulled out. That way the venom has plenty of time to seep into the victim's body. And that's how a stingray stings.
Fascinating. Thank you, ASMR Weird Animal Channel.
Everything about it, and she cried and cried and cried. And I said, we're still a family. Daddy still loves you.
exuberant conservationist known as the crocodile hunter, Steve Irwin, died today, killed by one of the dangerous animals that he spent his life protecting.
It's that dangerous!
Continue to leave floral tributes at Steve's Australia Zoo.
Steve Irwin will be remembered as a wonderful showman and a passionate conservationist.
Says Police Superintendent Michael Keating said Irwin was interacting with the stingray when it flicked its tail and speared his chest with the bone-hard, serrated spine. It bore the normally placid animal's main defense mechanism. There's no evidence Mr. Irwin was threatening or intimidating the stingray, addressing speculation that the man who became famous for leaping on crocodiles and snatching up snakes may have been too close for the animal's comfort. Irwin's boundless energy and daredevil antics around deadly beasts was what made him a household name, with a reported audience of more than 200... That's a lot of people. It says he was a genuine... Okay, there's just praising him now. Okay.
Conservationist, but most of all, he was a husband and a father.
What will you miss the most? You know what I'll miss the most, and it's very selfish. He was fun. Steve was
Hey, look,
fun.
man. That's fair.
He didn't...
Look, it sounds stupid, but, like... That's as much as it could need to be. Like, it is what it is.
Sweat the little stuff. He saw the big picture. And he had fun. Well, I'm gonna work really hard at having fun again. Oh, I hope you can. Well, I'm Mrs. Steve Irwin. I've got a lot to live up to.
It's been less than a year since the crocodile hunter tragically passed away, but his legacy is already under attack.
Steve Irwin's family is managing the conservation and research of crocodiles at a nature reserve named in his honour.
But it's also rich in minerals. And now the miners want to move in. Paul Messenger heads the mining company that's taking on the Irwins.
If Terry was serious about conservation, she should be encouraging us and working with us.
I fucking
So
hate
this
these
is it.
people so
This is
much.
the bauxite that makes the aluminium. That's the ore itself right there.
And this stuff
Holy
has
shit.
locked you in a fight with the mine. This is what it's all about.
Absolutely.
China has huge demand for aluminium. If they don't get it from us, they'll be getting it from rainforests in Borneo. So are you saying this is the lesser of two evils? This is not an evil. This is a...
Go fuck yourself. How about that? Step out of that helicopter. Do us all a favour.
good project.
I've lost so much sleep over this and had such concern over this.
This stunning rainforest was the last place they were together as a family.
This was Dad's favorite place in the entire world.
There's a whole host of species that live here, and I'm hoping to see a few of them.
More bad news for Steve Irwin's family, just days before the anniversary of his death.
Paul Messenger won the first round of this battle. A court order giving him access to the reserve to carry out an environmental impact study.
Not only did Terry Irwin lose the court battle against Cape Alumina, she's being forced to pay the company's legal fees as well.
What they don't tell you when you lose someone is that you're afraid.
Fuck this country.
And you expect to be sad. But it's a bit scary too.
I'm glad I put this on. This is a fucking great video.
Tackling things on my own. And not having my best friend.
It's hard now. I'm really trying.
I know, and I appreciate
But
it.
I've lost my prince. I've lost my prince.
The opposition's hard and it keeps coming, but I ain't stopping until my kids can run it up from me.
I wonder if these interviews are original interviews. Or it's just stitched together.
It's all
My
stitched
daddy
together.
was my hero. He was always there for me when I needed him. I know that Daddy
Just
had an
archive stuff.
important job,
He was working to change the world so everyone would love wildlife like he did. He built a hospital to help animals, and he bought lots of land to give animals a safe place to live. I don't want Daddy's passion to ever end. I want to help endangered wildlife just like he did. Daddy made this place his whole life. Now it's our turn to help Daddy.
If we do nothing, we're in trouble. And he did more than anybody. So I think we can all do something. We will be wildlife warriors, like Steve Irwin.
As miners prepare to move in on Steve Irwin's land, his young children are joining the fight.
To get to the bauxite, which is what the mining company wants, first they'll take away all of the trees, grasses, and other plants. And then they'll take away all of the topsoils. And then finally they can reach the bauxite. There's nothing left.
There are frogs, crustaceans, and fish that live in this water, and rainforests that are fed by this water, so all of that would die.
We're talking about complex issues, and I think it's inappropriate to use a 10-year-old child in a public political debate.
Oh my god.
Get fucked, dickhead. How about you get fucked? Nah, use more kids to explain how you are a piece of shit. I
Can you
actually...
not kill the future for us, please,
Yeah,
mister?
I actually
Listen,
think using kids is way better.
Can you look up Nancy Pelosi lecturing children about... No, it was, what was that old lady's name who died?
Dianne
Feinstein lecturing kids about the environment. It's so out of touch. It's like, wow, what a fucking monster.
I'm trying to ask you to vote yes on the Green New Deal.
Okay, I'll tell you what. We have our own Green New Deal.
Some scientists have said that we have 12 years to turn this around.
Well, it's not going to get turned around in 10 years. What we can do,
Senator, if
is
this
put
doesn't get turned
ourselves-
around in 10 years, you're looking at the faces of the people who are going to be living with these consequences.
The government is supposed to be for the people and by the people and all
You
of
know
the
what's
people.
interesting about this group is I've been doing this for 30 years. I know what I'm doing. You come in here and you say it has to be my way or the highway.
Oh my god.
I don't respond to that. I've gotten elected. I just ran. I was elected by almost 1 million vote plurality. And I know what I'm doing.
Stan says you're a cunt.
You know, maybe people should listen a little bit.
I hear what you're saying, but we're the people who voted you. You're supposed to listen to us. That's your job.
How old
I'm
are you?
16. I
Well,
can't
you didn't vote for me.
Well, I'm 24.
What a cunt!
Well,
What a cunt! I'm glad you're dead, bitch!
This is like such an underrated, out of touch moment in politics. Am I right?
My god, this is. this is next fucking level. How did she retain office?
This was close to the end, bro.
Oh my god.
Fucking, he's gonna start spitting on the kids soon.
Like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about when I say that these fucking calcified cunts are running the government, making decisions that they're gonna die before they see. But somehow we're the crazy ones for wanting actual fucking change. Go figure, right? Once retirement age hits, you should not be able to hold office. I think that's a fair compromise.
I understand it very well.
Senator, the cost of not taking this action is far higher than the cost of what the Green New Deal will be. And there is enormous popularity for this bill around the whole country. And we're asking you to be brave and do this for us and for your grandchildren.
Get enough for everybody. I'm trying.
Fuck my grandchildren! I need money now!
Any plan that doesn't take bold, transformative action is not going to be what we need.
Well,
I need to buy my very expensive wheelchair for when I hold office when I literally can't fucking walk. Died in office! I'm pretty sure she died in her office.
No, she like disappeared for a while and then they couldn't find her. Or something like that.
Did Dianne Feinstein...
There was that other... They were missing a member of Congress and they couldn't find her and they found out she was fucking in a nursing home.
Seriously? Yes, Dianne Feinstein literally died in her office. I fucking knew it! Wait, what? Okay. The stupid AI did not understand my question. Give me a second. I might have jumped to conclusions. That's not the article I was looking for. What the fuck, ABC? Senator Dianne Feinstein is at home after... Ah, she fell in her office. Okay, I got mixed up. She fell in her office, then went home and died. Feinstein's daughter granted power of attorney. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. So she fell in her office, died at home. There we go. Got some clarification.
Than I do.
I was very excited for somebody to have literally died in their office of Congress, literally holding on to the seat of power as long as she possibly fucking could.
That's the joke, the meme. Like, skeleton gripping chair elected to next term.
Is that the bench seat one?
Yeah, it's like a meme. I don't know who said it first or anything, but it definitely exists. No. It's like Congress skeleton elected to next term.
Oh.
It's like an onion thing or something.
Let me see if I can find it. Cannot. Oh. Boom. Boom. Screen share. That one. That one.
Of this nature.
No one made it more poignant that one person could make a difference than Steve. If you've got a message and something important to say and you have the opportunity to reach a greater audience, I think it's important.
Trying!
An online
okay, so
YouTube hates this.
Hoping to get public...
Jack, try this. Cobweb-covered skeleton gripping Senate desk expected to seek 15th term.
Literal onion article. Look, it's Dianne Feinstein.
Fuck off, kids!
Fuck your future.
It was so fucking awesome.
To help save
fucking
Steve's
crazy.
place.
The mining company going against the Irwins is pushing
She could have
back
just
against
said,
their
well,
online petition claiming that
this is very
bullshit
convincing. I'll have to
manipulation.
give it some thought.
I know I can win. I'm very confident. I don't want to look on
Don't
back
tell
on this
me
20
what
years
to
and say,
do.
what an embarrassment
You didn't vote for
that we
me,
let this go.
child.
I want this to be a global triumph.
I'm gonna eat you for dinner and grind your bones.
Our dad left off to keep his memory alive and protect the Steve Irwin Wildlife Reserve for future generations to come.
After an emotional 6-year battle with
Kinda
millions of
cunty the way
dollars
she
spent
said
on
it, huh?
petitions and campaigns.
Who, Bindi?
The little girl there.
They're very media trained, even as kids. Like they had to.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm criticizing her right there because.
Yeah, when they because they're kids and they're media trained, they literally do it exactly as they're fucking told.
But it just wasn't
It's
very
very
authentic.
funny.
She was just like, Than you.
No, she's kind of gotten better once she got to the age where she formed her opinion. She's forming her own opinions and shit. She's dropped that kind of manufactured media training thing and is a lot more genuine now, which is really good. Robert still has a little bit of that disingenuous media training thing going on, but he's working in the corporate press. What are you going to do?
The Irwin family's fight has finally come to an end.
In a
I'm a member of
turn
Congress.
events, the
Okay,
Queensland
Grandma,
government
let's get you
announced
to
that
bed.
mining will be banned on the Steve Irwin Wildlife Reserve.
I didn't know that they won. That's great. Where's my thing?
Poggers!
Fantastic.
Giving the reserve more protection than the Great Barrier Reef.
Fuck yeah!
This incredible wilderness area is the size of the city of Chicago and New York combined.
Holy shit.
335,000 acres of government protected.
Beautiful. 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 Good to hear. Stupid kangaroo.
Cannot tell you how much just respect and admiration I have for my mum. She could see this legacy that he started, and she said, you know what, I'm making sure that this is going to continue and grow and get bigger and better every single year.
G'day and welcome to Australia Zoo.
G'day and welcome to Australia Zoo. My mum and dad built the zoo from a tiny little reptile park to what it is today. Isn't it incredible?
I've never been to Australia Zoo, by the way.
We've expanded our conservation properties. We've got a wildlife hospital now that's treated over 76,000 animals.
Like, people shit on zoos and stuff, and I understand why. But, like, in Australia, and I'm not sure about the specifics here, but from the appearance, like, the Australian zoos seem to have conservation as a primary focus. Like, Hillsville is a literal wildlife sanctuary that you can just go to. It's an open thing, and it's just a wildlife sanctuary. The Werribee Open Range Zoo has, like, African animals that you can just go on, drive in a car and go have a look at the giraffes and zebras and shit. Then Australia Zoo is Australia Zoo. Like, obviously it's going to be conservation focused.
Did you look at the Australian Taskmaster that I sent you?
No, I haven't yet, no. Is that from
one of
the
the
new
contestants
season?
on there is like a Chinese immigrant who barely speaks English. And you just reminded me of it because in this prize test section, he makes an argument that giraffes don't have long necks, they have long shoulders.
That's like the, where should a giraffe wear a tie?
No, that's literally what he's saying.
Should it be right under the jaw or at the top of the body?
But, like, because Taskmaster is so much physical comedy.
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
He's so funny. And, like, that's the thing, is just, like, without Alex Horn, like, the show really suffers.
Oh, interesting.
I don't
Is that
know
one
about
of the hosts?
you. Huh?
Is that one of the hosts?
Yeah, he's the guy who, like, designed the entire show.
Okay.
He's, like, the real owner of the brand.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, have you ever seen this guy? Because they're supposed to be celebrities, but, like, that's the thing, in the UK, they just do the celebrity type game show stuff, and we have done some of that in America. It will always be like these pop culture game shows that they'll have on, like, the Carson Daly or something.
Have you had 9 out of 10
something
cats
or other.
try and make a break into America?
No, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. They're not really celebrities, they're just people who do those shows.
Well, I think those guys are a comedy troupe, if I remember correctly. Specifically. Oh, it's Tom Gleason. That's great.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you knew who he was. Is that his name?
Yeah, Tom Gleason's great. He's a great... I'm gonna... Okay, that's quite funny. Here, so he hosts this show.
Yes. When did your interest in international gold diggers start?
And it's just a quiz
you're talking
show.
about the host.
Yeah. I'm talking
I
about
thought
the
you meant
host.
the Chinese guy.
Oh, I thought that's who you were asking about. I thought you were asking about the host.
No, I was asking if you
okay.
recognize the Chinese
No,
guy.
I think they're just contestants. I think it's like because in Australia most game shows you can sign up and you get picked, and that's what this is. So these guys they pick a specialty
celebrities
subject.
on Taskmaster always.
Okay, maybe it's different in America because America has a celebrity obsession culture.
We don't have Taskmaster. It failed here miserably.
That's weird then.
They made Reggie Watts the host, and it bombed. It bombed because of how our advertising works.
Really?
Yeah, so like the way America's shows are structured, it doesn't make it good for this style of show.
Okay.
So like if you think about it, Taskmaster, they don't have a break between the prize task where they have the internet. Like you do the prize task because every episode introduces each of the comedians, right? That's the whole point of it.
Okay.
So you're doing the in-studio segment where you're letting the audience feel these comedians and getting their energy. And then he'll show normally the next task and show 2 contestants, then go to a break. In America, they would go to a break like in the middle of the prize task because of the advertising, and so they would have to and they had to edit the prize tasks even shorter, and it didn't get them enough air to like breathe out and make the show like really give the chemistry it has. Because of how American advertising is, it like made everything feel so rushed and disjointed.
Okay, so it seems like they do in the Taskmaster Australia. It is selected contestants, not randomly selected. It says that
Are they comedians?
Mix of comedic talent, existing fame, and suitability.
Okay, he's not Chinese as well. He's Japanese.
Oh, good one.
So it says he was at the Melbourne International Comedy Festival. He won Director's Choice for his show Japanese Worry in 2018. He was a guest on Tonightly with Tom Ballard, and he was a performer on Thank God You're Here in 2024.
Thank God You're Here is a really funny show. It's like a sketch comedy show. Kind of think SNL. But they always the situational comedy sort of skit thing is it opens with every time that they walk into one of these situational comedies, which is completely ad lib, right, on their part. So all the people in the scene have their lines, but the comedian that gets put in is ad libbing everything.
On Instagram.
15,000.
50.
Okay. But yeah, they ad lib.
Does that qualify as celebrity in Australia?
Sure. There's like 26 million people. That's 1/50th of the population. Sure, that's fame. But yeah, so they take the comedian and they stick him in a situational sort of comedy thing where they have scripts, and the comedian has to ad lib, and every single scene opens with "Oh, thank God you're here," and you've just got to roll with it. And it's honestly a really good fucking format show, and if you can actually find episodes, highly recommend watching it. It's quite entertaining.
Very proud of being part of something that is now even bigger than when Steve was here.
And, everyone saw Dad as this larger-than-life character, which he was in real life, 120% every single day. But, Mum's the one who's kept it going. It's pretty special.
What, are you going to cry?
We want to make sure that everything that Dad lived and died for continues on forever. And we work every single day with our conservation.
That's my mission. I want to really continue his work and make sure that his memory and his message is kept alive. It's never really been what we do, it's just who we are.
I know he'd be very proud of his kids today and what they are achieving in their lives.
When they're ready.
Like, there's no way he wouldn't be. You know what I mean? Like, they literally did exactly what he wanted. And it wasn't... And I don't know how Terry is. I don't know if she kind of, like, forced him in. But they seem like they love doing it. And I imagine that they have loved doing it their entire fucking life. Right? There's no shot that Steve Irwin, if he wasn't around today, wouldn't be one of those people who's like... Dude,
you know what would have been fucking awesome?
Dude, my kids are great. That's what Steve Irwin would be.
You know what would have been fucking awesome?
What?
If Steve Irwin was around when the Wild Boys were around and they got to do a fucking episode with Steve Irwin.
Yeah, that would have been good.
My favorite is when they have the fucking an orangutan comes in the room, and at one point it starts shitting, and they want to say Chris catches the shit in his hand and throws it at Steve-O. Yeah, and also, you know the Rachel Wolf.
Yep.
What's her name?
Rachel Wolfson, I think her name is.
I was watching a thing. She was doing stand-up talking about how she was the first woman in Jackass. So like when she came in, they had to do sexual harassment training. He's like, I've already seen their dicks. It's like too late.
I think you might have sent that to me because I've seen that one as well. It's fucking hilarious.
I probably did it.
I will gladly step aside. Then and only then will I know that I have achieved my ultimate goal.
What a king. How are there 692 dislikes? What the fuck is wrong with you people? You just want to see shit fail. Chaos agents. Hey, folks. Yes, alright, we'll finish on Marjorie Taylor Greene fucking retiring. Fucking poggers!
Hassan has a video on this.
I think I have his.
Interested in.
Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's resigning from Congress effective January 5th, 2026. This is an interesting turn of events, one that I did not foresee at all, as a matter of fact. Let's take a look at her video.
Hi, everyone.
I didn't foresee it either, but I'm also like
the common American man and woman as a member of the House of Representatives, which is why I've always been despised in Washington, D.C. and just never fit in. Americans are used.
All right, which lobbying group is she going to get hired at when she retires? Straight to Turning Point USA? What do you reckon?
No, she probably doesn't. They're pro-Israel. She's not.
True. Blood Tribe, then. Blood Tribe PR.
Used by the political industrial complex of both political parties.
Bannon.
Election cycle after
no,
election
that's still Trump.
Cycle, in order to elect whichever
Ben
side can
Shitbro.
convince Americans to hate the other side more.
Daily
And the
Wire
results are
MTG coming
always
soon.
the same. No matter which way the political pendulum swings, Republican or Democrat, nothing ever gets better for the common American man or woman. The debt goes higher. Corporate and global interests remain Washington's sweethearts.
Okay, commie.
American jobs continue to be replaced, whether it's by illegal labor or legal labor by visas or just
she wants to run
overseas.
for president, she'll get annihilated.
Small businesses continue to be swallowed by big corporations.
So is she like medicated? Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene did that. I started taking mood stabilizers and realized I no longer have to be on. I no longer can be on Stan Twitter. MTG's. I started taking mood stabilizers post. She's low-key locked in. Oh, God. Do you think she had a stroke and got a reverse John Fetterman? Yeah, she got on SSRIs and realized all this, like, Trump standing was actually a byproduct of her mental health complications. Yeah, she got unfettered. I'm Marjorie Taylor Greene, and after a tragic, life-changing incident at the CrossFit factory that I like to work out at, I have realized that the countryside surrounds the cities, and that revolution can only come at the barrel of a gun. The People's Back movement cannot come from either bourgeois party. After all, this is a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, and what we must do in order to unlock the true potential of the working class around the globe is to turn this into a dictatorship of the proletariat. I have sworn my life to the cause of emancipatory movements. I have sworn my life to emancipation for the global proletariat, and also I have found the light of Allah.
Americans' hard-earned tax dollars always fund foreign wars, foreign aid, and foreign interest, and the spending power of the dollar continues to decline. The average American family can no longer survive on a single breadwinner's income, as both parents have to work in order to simply survive. And today, Many in my children's generation feel hopeless for their future and don't think they will ever realize the American dream. And that breaks my heart.
I am no longer blinded by electoralism and the social fascists. I have realized that the true movement is to build a vanguard, a revolutionary vanguard on the countryside and go on a long march, the longest of marches.
I ran for Congress in 2020 and have fought every single day believing that Make America Great.
She wants to go lay down with a Kong full of peanut butter in season 1 of DOC starting Billy Ray Cyrus on the PAX channel. You go, girl. That's my favorite MHUD bit, that Marjorie Taylor Greene likes to chomp on some Kong with peanut butter. Like one of those ultra tough dog chew toys.
Because they know how much credit card debt they have. They know how much their bills have gone up over the past 5 years. They actually do their own grocery shopping and no food costs too much. Their rent has increasingly gone up and up. They have been outbid by corporate asset managers too many times when they put in an offer to buy a house. They have been laid off after being forced to train their visa holding replacement. The college degree they were told to earn only left them in debt.
I don't think she's blinked once, is what you're saying. It's because she's a titan, dude. That's what it is. Marjorie Taylor Greene went from 400K net worth to 21 million net worth, and she is now cashing out.
Through it all, I never changed or went back on my campaign promises and only disagreed in a few areas, like my stance against H-1Bs replacing American jobs, AI state moratoriums, debt for life 50-year mortgage scams, standing strongly against all involvement in foreign wars, and demanding the release of the Epstein files. Other than that, my voting record has been solidly with my party and the president. Loyalty should be a two-way street, and we should be able to vote our conscience and represent our district's interests because our job title is literally representative. America first should mean America first and only Americans first, with no other foreign country ever being attached to America first in our halls of government. Standing up for American women.
I still don't get why she's resigning, though, you know? Like, I don't get why she's resigning. This doesn't make sense. Something tells me we haven't seen the last of Tater. No, of course not. But even then, it just doesn't make sense. Is she getting blackmailed because of her recent disagreements with Trump and Epstein? I don't know. She wants to save herself from an AIPAC primary? No, she's safe. She is safe. There is no world where Donald Trump could even undermine Marjorie Taylor Greene in her district. I'm fairly certain she's safe. And if anything, she's more of a threat to Trump in power when she's in that seat, winning elections, resigning instead of just retiring. LeMahieu trying to f him over. If she wants to on the Republican Party, if she wants to on the Republican Party, she can still do so. I will say this, okay, at least from my own personal experience and from people who I've talked to that are running for office or are in positions of power, or even like media figures in general, Israel will make your life a living hell if you are outwardly and overtly anti-Israel. Like, it's not even a question. There is only one group of influence peddlers that have more motion and more intensity and more investment in making your life a living hell until the end of time. And it is absolutely the Hosbarists. They do not operate with like the same level of intensity as like other interest groups. You can be a anti-big oil guy, you can be a climate change guy, you can be anti-billionaire. They will come after you for sure, right, if you are those things, but never to the same level of fervor. I have never experienced anything like this in my 12-year career as a political commentator on the internet. Like, the amount of that I've gotten from virtually every front. And it's never just about Israel either. Like, just like with, Jamal Bowman or Corey Bush, right?
This
when
is
the
a
lobby
great channel.
came after
They've
them,
edited it
they
really
didn't
well.
actually do it on the boundaries of like their position
The
on
revolution.
Israel. They did it on.
Is it going to be televised?
Whatever their area of weakness was, or whatever the most like successful avenue of attack was, they just presented them as being against the Democratic Party and the Democratic primary, that kind of stuff. Like, it's achievable. You can defeat it. You can certainly defeat it. You will have to deal with a metric ton of unimaginable forever. So it could possibly be that. I don't know. Maybe she couldn't deal with the heat. I'm just surprised though. But it's not. It's not. I'm being super real about this. I'm
low-key interested what his traveling setup is. Like, obviously he took his Shure mic with him, but I'm curious how he's doing it. You reckon he's got a laptop and an iPad or some shit? Gotta be, right?
Never experienced personally. I've never experienced like I've had haters, had 35 people watching me, right? I've had haters when I was like not even remotely relevant working at the Young Turks, but nothing compares to this level of animosity. So it could very well be her just waving the flag because she just couldn't deal with it.
You see, I have never valued power, titles, or attention in spite of all the wrong assumptions about me. I do not cling to those things because they are meaningless and empty traps that hold too many people in Washington. I believe in term limits and do not think Congress should be a lifelong career or an assisted living facility. My only goal and desire has ever been to hold the Republican Party accountable for the promises it makes to the American people and put America first. And I have fought against Democrats' damaging policies like the Green New Deal, wide open, deadly, unsafe border policies,
I'm with the Nazis.
and the trans
How about
agenda
that?
on children and against women. With
I love
that
Hitler.
has brought years of non-stop, never-ending personal attacks, death threats, lawfare, ridiculous slander and lies about me that most people could never withstand.
Or if she's gearing up for a Senate run. But even if she's gearing up for a Senate run, I don't know
There's
if this
no
is
way.
the best move to gear up for a Senate run. You know what I mean? I just think she's a shark that folded as soon as she got a fraction of the hate that she has sent towards people like Ilhan. That could be the case. This also doesn't do anything really to shift the House majority either. I'm actually kind of confused by this. I don't know. I mean, she did make her bag. She did get the bag. She greatly boosted her profile. She greatly boosted her coffers through her incredible stock trading, as is the case with all of these demons, right? Maybe she wants to do podcasting. That could also be another thing. That is a real pivot.
Daily Wire.
Like, a lot of these guys do just want to become media figures. I don't know.
Even for a single day. It has been unfair and wrong, not only to me, but especially to my family. But it's been wrong to my district as well. I have
She's not winning Georgia governor. I mean, I guess maybe she like tries to whip up a like the anti-Trump momentum while still keeping like big bits and pieces of the MAGA base. I don't know, but I don't know.
You know how she wins Georgia? Shuts down cop cities. That's how she wins Georgia. There you go, MTG. There's an idea for you. You wanna go for the governor? Shut down the cop cities.
I don't think any Democrat in Georgia is going to vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene over like a Democrat for governor.
There is no plan to save the world or a 4D chess game being played. When common American people realize
Marjorie
and
Taylor Greene did not
understand
kill
that
herself.
the political industrial complex of both parties is ripping this country apart, that not one elected leader like me is able to stop Washington's machine from gradually destroying our country, and instead the reality is that they, common Americans, the people, possess the real power over Washington,
Fucking commie.
then I'll be here by their side to rebuild it. Until then, I'm going back to the people that I love, to live my life to the fullest as I always have, and I look forward to a new path ahead.
So just go. What's with the conservatives and their obsession with telling people they're leaving the room? Fucking leave.
Okay,
I'll
that
be
was always
resigning
allowed.
from office with my last day being January 5th, 2026.
I'm going, guys. Bye. Bye. As they slowly walk out of the room, hoping someone says, no, please don't.
And I look forward to seeing many of you again sometime in the future. May God bless you all, and may
Plan to save the world is a QAnon dog whistle. She put in a not so subtle nod shading the QAnon mindset at the end of her letter. It feels like ages ago that Marjorie Taylor Greene was the first.
Hey, isn't Arctola the who's he work for? The fuck is it called? I'm fucking blanking. Give me a second. Bellingcat, that's the one. Yes, here's Bellingcat.
First Q adjacent congressperson elected. If I'm cast aside by MAGA and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, there is no plan to save the world or insane 4D chess game being played. Wait, so she's a disillusioned QAnon wine mom? Where
Yeah.
she's like, when I first joined Congress, I thought Q was real. I thought there was an elite Jewish pedophilic cabal and that Donald Trump was the only man to tackle it. Now I realize he is a part of the elite Jewish pedophilic cabal, and I do not believe that he has a plan to save the world. So she is a real believer. This goes along with the assessment that I made initially that like Marjorie Taylor Greene is not as much as a grifter as she is like a real believer. I can't tell if this pivot that she's going through right now is a calculated move for a Senate run, or if this is like a real believer going to the Capitol and realizing that like, no, there is no actual deep state, or rather what she perceived as the deep
Are
state
you rating?
pedophilic.
Is there enough? There's a few. There's 5. Yeah, fuck it, raid. Raid away. Because that's the end of that video. We're done.
I'm hitting too many wrong keys.
Uh-oh, not the wrong keys. Oh no.
I'm stuck in full screen. I forgot how to get rid of it.
Again!
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir. Why? Enjoy the raid. Raid. Join the raid. Go give people view counts. Stay there for like 5-10 minutes. Give them a little boost. Goodbye. They gone?
Nope. We
Anyway.
just started.
Okay. And?
Nope.
It was a good show.
Okay.
Alright.